House Committee on State Affairs will come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Patty,
Present.
Hernandez, Smithy, Raymond, Desautels, King, Hunter, Howard, Lucio, Metcalf, Shaheen, Barles, Flossin.
A quorum is present pursuant to Rule 4, Section 16A for the sole purpose of taking testimony. Quorum is present. Members will pick back up where we left off. The chair lays out House Bill 2025 and recognizes Chairman Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is the Census Safety Net Bill. As you know, we're going to be getting census numbers. And basically what this bill does is it allows all our agencies, all the information to be updated, and you have a time period where you can rely on the other data until it gets uploaded. And I think you have one resource witness, but it's just kind of like a safety net bill for plugging in the new data as you do with other matters.
Let the record reflect that Representative Raymond and Representative Desautels are present.
And I reserve my right.
All right. And Mr. Hunter, did you want the resource to come up, or?
Only if anybody has any questions. If not, it's fine.
Any questions for a resource witness? All right. If not, is there anyone else wish to speak on for or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Hunter to close on the bill.
Close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 3535. Chair offers up committee substitute and recognizes Chairman Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is the date of birth bill, and what this basically is, and we've dealt with this before, is right now I want you all to know I've looked up every one of your birthdays on the internet, which is, I guess, legal except for the media. So if I have 10 Will Metcalfs, our media sources may want to run a story, but they need to make sure they have the right Will Metcalf, so they don't have wrong information. What this is doing is clarifying that it restores the ability to verify dates of birth under the TPIA, Texas Public Information Act, but there are HIPAA protections and other constitutional statutory law protections. Those are not being opened up. And it is kind of a contradiction that I can sit here and tell you when Phil King's birthday is, and by the way, the vice chairman has a great birthday the day before mine. I can go through the whole year, tell everybody your age, but then for the regular folks, they're being prevented when they're trying to do reporting under the Texas Public Information Act. So what this does is just basically provide the access so the reporting is clear and accurate. And I think we have a couple of folks, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to ask that they just be short to the point for this good government bill. And I'll reserve my question.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Members, any questions for Mr. Hunter at this time? Let the record reflect that Representative King is present. All right. We'll proceed to testimony and reserve your right to close. Chair calls Melissa Shannon. Melissa Shannon. Show Ms. Shannon registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Marianne Cavazos Beckett.
Hi, my name is Marianne Cavazos Beckett. I'm the editor of the Corpus Christi Caller-Times. I also oversee the Alice Echo News Journal and the Nueces County Record-Star in South Texas.
And Ms. Beckett, you're here testifying for the bill representing Corpus Christi Caller-Times. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here in support of the bill. The passage of this bill will remedy a terrible amount of confusion and red tape around access to public records. Date of births are required to get public information such as a person's bail, if they've been released, or even just their mugshot. We've done stories in the past couple of years about, specifically a man who ran for our local city council. He had not publicly disclosed his criminal background, which included more than a dozen arrests. Some of those were violent offenses. And we were able to also show, using date of births and requests for records, that another man just last week falsely claimed he was a resident of a town that he actually does not live in, and he's running for city council. That election is coming up in May. Earlier this month, we also reported on a high school teacher who was arrested and accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a student. We were also able to find her date of birth, as Representative Hunter said online, to be able to request even something as basic as a police report. Perhaps the most significant example of the importance of date of birth access being easy with this bill would be coverage of a police officer who agreed to never serve in law enforcement in Arizona after an allegation he sexually assaulted a woman while on duty. Our investigation using public records and finding his date of birth showed that he subsequently moved to Texas and served as a peace officer in several cities and counties before joining a South Texas police force. The community had been unaware of this, and he later resigned. Date of births are that golden key to get public records like police reports, employee records, voter records, and so much more. Without this, the public has an uphill battle, often at great expense and wasted time to sift through mountains of records with no guarantee whether they will have the right person linked to a record. This is not in the spirit of transparency and does a great disservice to Texans. This bill will remedy that. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, sir.
Chair calls Laura Prather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is, Laura Prather, and I'm here on behalf of the Transparent and Accountable Government Coalition, testifying in favor of the bill. By way of background, the TAG Coalition, as it is known, is made up of more than 24 organizations, bipartisan groups, ranging from the ACLU to TPPF, from Every Texan to Americans for Prosperity, all of whom recognize the need to strengthen Texas open government laws because access to information about government is a foundation of our democracy. I'm going to go very quickly through three things: why the bill is important, the impact on the access to information on the current state of the law, and provide some concrete examples, and then the expansive creep that this precedent is taking to further deny access. This all stems from a 2015 regional court opinion that has led to a tsunami of closure of access to information used to verify the accuracy of the information. 1.6 million Texans have one of 10 surnames. She's not here, but there are 123 people with the name Ana Hernandez that have criminal convictions in the state of Texas. 16 Richard Raymonds with criminal convictions in the state of Texas. Cutting off the ability, wasn't accusing you. Cutting off the ability to verify this otherwise ubiquitous information from public records has led to significant and adverse ramifications on businesses trying to conduct background checks on potential employees, on lending transactions, on real estate applications, and in the news media realm, it has led to litigation or just silencing reporting. Wrong photos have been given by law enforcement to members of the media in San Antonio, Houston, and Fort Worth, and others, I'm sure, but those are the three that I personally know of, all of which have led to litigation because the news outlet could not verify the date of birth. When I mentioned the expansive reach of the current state of affairs, now what is happening is when Public Information Act requesters seek footage from a governmental entity, like body cam footage or whatever, And if there is a stray reference to date of birth, the entire footage is being withheld because the entity can then say, we don't have the ability to redact this. That is newsworthy information that is not getting to general Texas citizens because of this one small factor. There are more than 12,000 rulings foreclosing access to this information that have been handed down by the Attorney General since this regional court opinion was issued. I believe last week the Attorney General's office was discussing the need to reduce their workload. This would be one step to accomplishing that goal. In sum, we have to be able to ensure that the individuals that we're talking about are not mistaken for someone else. And without renewed access, citizens, governments, businesses won't be able to verify accurate information. That's all I have.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Hunter to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, and thanks to the Freedom of Information Foundation, Corpus Christi Caller-Times for being here. Appreciate it. Close.
All right, the committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 2796 and recognizes Representative Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've laid out a number of bills this session, and I'm afraid this may be the most important one that I lay out all session. Chairman Patty and fellow members, thank you for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 2796 before you today. Grid security is an issue that has been discussed for years. Although all eyes have been focused on the problems from within over the past few months, we also face imminent danger from the evils without. Oncor, one of the largest electric utilities in the country, reports they face over 1 million dings per day from around the world. These are cybersecurity threats, folks trying to access the system. In 2020, outside of Del Rio's Laughlin Air Force Base, a Chinese company with ties to the ruling Communist Party began a 130,000-acre wind farm. Obvious concerns grew from this project, allowing a former Chinese military official to connect power to the energy grid. Furthermore, Laughlin is where they conduct low-flying training, and it's been proven that wind farms can cause radar issues. The threat is clear, and Texas must act before it's too late. The Center for Strategic and International Studies has reported that a little over 150 instances of Chinese espionage were directed at the United States since 2000, a staggering 45% of actors being Chinese military or government employees. This does not even include more than 1,200 cases of intellectual property litigation brought by U.S. companies against Chinese entities. These attacks are not committed by rogue individuals wishing to cause mayhem, but state-sponsored teams working to engage in geopolitical warfare, one of the most reoccurring offenders being Communist China. Attacks on electrical grids have become more common in recent years, and America is not immune to this threat. The United States is a highly valued target. Preventing cybersecurity attacks can incur high financial costs, but preemptive measures can be taken to mitigate this high risk. That's why I filed House Bill 2796 to prohibit bulk power systems equipment from being purchased, manufactured, or supplied from Communist China, or any persons associated with Communist China. I would also include generation assets as well. Grid security has never been more important, and we should ensure China isn't using our own equipment against us. We shouldn't welcome or allow America's greatest foe unfettered access to our critical infrastructure with the opportunity to bring us to our knees with the push of a button. Members, I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have. You should have a committee substitute as well. I'm not sure if you laid that out yet.
Mr. Patterson, I don't show that we have a committee substitute.
We'll get that to you as quickly as we can,
So,
sir.
yeah, if you'd like to get us one, we'd be happy to consider it. But as for now, we'll speak to the bill.
Thank you.
All right, any questions, members, this time? Not, we'll reserve your right to close and call up a couple of witnesses. Chair calls Tom Glass. And after Tom, we'll have Stephen Lindsay.
My name is Tom Glass. I represent myself and a group called Protect the Texas Grid, and we are in favor of this bill. Our group is formed because we want to make sure that we continue to have electricity from a lot of different hazards. And of course, foreign attack on our grid is one of the many ways that it can happen. One of the things that after 9/11 happened, I learned about this new group called Al-Qaeda, and I'd never heard of them. And I consider myself to be a guy who paid attention to politics pretty much. But when I realized that they had already attacked our embassy in Kenya, that they had sunk the coal or attacked the coal, that they had launched the first attack on the World Trade Center, I realized that maybe I, as a citizen, and maybe our government, when some bad guys say that they want to take on the United States and want to kill or enslave us, maybe we should pay attention and take prudent actions to stop it. Though some of the comment, I don't pay attention to foreign affairs a lot. I pay attention to this body a lot more than I do. But some of the commentators I have read said there's this concept in the Chinese upper echelon of the government, it's called total warfare, where they're trying to use every means possible, espionage, ideological subversion, corruption of our national leaders, et cetera, to try to take over our country and gain hegemony. And of course, cyber warfare against our critical infrastructure is just another part of that total warfare. And I think when people have declared war on you, I think we ought to pay attention and take prudent measures. And I consider this to be a much needed measure to protect the people of Texas. So I wholeheartedly encourage you to vote for it. Thank you.
Members, any questions for Mr. Glass? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Stephen Lindsay. Mr. Lindsay is the last person we have registered to testify.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Lindsay. I'm the Vice President of Governmental Affairs and the CFIA Security Officer for GH America Investment Groups. In short, I plan to lay out a broader intro for Representative Sirier's bill, House Bill 783, so I'll be brief with my opening comments. But I'm on the bill. I'm on the bill.
But you're testifying on 2796.
I'm testifying on 2796.
Correct. Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm on the bill with the suggestion to require that a CFIUS agreement be in place for any foreign company that wishes to contract with Texas on any critical infrastructure. And certainly what that would gives an overview from the U.S. government about a full deep dive into that organization's background, business plans, and ensures that there is an ongoing agreement with any foreign entity to allow access to any activity related to U.S. operations, audit, and installs a permanent security officer that has the ability to report back to the U.S. Department of Defense or the other monitoring agency. And so with that, I rest.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Slauson is present. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Patterson to close on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again for the time, and committee, thank you for your time. I know that our grid has been under scrutiny this year, especially, and rightfully so. But I can tell you, as someone that works in the electricity industry, that there is no other place in the world that I would rather be or operate my business than in the ERCOT grid. We do have issues. That's a sure thing. We know what some of those issues are. What my bill addresses are some of the issues that could potentially happen. I sat before this committee 2 years ago, and I talked about another issue that could happen on our grid, and it happened a couple of months later. And it happened again actually this week. We have some issues on our grid. We know what those issues are. This bill addresses fundamental problems with communist China supplying components to our grid that could cause massive failures for our economies and for Texas families. I would ask your favorable consideration for this bill, and I'd be happy to take any final questions that you have.
Members, any questions for Mr. Patterson? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If there are no objections, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair leads out House Bill 2002 and recognizes Representative Sanford to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. All of us as representatives know first responders. We're friends with them. We've probably ridden with them, went to events with them. And as we do that, we learn about some of the tragic circumstances that they find themselves in, the very difficult situations they walk into, the horrific circumstances that they have to deal with, and they can't be scheduled. Each of these create trauma in their lives. And so many of our first responders also are veterans, and they bring into the job sometimes battle trauma, which brings the whole question of PTSD into their lives. This bill is brought to me by a firefighter in our district, Curtis Bell. He's here today, and he'll be testifying for the bill. And these stresses multiply in a person's life because of the calls that they make. And a study conducted by Florida State University in 2015 discovered that 46% of firefighters have thought about suicide. 19% of firefighters have made suicidal plans. 15% have actually attempted suicide. In addition, firefighters with PTSD are 6 times more likely to attempt suicide. Speaking with the Firefighters Association, we've learned that overwhelming number of firefighters are taking advantage of peer support because they're not apt to talk to a firefighter from another department, or more apt to talk to a firefighter from another department. Basically, members, the situation is this. They can't disclose within their department what they're dealing with because of the stigma that's attached there and the fear of losing their job as soon as their superiors learn about that. In the North Dallas area, a Dallas firefighter or first responder will go to Fort Worth for help because they don't want anybody knowing locally. That culture needs to change, and this bill will go away to give the support that they need as they suffer from PTSD and encourages people to seek treatment. This bill specifies that employers are permitted to take the necessary course of action for first responders that are a potential danger or threat to their coworkers and or the public, but it would help eliminate the stigma surrounding mental illness by making it safe to communicate about emotional health and wellness and removing the threat of job loss and financial distress. And that's the key about this bill. It removes the threat of job loss and financial distress. Quickly mention that this bill was passed out of this committee last session 13-0 and passed the House for 144 to 0. And members, this is just one way we can better serve our first responders who put their lives in harm's way every day to protect our communities. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve my right to close.
Members, any questions? If not, we'll reserve the right to close. Got a couple witnesses. Chair calls Charlie Wilkerson. On deck will be Curtis Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charlie Wilkerson, Executive Director of Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas, or CLEAT. And I want to really thank Representative Sanford for filing this legislation and for listening to all first responders that have been talking about this issue for a very long time. And I would like to hand the committee, when I'm finished, an article about Houston McCoy, who was the fellow that stopped the shooter, Charles Whitman, at the tower. His article was written about him, and it gives us an example of how long this issue has been with us and with first responders. So no one here would think Houston McCoy did anything wrong by 26 years old, patrol officer, making his way to the tower and taking on a gunman who was killing students and citizens. So he did what he was supposed to do that day and saved a lot of lives. And after that, he began to notice he had issues. And so he contacted his sergeant, and this is August of 1966, so I was 8 years old. So his sergeant told him, drink a six-pack and try not to think about it. So he did that, and pretty much until he passed away. So the article I'll hand out, I'll just, if it would be okay, I'd like to read the lead. Night after night for more than 35 years, Houston McCoy has the same nightmare. He's swimming in his beloved San Saba River, near the place where he grew up in the small hill country town of Menard. Suddenly, the river starts turning to blood, and he frantically tries to outswim it. The water thickens as the blood mixes with the mud, and now out of breath with fear, he swims toward a high wall. On the other side, he can see green grass, blue sky. No matter how hard he tries, he can't climb out of the river of blood. So there were two heroes that day, a lot of heroes that day. Two officers, three, actually. Billy Speed was killed trying to get in the tower by Charles Whitman. And Martinez and McCoy made it. Both just kids. And so if you think about it, Martinez was standing next to him and went on to be a Texas Ranger and a celebrated judge, and he had a nice life. And next to him is the officer who used the shotgun. And we know now, of course, that he was the person that took out Whitman because he was the only person ordered to the grand jury because that was his weapon used. So he went into decline, and there was no one to listen to him. No one cared. No one knew what the solution was. And this legislation would be a chance for us to right the wrongs that we've done to the first responders, the brave people that protect this community. They should be able to come to us and tell us when there's something wrong. When they're having visions of the loop where they rescued a child or someone died in their arms. Law enforcement officers and first responders, firefighters have a very tough job, and this would facilitate a climate in which they could report without being fired.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
Chair calls Curtis Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Curtis Bell. I'm a firefighter, Marine Corps combat veteran, and I'm here to speak in favor of this bill.
And Mr. Bell, you're here representing the Texas State Association of Firefighters,
correct? Along with the professional firefighters in McKinney.
Well, for the record, you just registered representing Texas State Association of Firefighters. So
Apologize.
Okay.
I'm here to tell you about a friend of mine. His name is AJ Sherrill. He was a beat cop for a small town in the DFW Metroplex. He was there for 7 to 8 years. He was also a combat veteran with the Marine Corps as well. He started recognizing that he had some mental health issues going on. It was affecting his life. It was affecting his family life and home. So he went to his lieutenant and said, I think that I really need to talk to somebody. There's some things that I just can't shake. There's some calls that I can't get over. His lieutenant sent him to a mental health evaluation. AJ, thinking that was part of his treatment process for going through his chain of command, went along with it, was completely open and honest with that mental health professional. And that mental health professional was contracted with the city, turned in the findings after that assessment, and AJ was fired on the spot for no longer being fit for duty. So he was left with no resources, no income, with a wife and 2 kids at home. My original intent with approaching Representative Sanford about this bill is so that we don't do that to our first responders. This was a guy that was reaching out for help and got the complete opposite of it from people that were supposed to be there to look after him and help him along his career. We're making strides with those of us that are the boots on the ground. As Representative Sanford was talking about, I co-founded our peer support team for the McKinney Fire Department. And we've had some pretty great success with that program in its short tenure. All we're asking for in return is a little bit of job security so that we can get these guys the help that they need without fear of retaliation from administrators that may look upon us as being a liability. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Members, any questions for Mr. Bell? All right. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? Not, the chair recognizes Representative Sanford to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. Respectfully request your favorable consideration. Not close.
All right. Thank you, sir. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair is none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 2063. The chair offers up a committee substitute and recognizes Representative Ordaz Perez to explain the bill.
Hello, everyone. Chairman Patty, Chairwoman Hernandez, members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this important piece of legislation. I have a committee substitute, which I will explain in a moment. In the last year, families across Texas have experienced major adjustments and changes. COVID-19 has erased any barrier between personal and professional life. We've had to find new ways to care for one another. Many working parents found themselves caring for sick family members or discovering new responsibilities as full-time at-home teachers. We know that working parents and families are the backbone of Texas's workforce, and HB 2063 reflects that. This bill establishes a family leave pool that allows state employees to voluntarily donate accrued sick and vacation time. This bill supports our working moms and dads in a cost-efficient manner. Family leave policies do not simply give families the support they need to be there for their first crucial weeks of a baby's life. It also reassures them that their employers value their work-life balance. Currently, FMLA only provides unpaid job protection for up to 12 work weeks for qualifying employees. According to the U.S. Department of Labor, 48% of individuals who were eligible for FMLA did not take it because they could not afford it. And 62% of individuals had difficulty making ends meet during their time away from work. This forces many parents, moms in particular, to come back to work before their bodies are fully healed or before the parent-child bond is entirely able to form. Current leave options for state employees do not meet the needs of working families across Texas. For example, sick leave pool hours may be drawn as a result of pregnancy with severe complications. However, once a child is born, sick leave may not be used without an additional catastrophic event for recovery, adoption, or taking care of a sick parent at home. This bill seeks to support working families by allowing our state employees to take care of their loved ones. The family leave pool would allow agencies on a discretionary basis to use employee-donated time to help create added flexibility for employees. This could help employees during recovery and bonding time concurrently with FMLA, including cases of birth, adoption, or foster care. It could also allow for awarded time to help care for family members who do not fall under the more narrow definitions of sick leave if the agency deems the employee's circumstances merit time from the pool. Importantly, the family leave pool accepts donations of sick and vacation time, whereas the current sick leave pool is limited to sick day donations. The bill has specific measures to protect against abuse and prioritizes the agency's ability to function and fulfill their mandates. And more importantly, there is no fiscal note attached with this bill. The committee substitute updates the agency's executive director and broadens it to head administrator, since not all agencies formally use the executive director title. It also refines one area in the code to specify that employees must exhaust all other leave for which they are eligible before receiving from the pool. We have a resource witness from the Comptroller's Office and the Texas Workforce Commission to answer any technical questions. Thank you for the opportunity to present this significant piece of legislation, and I reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions at this time? Not, we'll reserve your right to close. Call up some witnesses here. Chair calls Tyler Sheldon. On deck will be Ray Heimel.
Good afternoon, Chairman, committee members. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to, so my name is Tyler Sheldon. I'm the Legislative and Political Director for the Texas State Employees Union, and I'll be testifying in favor of the bill. I wanted to thank Representative Ordaz Perez for filing this legislation. As you all know, I know that each one of you has state employees in your district. State employees take the time out of their lives to serve the public. They are very passionate about their careers. They don't do it to make a lot of money. They do it because there is a need within our state to care for the most vulnerable populations, and they're very passionate about their jobs. However, as we've seen even more so these last couple of years with the coronavirus and the pandemic that's ensued, there are things that come up that may need additional time away to care for loved ones. I know that this bill also covers taking care of a child after birth and the needed bond, but there is definitely things that are more important than the jobs of a state employee, and that's taking care of their family and their loved ones in a time of crisis. Unfortunately, sometimes with any of this is an unforeseen circumstance, and they may not have the time saved up to be able to adapt and really care for their family members and take care of them the way that they really need to. This bill would allow an additional opportunity for state employees to pool together their funds and their leave and be able to support other state employees that may need that time more than they do. There's a lot of state employees that, like I said, they are very passionate about the job and they love to care for others, and they would be more than happy to donate some unused leave to this pool and hopefully help out a coworker that may find themselves burdened with the need for additional leave. We don't want our state employees that are already, as I said, serving the community to have to fear for their jobs in order to care for their family. Their family should come first. And so in order to take off this time, this additional family leave pool would be very helpful to take away the burden of worrying about having to find additional employment after they care for their family. So I strongly encourage you to consider this bill and vote in favor. And thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? Thank you very much. Let the record reflect Ms. Howard is present. Chair calls Ray Heimel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ray Heimel, legislative consultant for the Texas Public Employees Association, otherwise known as TPEA. And we want to thank Representative Ordaz Perez, and we also want to thank Representative Howard, who is now right, for this bill. And we'd very much appreciate your consideration of it. TPA strongly supports it as an avenue for giving, widening the benefits available to state employees who, as you know, typically do not make the types of salaries that you can get in the private sector. So the benefits that state employees have are very valuable. And I think in this time of COVID, it is very clear why you would want to see something like family leave offered as an additional benefit. And we very much appreciate your attention to this on behalf of state employees, and it is important to a whole large group of them. So thank you very much.
And Ray, you are representing TPEA and yourself in favor of the bill, correct?
Correct.
Okay, members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair calls Rob Coleman. And Rob, I think you're actually here as a resource, but
Yes.
when you registered, you put to testify, so I have to bring you up. You can just state your name, who you represent, and you're on the bill, and we'll see if there are any questions.
Sure thing. Rob Coleman, Comptroller's Office, here to be on the bill.
Okay. Members, any questions for the Comptroller's Office? Thank you, Rob. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Ordaz Perez to close on the bill.
Thank you all again for allowing me the opportunity to present this bill. Just quickly, this bill was inspired from my time before this. I served on El Paso City's City Council, and there was a coworker of mine at the time. We were in the bathroom and just chatting, and she looked like she was in just utter pain. And I'm just, how are you? How are you doing? And I guess she had just had a C-section not too long ago before that. And she had to come back to work because she could not afford not to come back to work. And she had to use up all of her vacation and sick. And she just was in no condition to come back to work. So it was really unfortunate. Of course, she wanted to be home with her newborn. So it was a really hard situation for her and for many employees that I spoke with that had similar situations. And so we adopted this policy at the City of El Paso, and it has been such a successful program in a cost-effective manner. There was no cost to the taxpayer, and so it's just a great way to support our hardworking families, moms and dads. So I hope you all consider supporting this bill, and I'm looking for the correct thing to say. Thank you, Chairman Patty, members, and I close and request your favorable consideration.
All right. And there are no other questions. You must have done a really good job. All right. The committee substitute is withdrawn, and if there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 783 and recognizes Representative Cyrier to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Patty and members of the committee. Appreciate this opportunity to lay out House Bill 783. This bill seeks to preserve the Devil's River in Val Verde County. Members, last session I filed this same bill. It was HB 4554, a near identical bill to the one I have before us today. At the time, interested parties were still attempting to negotiate an agreement to preserve critical areas of Val Verde County from future wind farm development. I refiled this bill because there is still a movement to develop this area that needs to be preserved. Members, I had an opportunity to go out to the Devil's River just a few weeks ago again and to see the pristine nature of this area, including the Dan Allen Hughes State Natural Area, also the Texas Parks and Wildlife Del Norte State Natural Area, which encompasses a total of 37,000 acres along the Devil's River. This area is home to a number of endangered species, 4,000-year-old pictographs, and just a few years ago, The area was named just one of just 3 dark sky sanctuaries in the United States. HB 783 allows the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission to designate areas within the county where wind-powered devices can be installed to preserve one of the greatest natural resources in our state. I want you to also know that I've spoken with Jeff Clark in the Advanced Power Alliance over the past 2 years about this particular project, and believe that this bill has the most limited impact to the wind industry without setting an unintended precedent. I know there are additional concerns regarding the company that is looking into invest in this development as well. And I believe there's a bill by Representative Parker also that's being laid out today that speaks to that end. But this bill would alleviate some of those concerns. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve my right to close.
Members, any questions for Mr. Cyrier? Not, we'll reserve your right to close and call up some witnesses here. Chair calls Randy Nuns.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and members and Representative Cyrier. My name is Randy Nuns. I am here for 783. I am a landowner in rural Val Verde County, and I'm the current president of the Devils River Conservancy. It's a 501c3 that's been around for 10 years, and our mission is to preserve and protect the Devils River and the lands within its watershed.
So, Mr. Nuns, you are representing Devils River Conservancy and yourself for the bill.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Patterson mentioned that project earlier. In the handout, just for context, you can look on the back, you can see a map and see the scale of the parklands, the 150,000 acres of conservation easement ranches, properties, and all the properties in red and yellow that are possibly to be developed by this owner in China. So if you're not familiar with the Devils River, I've got just a little bit of time, so most of my handout is factoids because when there's opposition to wind farms, it's usually, NIMBYs, not in my backyard. Well, we're not the generic NIMBYs. We're exceptional NIMBYs here. And so Representative Cyrier laid out several of those unique aspects. But the first one I'd like to lead off with is, where did the name come from? Well, as he said, the very first Texans have been documented to live there 15,000 years ago, and the rock art that survived has been documented to be 4,000 years and newer. So when the first Spanish explorers came there, after going through that harsh countryside, they thought it was heaven, and they named the river Rio San Pedro. But when the famous Texas Ranger, Captain Jack Coffee Hayes, came up on it, said, what's the name of this river? And they said, San Pedro. He goes, St. Peter, looks more like the Devil's River. So somehow that legend is stuck. But to go into why I'm, and my group is representing or in favor of these bills, I want to say that we were really the first to speak up on this. We became aware of the possibility 3 or 4 years ago. And so we formed a campaign called Don't Blow It, just to make the point that we're not against renewable energy. We're saying you can do it, but don't blow it by putting it in the wrong locations. And this is iconic Texas landscapes, and some could even argue that by putting up 700-foot blinking towers across 15,000 acres is an unauthorized eminent domain seizure of our airspace and viewshed. If you're not familiar with some of the, there's companies like Explore Ranches that's an Airbnb for special ranches they operate out there. They sell the opportunity to get out and get away from industrialization. But the biggest thing is that is really germane to Representative Syrier's bill is that the state has a pretty big investment in properties out there. Not just the Devils River State Natural Area, Del Norte Unit, the Danae Hughes State Natural Area. There's also the Seminole Canyon State Park. And then you've got Amistad, the National Recreational Area as well, which is 58,000 acres. But the first comment that we get, and our organization is, we're primarily ranchers. We're ranchers and recreationists, you know, people that love to get out and birdwatch or hunt, stargaze, and all that. But there's very extensive support to protect the view sheds and the wilderness experience that the Texas public deserves. I mean, some Texas families have donated their ranches to become state parks. And if they end up being right next door to any kind of industrialization, that intent has been squandered. But as we have limited opportunities to get out, especially with the pandemic, we've all needed to get out and recharge our souls more than our iPhones. So there's an increasing pressure on our wild places, and that's why I'm very grateful to Representative Syrier et al. For this bill. And you can go through, there's cool stuff.
Mr. Hines, we will definitely
I'm out of
take a look
time,
at
I'm
your
sure.
stuff here. We've got a lot of business to get to today, and I'm really trying to encourage folks to stick.
I understand.
So appreciate your passion, though.
We got it.
You definitely have that. So members, are there any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Chair calls Stephen Lindsay. Up next will be Jeffrey Clark, followed by Patrick Genevine.
Hello, my name is Stephen Lindsay. I'm the Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs for GH America Investment Group, and I'm opposed to House Bill 783. As I delivered testimony to this committee in 2019 opposing this same bill, HB 783 would grant Parks and Wildlife power for one single county, one single state natural area, to regulate one single energy use, wind, for the entire county, in which an existing wind farm is already present within 10 miles of the state natural area. GH's proposed project is 30 miles away. Nowhere in the other 253 counties or 89 state parks would this control exist, and nor does it speak to the risks posed by other energy developments such as oil and gas wells, crude and gas pipelines, and compressor stations, which are significantly closer to the state natural area. However, the issue that is drawing much attention, and understandably so, is that GH is a Chinese-owned company. I'm not here to defend the practices of the Chinese government, their political regime, the unequal reciprocity they show for similar types of investments by U.S. citizens in China, nor to try and pontificate on where the U.S.-China relationship will go. But what I am here to defend is the U.S. rule of law and U.S. free market investment. To date, the GH Group has followed the rule of law and prescribed regulatory reviews concerning their private property acquisition and business pursuits within Val Verde County. They are not here to spy. They are not here to build clandestine airfields. They are simply here to do business and make a return on their investment. Ironically enough, they are here to participate in the free market economy. And if they break any of their agreements with the U.S. government, the Department of Defense, the U.S. Air Force, the state of Texas, or in any way threaten national security, I will tell on them. If they could find a buyer tomorrow, they would gladly sell to a U.S. or NATO-friendly wind developer. Until that time, they will continue to address regulatory approvals. Since late 2018, I've led an extensive stakeholder engagement process that has and continues to keep everyone updated about planned development activities. Stakeholders include the U.S. government, the Department of Defense, Laughlin Air Force Base, Valverde County Commissioners, the City of Del Rio, the Texas Military Preparedness Commission, Parks and Wildlife, the Devils River Conservancy, the Governor's Office, and frankly, any state and federal elected official who will meet with me. In short, if you will give me the time, I will tell you exactly what is going on. Lastly, and to wrap up, since 2019, I have engaged and continue to engage directly with park and wildlife leadership to hear and understand and work to mitigate any and all issues they raise about potential impacts of this project, and I'll continue to do so. And with that, one thing I did want to add briefly is I've had extensive discussions with Carter Smith and his team, and will continue to do so, as well as the Devils River Conservancy. The matters regarding dark skies, we are certainly willing to address those. We've proposed a ability to turn off lights at night. We've also worked with the Conservancy to potentially offer a compromise of donating or putting into Conservancy lands that GH currently holds to address concerns about land proximity closer to the Devils River. I've also spoken with Chairman Syrier's office previously and his team there about potentials for setbacks. And those are all things that we're willing, that GH is willing to consider. I've been at this since late 2018, and in short, my job is to really make sure that the company understands the issues that are at hand and find ways to mitigate them. And with that, I'll conclude my comments.
Members, any questions at this time? Thank you, Stephen. Chair calls John Shepard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is John Shepard. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Foundation for Conservation, and I'm testifying today in support of this bill. As Representative Syrier said, the people of Texas own about 37,000 acres in the Devils River watershed. It's held in trust for us by the Parks and Wildlife Department. And according to the state demographer's office, the population of Texas is projected to double in 35 to 40 years. And it is my hope that those 60 million Texans will look back to 2021 and say thank you to the Texas Legislature for voting to protect the unique and pristine Devils River. Happy to answer any questions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I've talked to Chairman Syrier, so I'm trying to get sort of a better understanding of this thing. Because it seems to me that what's driving a lot of this is the ownership of the company, right? And I get that, but I'm also trying to understand the policy argument, which is what is really being made, right? You're not up here saying, hey, I'm for this bill because I don't want a company that has any ties in any way to China to be able to build this. You're here because I think, you're saying you don't want anybody, regardless, to be able to put a wind farm anywhere. The rivers, and I'm sorry I haven't been out there to this area.
No.
So we keep saying Devil River. I guess there's a river.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And so you're trying, when you say Devil River, what do you encompass in that definition? A certain mile radius?
The river itself, I believe, is about 39 miles long, and it goes into Lake Amistad. It supplies a significant percentage of the fresh water that goes into Lake Amistad, which of course goes to.
So but you know, you're very familiar, I assume by now, with where the proposed area is for the wind turbines, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is the closest that they get to the water, river, or whatever? Any parts of the river?
I'm actually not that familiar with how close. I'm from.
I thought the testament, which Chairman Syria can probably answer it, but I thought somewhere I heard 30 miles away. Maybe I'm wrong, that it can't be 30, and I got this going on. So you don't know the answers. All right, let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Are you advocating policy then that we don't put any wind turbines anywhere close in the state to anything that is similar to Devil's River?
That's correct. That's correct.
So you want to see us all over the state? You don't care who the owner of the company is, right?
That's correct.
You don't want these turbines to go up anywhere close to any kind of land that we have preserved or we have a preserve going on, right? Is that right?
The Devil's River is just unique in many different ways. It's unique to Texas. And,
as are probably Gardner State Park, and I mean, I can go on and on.
Yes, sir.
So I'm just asking because I want to get a sense of what you guys are pushing policy-wise. Is it a policy that you're thinking, you're saying we hope that you don't build any wind turbine or any wind farms anywhere close to anything that is similar to this?
Yes, sir. That's
Is that right?
correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Some places are just worth protecting.
And is there any thought to changing the name back to something? I mean, I'm not asking as a joke. I mean, I'm asking seriously. Has that ever been contemplated? Y'all brought it up. The first witness brought it up. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. I'm not aware of that.
You like the devil, huh?
Devil's River.
All right, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair calls Jeff Clark. Next up will be Patrick Genevane.
Mr. Chairman, members, Jeffrey Clark, President of the Advanced Power Alliance. I'm testifying today on the bill. While we do have some concerns, clearly we're worried about a precedent that would spread all over the state. We have concerns about other development, oil and gas, construction. We wonder if Parks and Wildlife has the ability to fully evaluate the tax benefits, the school revenue, the development, private landowner rights, et cetera, energy needs. But I'm testifying on the bill because of the work that we've done with the group since 2018. And because of the working relationship that we've established with the parties who are involved here. In 2018, at the request of some of the residents in the Devil's River, I was able to go down to the area and to meet with landowners, to meet with community leaders, to meet with folks from the nearby city, and to hear their concerns and to see firsthand the area. And subsequent to that, I had meetings. At that time, one of my association's members was considering developing this project, and I met with the members of my group who were working on that, and I've come to know the developer in this case, in GHA, and throughout all of those interactions with both parties in this, everyone has been very forthright. Everyone has been very communicative about what their concerns are and what their goals are, and I know. As I've had conversations with Representative Syria, that he's very sincere in trying to find a solution that balances private property rights and energy development and the free market, and while at the same time preserving those spaces in our state that are treasures that we should preserve. As an industry, we work to develop projects in a manner that's most compatible with the area around those projects. And we have found that dialogue is always the key to those developments. And we have said many times, and I want to say here today, I think there are technological solutions. I think there are concessions that can be made to find an agreement here where everyone can find a way to find a balanced solution that makes everybody maybe not happy, but protects all of those things that we hold dear. And we would like to continue to be part of that conversation, and just appreciate your help in encouraging that as well.
Members, any questions? Jeff, so is this, I mean, obviously you deal with folks all over the state with project developments. Have you run into other situations like this in other areas of the state with respect to lands that we're trying to preserve?
There are areas of the state that we have had developers look at. We have had members that we've encouraged them perhaps to look elsewhere, and some of those have been other park areas. This is a case. This is an extraordinarily wide open area, and it is something that, again, I think there are possibilities here perhaps in other forms of generation. Solar that would be less intrusive, lighting technologies that could dim the lights at night. I know lighting is a key concern, but then also pushing back from the river. The river is a very, very special place, and we do have concerns, but we want to see this dialogue continue.
Right. Another factor too, when you're looking at these projects, or when folks are looking at projects, you're looking at the infrastructure, and by infrastructure I mean transmission infrastructure too, to kind of evaluate the feasibility of these projects, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Do you have any comments about what that looks like in that area?
It's my understanding the infrastructure in the area is probably not sufficient to support a project at this time, but there is a lot of development to the north, particularly around oil and gas, and I don't know what the implications are of transmission that's being built in the area if that changes. And I think perhaps others could speak to that, but my understanding as of 2 years ago it would have been difficult to build this project.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
I'll ask you this. Are you familiar with, did you hear me ask a question a while ago about how close the proposed wind farm would be?
I did hear the question, and I did also hear the 30-mile reference, but I'm not an expert on the project and don't know that I'd want to.
And I'm going to ask, I'll ask Chairman Seria, and I also want to ask about, there was some reference made to this as well, and I'm sorry I didn't ask earlier witnesses, but I'll ask so he'll know. What other exploration and development is going on in this same area with reference to oil and gas?
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
Well, I'm just putting it out there so they'll know I'm going to ask that. Thanks.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that Representative Smithy is present, and Representative Lucio is present as well. Chair calls Patrick Genevane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I'm Patrick Genevine, but you can say it any way you want.
I'll say it right next time.
That's fine. I'm representing myself in favor of the bill. I've developed wind farms from Texas to China, so I've seen how much damage our foundations can cause. The taller the turbine, the bigger the foundation, the more damaging it is. Wind farms require more energy or more acreage per unit of energy output. So when you approve a wind farm, you approve a massive scarring of the land. The Valverde County area is truly special, and massive foundations can scar both the surface and leave deep wounds underneath, which will change depending on the lithology of the area. The lithology or the characteristics of the rock formations in Valverde County there are a lot of karsts, and it's also on top of or part of the Edwards Aquifer feed. The porosity and permeability of the rock and the scars that the foundations can cause can damage or has the potential to damage the aquifer as well. Another area that we haven't talked about at all here, and Representative Raymond, I believe the wind is the projects that are currently being considered are within 10 miles of the river. But another area that nobody has talked about yet is no one has determined the effect on Valverde County of taking energy out of the wind. Conservation of energy, when you convert energy from one form to another, you don't lose energy, you just convert it. So when you take energy out of the wind, nobody has studied what that does in Val Verde. Val Verde already has a wind farm, as Mr. Lindsay said. Repeating the mistake doesn't make it wise. And since Mr. Lindsley brought it up, GH America is most certainly not committed to the laws of the United States. Texans need to hold fast, and starting and holding the line in Val Verde County may be the place.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair calls Rodney Franklin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members. My name is Rodney Franklin. I'm the Director of Texas State Parks for Texas Parks and Wildlife, and I'm here as a resource witness on the bill.
Members, any questions for Mr. Franklin? Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
I don't know if you heard me. I was wondering aloud what other, well, for example, is there oil and gas development going on anywhere out there?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any specific, but I think there is other energy projects out there. I'm not familiar with a specific one, but we can get that information for you. Be happy to provide it.
Okay. Do you all involve yourself at all in the development of any other energy out there?
Well, we have, our basic premise is that we want to protect everything that's special about our state park. So if anything that we have an interest in that may impact in a negative way, we would engage with other energy companies. And we have in the past, like at Balmorhea State Park, we had some energy fracking going on there, and we were engaged with some of the energy companies there, just engaging in dialogue to make sure we shared our concerns and perspective on those.
Let me, well, now I'm curious, and I won't take long, Chairman, but so Balmorhea State Park, I guess I hadn't heard about it. So there was drilling going on at State Park?
Yeah, we had Apache Energy was involved out there, and we had conversations and dialogues with them.
So who negotiates that? Do they work with the General Land Office or with you guys, or?
I'm not sure who else they work with, but because there's an interest there, they engaged with us, and we just had dialogue.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, members? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? If not, Chair recognizes Representative Cyrier to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Pratty, and that was a lot of good questions, and I think I may be able to help out, Mr. Raymond. This was passed out earlier to y'all by Randy Nuns. I don't know if y'all, but on the back page, Mr. Raymond's got a good map here. It gives y'all a little bit better idea of what we're talking about. So you see the Devils River right in the center of the map here. You can see where in red are the proposed wind farms, current, I should say. That's not what's probably going to be coming in the future or could come in the future, but currently proposed right now. The one on the far right of the page is the Rock Springs. See, that's 15,000 acres. And many of y'all know I'm a pilot. I flew out there a couple of weeks ago and saw these observations of where these wind farms are at. So that 15,000 acres is current right now. The one on the very top left of the map is another 15,000 acres, and that's what's being proposed right now. But all those other areas are what they're looking at. So if you take the scale down below, you're looking at some current proposed areas as close as what looks to be 2 miles from the Devils River. You see also, too, the other areas which are at least within, it looks like maybe 8-10 miles being proposed right now next to the Devils River. This brings us back up to the simple fact for this bill, just like it was from last time. We have a lot invested in this area. And as I'm out there and I'm looking at it, and, these areas aren't developed as parks just yet. They're not, the infrastructure's not there for a bunch of visitors. And I looked at that and thought about how great is this that we are going to have this special place preserved for future Texans. And we talk about the wind farm piece of it, and I know you've brought up other energy sources, oil and gas. Obviously, gas is very prevalent in the West Texas area, in this area. But from what I recall, coming into this place, same area maybe where that Rock Springs is at, that's where I remember seeing some what I would believe would be gas sites. But I don't remember ever seeing any of the oil and gas up against the river, especially that close, within a 10-mile of this area. And all this investment for future generations to enjoy, which truly is. I mean, we can all brag about parts of our district as being beautiful and worth preserving, but all Texans can agree that this is by far one of the most pristine areas in our state, if not in the United States, and it's worth protecting for future generations. It's not just about the wind towers. As we know, and what Mr. Clark had mentioned, there is, right now, there's no transmission lines. Why would you have transmission lines out there? Because there's no reason right now for those wind farms. But with those wind farms comes those transmission lines. Think about that. Think about all those transmission lines crisscrossing this pristine area. It's more than just the wind farms. So with that, I close and be more than happy to answer any other questions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Sirius, so are there pipelines? Do you know?
I'm sure there's some pipelines in that area.
Okay.
But I don't know. No, I don't know. But again, maybe there's not because of just there's not that much out there, quite frankly.
Well, and it gets back to how much production, what kind of production is going on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just curious, you know, if somebody could follow up, just give me, I just like to know kind of what's going on with oil and gas out there and pipeline wise, and, you know, are there leases by BP or somebody else, stuff like that. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And you do see that the existing wind farm where we're at on that Rock Springs, that again is just showing you, I think it's just such an eye opener. I know it was for me, just to see what that does. I mean, even in comparison to, you know, if you're talking about a easement or something like that, that's one thing.
Thank you, Chairman.
You bet. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, sir. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 957 and recognizes Chairman Alverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Patty and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 957 before you today. I think most of you, in fact, I think all of you on the dais may remember this bill from last session. We passed it out of the House with a pretty significant bipartisan margin. This is our suppressor freedom bill before it died an untimely death in the Senate. So we're here back trying again. House Bill 957 would make the sale, manufacturing, and ownership of Texas-made sound suppressors legal and aims to help reduce overburdensome regulations placed on firearm suppressors. So members, if you may recall, these are devices that are screwed onto the end of a rifle or a pistol or a shotgun that dampen the intensity of the sound, much like a muffler on a car. The average sound reduction for a firearm suppressor is around 30 decibels. And so what it does is essentially attenuate the sound to the point to where it is no longer certainly permanently capable of permanently damaging your hearing and taking it down into the realm of probably might damage your hearing with prolonged exposure. So it's a safety device. In fact, in 2015, the Federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration published a study recommending the use of a firearm suppressor on all firearms, particularly indoors, whenever practicable or possible. And hence, unfortunately, though, the ATF continues to classify these as dangerous devices. So we have two federal agencies that are in direct conflict. One says it's a dangerous device. The other says it's a safety device. And what this legislation would establish is that the state of Texas clearly sides with OSHA in recognizing that this is a safety device and this is not a dangerous device. Essentially, House Bill 957 strikes a provision from the penal code, making it no longer a state crime to own one of these devices. Now, it is technically legal to own one of these devices under the National Firearms Act. However, the process is expensive, cumbersome, time-consuming, and the results are not guaranteed. It can take, in my case, I happen to own two of these devices, and it took me 9 months to be able to possess the first one after I had already paid for it to get the paperwork. And the second time it took 18 months before I could legally, lawfully possess the device that I had already paid for, even though this is a safety device. Additionally, this legislation would prohibit the state of Texas from adopting rules, orders, ordinances, or policies that would assist the federal government in enforcing a federal statute, order, rule, or regulation that would regulate firearm suppressors. So essentially, we're just opting out. We no longer recognize these as dangerous devices. We won't treat them as such, and we won't spend state resources to enforce that. It's also important to clarify that House Bill 957 deals with firearm suppressors that are manufactured, sold, and exclusively used in Texas. And so all such devices would need to be stamped with a Made in Texas stamp. I have some witnesses here today, which are very much experts on this, and happy to take any questions that you have at this time, members, and would like to reserve my right to close.
Any questions, members? Mr. Alverson, I found it interesting. I think sometimes there's a bit of a misunderstanding on these things. I think people think in terms of silencers, like all of a sudden, there's just no sound.
Yes, sir.
And you kind of pointed this out a little bit, but I think sometimes people are confused by that. That's you still hear these things. Trust me.
They do, and so just for comparison's sake, I could tell you that if you put a sort of a standard 7.62 millimeter rifle, if you had a suppressor, if you did not have a suppressor on the end of that rifle, the decibel level is about 165 decibels, which is twice as loud as the sound of a jet takeoff. Obviously, very likely to damage your hearing. If we put the suppressor on, it actually lowers the intensity down to about 140 decibels, which is equivalent to standing on an aircraft carrier main deck, flight deck. So yes, it does not eliminate the sound. It also does not interfere with triangulation of where the sound came from, because the sound is still very much perceivable. And in fact, I had a witness last session who made us a really nice video. I'm happy to share that with you, members, if you actually want to see a live demonstration on video of just how much the sound does not go away when one of these devices are used, but simply you're not permanently damaging your hearing and following OSHA guidelines. There you go, brother.
All right. We'll reserve the right to close.
Thank you, sir.
And, bring up some witnesses here. And just to kind of point out here, there are quite a few folks who want to testify here. And interesting enough, I think we've got 19 registered to testify, and I think all but one of those is in favor of this. And so I would just like to point out, as we kind of try to work through a lot of business here today, if someone kind of makes your point ahead of you, says what you were going to say, you certainly are more than welcome to come up and give testimony. We're more than happy to stay here as long as it takes to hear from you within reason. We're going to ask you to stay within our 3-minute limit. But again, if someone else says what you have to say, certainly feel free to kind of say that and kind of echo that and move on, so we can try to kind of go here. Also, we do have you registered as for the bill, so if you even decide, hey, someone's already said what I was going to say, I'm just not going to testify, you still would be registered in favor of the bill, just not having testified. So just want to throw that out there. But again, it certainly, we want to hear from you if you'd like to speak. So with that, and again, when you hear the sound, if you would, just try to wrap it up as quickly as you can. So Chair calls Gary Zimmerman. On deck will be John Bolgiano, followed by Tom Glass.
My name is Gary Zimmerman. I'm for the bill and I represent myself. I actually have 3 silencers, and he's right. It can take anywhere from 5 months to 18 months. But I'm also an FFL, and I do not have my SOT. For those of you who don't know what an SOT, that allows the FFL to either make one or sell them. I do have a friend out of Weatherford who operates a business who makes Texas-made silencers. He has his SOT. By the way, they cost $1,000 a year. So you need to sell a lot of them to make up your money at $1,000 a year. Here's the problem. I'm definitely for the bill. I love it. We need to legalize these, but it's very similar to how states are legalizing marijuana. It becomes legal in the state, but the feds it's still against the law federally. Now, while with marijuana, you aren't seeing very many DEA agents arresting those who are growing marijuana or operating dispensaries, us as FFLs, I got inspected twice. My friend in Weatherford who makes them, he got inspected 4 times in the last year. So even if we make these in Texas, we have FFLs are not going to be able to sell them because we're inspected by the ATF, and we'll turn around and get caught by the ATF and we will get arrested. So none of us FFLs here in Texas will be benefited by this right off the bat, even though we're for it, because they have the ATF. This would be great for those who are individuals who want to make their own, or know somebody to, like Mr. Harless here can sell one to Mr. Shaheen here. You know, if it stays in Texas and it's made in Texas, it's great. Stay legal. You're not going to get caught by the ATF, but we FFLs are. So we would love to see this bill pass, but we'd like to see a resolution also to send up to the federal government to say, hey, get these off the NFA list so we can make these legal and a safety device for everybody to easily get. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair calls John Bolgiano. On deck will be Tom Glass, followed by Billy Mustin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is John Bolgiano. I'm here today representing myself and the Llano County Patriots. My local gun shop held an event called Silent Sunday.
And sir, you're for the bill, correct?
I am for the bill. I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you.
100% for the bill. My local gun shop held an event called Silent Sunday. It was a chance for folks interested in suppressors to come and try them out. I'd never shot a suppressed rifle before, so I really wasn't quite sure what to expect. I ran 3 rounds of subsonic 308 through a bolt-action rifle, stood up with a big grin on my face, and told the gun shop sales guy, Vince, I want one of those. Yes, suppressors are that awesome, and if I'd had one earlier in my shooting career, I might not have this high-pitched ringing in my ears. What wasn't awesome was the following paperwork, a 9-month wait, and paying a $200 tax, which is actually a penalty to discourage ownership of a forbidden hearing protection device. So yes, I have some personal interest in supporting this bill, but they are not the sole reasons. What I most love about this bill is it embodies the same spirit shown in House Bill 2622, the 2A sanctuary bill you all voted to move forward last week. House Bill 957 asks, why should the federal government have any say in what Texans do with a product that's manufactured in Texas and used only in Texas? House Bill 957 offers a common sense, data-driven, evidence-backed answer to that question, along with a solidly framed pathway to more freedom protections. I like HB 957 almost as much as I like suppressors. I hope you'll give it a favorable report and help its passage into law. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Chair calls Tom Glass. On deck will be Billy Mustin, followed by Tyree White and Bradley Hodges.
My name is Tom Glass. I'm representing myself and the group Texas Constitutional Enforcement, and we are in favor of this bill. I won't go into the ownership aspects although I share the pain that others have mentioned. I want to talk about the constitutional and federalism issues around this bill. It's already been brought up that just because Texas does not mess with people who do intrastate commerce in compliance with the Constitution, that does not mean that the ATF will not come down on Texans if we pursue this path. And so there's a wonderful, and because other states have tried this, the intrastate idea for firearms in general, and there's people who tried complying with their state law, and they are sitting in federal prison now because when the ATF came after them, their state officials did nothing to protect them. One of the wonderful things about this bill that I believe is in there is that it gives a mechanism by which someone who wants to manufacture a suppressor in Texas for intrastate use to get a pre-clearance from the federal judiciary that says this indeed is legal and the ATF ought to back off. It requires the Attorney General to file a declaratory judgment act for persons. I've passed along to Representative Oliverson, who is my state rep and ably representing me here today, that I think we could improve the bill by putting some sort of preface to the thing about the Attorney General getting involved, to saying he only has to do it once for one person instead of just doing it for, there's an implied that every person who wants to do a manufacturer gets to be represented in front of the federal government by the AG. And I think that's overkill. We just need one precedent, and then I think the rest of us will be a little bit safer. So for those reasons, I'm in favor of the bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Tom. Chair calls Billy Mustin. Next up will be Tyree White, followed by Bradley Hodges.
My name is Billy Mustin. I'm a retired Chief Petty Officer with the United States Navy with 28 years service. I've also spent 50 years as a close tolerance machinist. And I feel sorry for you guys that have paid $1,000 for a suppressor, because I promise you I can build one for about $12. Think about that. That's what happened when you involve the feds. Yeah, I mean, you can go on the internet.
Can we get your name and number? No.
I mean, you can go on the internet. There's all kinds of conversion kits that you can buy anywhere from $29 to $100 that takes about 30 minutes to finish. I mean, it's just ridiculous what the federal government does when they come in here and they do these things, because it doesn't have to be that expensive. I got 28 years in the Navy. I've got 20 years with Naval Special Warfare, Joint Services Spec Ops. Yes, I've been exposed to gunfire. And yes, I have some hearing loss. And yes, I'd like to preserve what little bit I've got left. I hope you guys will support this.
Mr. Mustin, you're representing yourself.
I'm representing myself.
And you're for the bill.
I'm for the bill.
All right. We thank you for being here. We thank you for your service as well. Chair calls Tyree White.
Hi, thank y'all. This is my first time doing this, so I'm a little nervous.
That's all right.
My name's Tyree White. I'm here for myself. I'm speaking in favor of HB 957. As the population grows, more hunting will take place closer to urban areas, and it will be more environmentally friendly to have firearms suppressed to protect the hearing of those in the area. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, Mr. White, for your first time, that was outstanding. Great model there. All right, Chair calls Bradley Hodges. Next up, Rebecca Jans, followed by Beryl Cotton and Rick Reinhardt.
Brad Hodges, self and for the bill.
I don't have a way to confirm this. The numbers are kind of tough to track down, but they're saying that between Oklahoma and Texas, those two states, independent of each other, have more suppressors than the rest of the country combined. So this would appear to be a Texas thing. I think it's a great bill. I think it does not go far enough. I would love to see this expanded to firearms, accessories, and ammunition as well. Made in Texas, by Texans, for Texans, good to go. Same as our beer and wine. You can roll your own, no problem. This is no different. That's it.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Rebecca James. Rebecca? Will show her registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Beryl Cotton. Next up will be Rick Reinhardt, followed by Kevin Perez, followed by Donald Dahl.
Thank you for letting me be here today. My name is Beryl Cotton. I support HB 957. I represent myself. I reside outside of Lexington, Texas. I'm a Vietnam veteran, loyal citizen, and taxpayer in this great state. I wish I had a suppressor for my hunting rifle as a youngster. When hunting, a single shot would cause ringing in my ears and a loss of hearing sensitivity for about 30 minutes or more. A suppressor would have reduced the amplitude of the sound by 25 or 30 dB to below the threshold of pain, which is 140 dB. Although still very loud, the sound level is below the level to cause permanent hearing loss for a one-shot event. Wearing hearing protection, though advisable in the field, limits ability to hear what's going on around me, including hearing rattlesnakes. I have gone through the federal process of purchasing a suppressor costing $200 for a tax stamp and 14-month wait. To use a suppressor, I have to keep the stamp and the trust document with the suppressor at all times. No one but the purchaser can be in possession of the suppressor. It's a real pain to go hunting and have to keep all this paperwork with you. Also, if there is a suppressor tax stamp in your name only, i.e. not in a trust, in your home and you die, your spouse is now a felon because they are in possession of a suppressor without a tax stamp in their name. My suppressor experience has demonstrated I can fire my rifle without hearing protection one time without the ear ringing or pain. The suppressor reduces the noise level so as not to annoy my neighbors when I target practice at home. A suppressor is required in some countries for hunting. In these countries, you can go into a store and buy a suppressor without a license. What a concept. Help save our hearing and eliminate the hassle of owning a suppressor by moving this bill forward for a vote in the House. Thank you.
Members, any question? Thank you, Mr. Cotton. Chair calls Rick Reinhardt. Next up will be Kevin Perez, followed by Donald Dahl, then John Franklin.
My name is Rick Reinhardt. I'm testifying for myself. I am a member of GOA, very proud of that. I'm going to make my remarks shorter than...
For the bill.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm for the bill.
All right.
I'll make them kind of short, but previously someone mentioned the study that was done on hearing protection, how that suppressors are a very positive hearing health tool. And that's why I gave you the handout. So I'll go make this very short. April 13th, 1839, the village of Waterloo became the birthplace of the capital city of the Republic. And this state is filled with history. And Waterloo is Austin. So, 3 years earlier, what would Sam Houston have said when the government, AKA Santa Ana, told him to just calm down because the government knew what was best for him and his kind? Texans are proud of their heritage, and they've stood in the face of big government's overreach, and they've drawn a line in the sand before. I ask you to be those Texans. and say enough is enough, that Texans know what's best for Texans. Please get behind and fully support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Kevin Perez. Next up will be Donald Dahl, followed by John Franklin, then Kyle Gorko.
How you doing? My name is Kevin Perez. I'm representing myself and I'm testifying for the bill. I've been in combat. Due to my combat experience, I've been on the opposite end of unsuppressed AK and RPK fire. And I can tell you that the notion that you get suppression as far as silence, there is no difference being shot at by an unsuppressed, if you're being shot at, as a suppressed one. What you are actually hearing and what that thing does not get rid of is the crack of the bullet breaking the sound barrier. That's it. That's all I really have to say.
Members, any questions for Mr. Perez? Thank you. Thank you for your service. Chair calls Donald Dahl. Next up would be John Franklin, followed by Kyle Gorko, then Destiny Hallman, then Richard Paulino.
Hi, I'm Donald Dahl. I represent myself, and I am for the bill 957. Many people don't realize that ranges are getting actually very scarce here in Texas. They're getting shut down. And the only way to do this is actually by having them required to be suppressors. It's like racetracks. How many racetracks, drag strips, oval tracks, that kind of stuff have been shut down because of noise? Years ago, we had some oval tracks out in California that were supposed to be shutting down. Me and a friend of mine came up and designed a muffler that would not reduce the horsepower of the engine, but would reduce the sound decibels enough that you could hear a noise, but it wasn't inside of a house. You could not hear it for neighbors around. Same thing with the suppressors on firearms. You can make it that the people cannot, you won't hear a loud noise far away in a house using them. You will still hear them on the range, and they're still moderately painful. Anyway, please support this bill, and I'm also very interested in how this is going to work out with using the AG to approach to make Texas only suppressors. Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair calls John Franklin. Next up will be Kyle Gorko, then Destiny Hallman, Richard Paulino, Michelle Muster.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for your time today. My name is John Franklin. I represent myself and I'm in support of HB 957. I support this bill for the simple reason that manufacturing or possessing a silencer is a victimless crime. Committing murder or aggravated assault with a firearm is already a crime, and the presence of a silencer has no bearing on the circumstances. The victim's hearing or the ability of others to hear a gunshot is irrelevant to the nature of the crime. I've read the arguments in favor of keeping restrictions on silencers. They amount to fear-mongering and nothing more. Their use in crimes are practically non-existent, and of the crimes that are committed, a large portion of those are just paperwork violations. In other words, if registration was completed and taxes paid, there would have been no crime at all. There have been calls for defunding and even eliminating the police. While I disagree with that sentiment, we must acknowledge that any confrontation between law enforcement and citizen has the potential to escalate and potentially turn deadly. Shouldn't we at least scrutinize our laws with the goal of eliminating as many victimless crimes as possible? This is a good candidate for that. The $200 tax stamp was imposed 90 years ago to make ownership prohibitively expensive. But thanks to inflation, that's no longer the case. The time has come to acknowledge the fact that silencers do not cause crime. They're a safety device for gun owners' hearing and nothing more. And I appreciate your consideration of this bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Chair calls Kyle Gorko. Afternoon, good to see you
Members
again.
of the committee, how are you?
Good.
Kyle Gorko. I'm here representing myself. I'm here in support of House Bill 957. Super short, super sweet for you. Based on the testimonies of Mr. Glass, Mr. Hodges, Mr. Zimmerman, and I'm sure as soon as Mr. Briscoe gets up here, you can copy and paste everything he has to say for me as well. That covers all the bases. Listen, guys, I don't think that this bill goes far enough. It's a great starting point. And, you know, to sum up where suppressors belong. They belong everywhere, not just Texas. Second Amendment states right to bear arms. 1700's definition of arms, abbreviated for armaments, meaning absolutely anything that would be taken into battle. So if, agents that are going to be storming someone's house can go in the front door, then you can defend yourself from adversaries from inside your home going out. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Destiny Hallman. Next up will be Richard Paulino.
Hello, my name is Destiny Hallman, and I'm in favor of HB 957. And I also want to make it real short. I'm just a big, firm believer in the Constitution, and I value my Constitution. Any law that's created in any state in this country is an infringement against our Second Amendment right. And any law will also only allow the bad people the upper hand, because every good citizen here in this country does what's right. The bad ones do not wake up in the morning and say, I will go get my suppressor approval. I will go get my license to carry. And it's that simple. Thank you.
Ms. Hallman, before you go, you didn't say who you're representing. I have you representing GOA and
Yes.
yourself?
Yes, sir.
For the bill?
Uh-huh.
Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Richard Paulino. Next up will be Michelle Mostert, George Clement, and Rachel Malone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. I'm going to keep it real short. Everybody just talked about what the facts are. The biggest thing for me is that this bill gives the opportunity for Texas to lead the way like we always have been doing. We're falling behind when it comes to freedoms, I think so. So I think it's opportunity for you guys to step up and let's push this bill through and show everybody else what we're doing across the country. Again, my name is Richard Paulino, and I am in favor, and I represent myself. So thank you guys for the opportunity, and looking forward for you guys passing this through.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Michelle Mostert. Next up will be George Clement, Rachel Malone, and Rick Briscoe.
Hello, committee and chair. My name is Michelle Mostert. I represent myself, and I'm in favor of this bill. As previously mentioned by others, I'm not going to repeat that, but I was diagnosed with moderate to severe hearing loss, so being able to use a suppressor would be very helpful for me. And, and having to wait a whole year and having that, it's not, I don't even understand why there is that bill. I mean, why we have the law, because it's not causing criminals to do more harm or, kill people. So anyway, but I'm for the bill.
All right.
Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you, Ms. Mostert. Chair calls George Clement. Rachel Malone's up next.
Hello, my name is George Clement. I'm for the bill, and I represent myself. The interesting parts of this bill, there's really two parts for me. Obviously, the suppressors, as everybody's explained, is basically, it's more about just reducing the unpleasant parts of this sport while enjoying the sport. And then really the second part of it is basically, well, to tie in there, I've always wanted to get one, but obviously there's barriers. The cost is some, then the weight is significant. It's just paperwork. It just inhibits the whole process. It seems on purpose, to be honest. The other part of it is basically the manufacturing side of this and the ability to participate in the marketplace, as Mr. Glass presented or discussed, is significantly interesting to me. I am in the, I do have a significant amount of manufacturing experience, so I would be very interested in actually participating in this marketplace. And I wouldn't be alone, I would imagine. So that would be pretty interesting. From a Texas perspective, it's, we're in the freedom-making business, so we should be able to basically allow for, remove any barriers to trade in respect to that. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Rachel Malone. Our last witness will be Rick Briscoe. The last call for anyone who may wish to testify. I need you to register very quickly. I'm sorry, Ms. Malone, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Rachel Malone. I'm representing Gun Owners of America and myself, and we are supporting HB 957. You've already heard great information from both the bill author and witnesses about what exactly a suppressor is. You can think of it like a car muffler, but for your firearm. It keeps you from having permanent hearing damage, and it brings the noise level just below the occupational hazard limit. And I'd like to illustrate that with a couple of examples. My stepdaughter wears a hearing aid to be able to hear us in everyday life. But when she shoots a firearm, it's very difficult for her to find a way to be able to shoot it without hurting her ears, but still to be able to hear us just because of the way her hearing aid works. When she shoots with a suppressor, it is so much easier. It makes firearms accessible to her. A suppressor also actually dampens the recoil a little bit, making it much easier for someone who is a little bit weaker, especially for children, to be able to safely handle the firearm. It is absolutely a safety device. Recently also, I was helping teach a teenager to shoot, and she was very excited to, but she was having trouble with the recoil and just everything all together. And using a suppressed firearm made that a much better and easier opportunity for her to be able to safely learn how to handle firearms, how to use one safely. This bill does three important things, has three components. First of all, it takes the Texas law that says it's a state crime to own a suppressor apart from federal regulations, and it gets rid of that. It repeals that because we don't agree with that. We shouldn't have that in law. The second thing it does is it establishes the class of made in Texas suppressors, as you've heard. Not subject to regulations, to federal regulations, because they have not moved in interstate commerce. And third, it establishes a path for a manufacturer, for someone who wants to manufacture these firearms, to seek judgment, to tell the Attorney General they want to, and for the Attorney General to seek that declaratory judgment. I think that's a very important distinctive of this bill. And a final example, there are many manufacturers or individuals, including my husband, who's a firearms manufacturer, would be very interested in manufacturing suppressors under this type of bill, and made in Texas. He would love to do that. He's not the only one. There are many others. I encourage you to pass this important bill. Helps our hearing, helps entrepreneurs, it helps Texas. Thank you very much.
All right. Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Malone. Our final witness is Chair calls Rick Briscoe.
Mr. Chairman and members, I'm Rick Briscoe, representing Open Carry, Texas, speaking for this very interesting bill. There are three fascinating areas of law presented by this, but I'll make a couple of very brief comments about silencer and suppressor. Under federal law, the term is silencer. Within the industry, the term is suppressor. They're the same thing. They are not Hollywood quiet. If you watch a movie, Hollywood movies is magic. They simply reduce the level of sound to a level where it's not harmful to your ears. The three legal issues involved are federalism, which Mr. Glass touched on, the balance of power between the federal central government and the dispersed states. Throughout our history, it's been an interesting push and shove and give, and continues to be. The second area is interstate commerce. There are two interstate commerce cases that I believe are controlling under existing law, which would cause me to strongly discourage anyone from actually manufacturing such a device. For example, did you use a telephone? Did you use the internet? Did you use any other instrumentality of interstate commerce? Were the materials that you used trafficked in interstate commerce? The answer to virtually all of those questions would be yes. There's the 1942 Wickard v. Filburn case that dealt with wheat production restrictions at the federal government. Even though Mr. Filburn did not sell his wheat, it was strictly for his own use, it was found to be in violation of the law because he indirectly affected the overall demand for wheat. The second case is the interesting case of Ollie's Barbecue, Katzenbach v. McClung. It dealt with the more of civil rights that are affected by interstate commerce. The third area is the constitutionality of the National Firearms Act itself. The 1934 United States v. Miller case, in which the Supreme Court supposedly upheld the National Firearms Act, is an odd case. At the trial court, the court found the act to be unconstitutional. The circuit court found it to be unconstitutional. The government appealed. In the meantime, Mr. Miller died. He was shot. He was dead when the court heard the case. Under the traditional rule of law, a criminal proceeding is abated upon the death of the defendant. It was only in the early 1970s that the court began to chip away at that doctrine in cases involving forfeitures, fines, and assets in the estate of a defendant. So the court never should have heard the case. Mr. Miller's lawyer never even showed up. That's a pretty easy case to win when there's nobody arguing against you. I'm sure Representative Lucio will find that amusing. And to top it all off, there were two members of the court who'd been Army officers in World War I and were very well aware that short-barreled shotguns had, in point of actual fact, been used in combat by the armed forces of the United States of America. And how one goes about challenging the validity of a published Supreme Court case is an interesting question that, as I said, this is a very interesting law. It represents, in my mind, pushback, which is a good thing. Perhaps we will get some action either by our Congress or perhaps our Attorney General will see to raise the question about the validity of the Miller case, because it is the sole case interpreting the National Firearms Act, and in my view, it shouldn't be worth the paper it's printed on. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Members, any questions? Chair recognizes Mr. Lucio.
I just first want to say to all the witnesses, thank you for how respectful you are in testifying today. I know it's an issue you're very passionate about. I also want to say thank you for being brief. It's a long day for us, long day for you. And to the last witness, I want to say, be careful. I've lost arguments with myself before. No, a lot to think about. I will say to the author of the bill, my family suffers from horrible hearing loss. I'm sure you've visited with my dad. And so a lot to think about on this bill. And anything we can do, I'm from South Texas, we all go to the NRA dinner, or when we had it. I hope we have it again soon. So thank you.
All right. Ever seen any other? Okay. Anyone else wishing to testify on for or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Alverson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I have to say that was literally the fastest I've ever seen us go through that many witnesses, and I'm very impressed with the testimony and the brevity and the quality of information. I just wanted to highlight a couple of quick points. I actually misspoke when I laid this bill out, and I wanted to clarify. I said that study in 2015 was published by OSHA. It was actually published, it was a joint study published by the CDC and NIOSH, which is the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. So probably even a little bit more meaningful than just an OSHA report. This was actually the Centers for Disease Control saying that this is a safety device. I think you'd find if you went around the world, at least the developed nations in Europe that we often, look to and say, well, gosh, are they doing things better than us? And I would say probably not. But in this area, it's kind of curious in that in many countries in Western Europe, it's actually easier to obtain a firearm suppressor than it is a firearm itself. In Germany, you can buy a firearm suppressor in a hardware store, and in France, it's considered rude and inappropriate to show up to the gun range without one. So we are a bit of an anachronism here in America in the way that we recognize these as dangerous devices instead of safety devices. You heard a witness talk about the supersonic crack that a rifle shot makes, and so I think that's worth remembering that even if you lower the decibel limit of the sound as it leaves the muzzle of the weapon, you can't do anything about when that bullet breaks the sound barrier, it's going to make that cracking sound. And the suppressor can't do anything about that. Even if it were a silencer, which it is not, you would still hear that rifle crack. The federal government can still enforce the National Firearms Act. We're not saying that they can't. We're just saying that the state of Texas thinks that the the inclusion of suppressors in the NFA is silly and it doesn't belong, and we opt out. And I think you heard a witness say that this is essentially the same strategy that many states have used to question whether or not the regulation of marijuana recreationally is appropriate. And so it's essentially a tried and true method for states to exert their 10th Amendment rights to say, we don't agree with this federal regulation and we're not going to play along. And finally, I just want to point out, we do have a video. Our next to last witness is the star of our video, Rachel Malone. And so if you're curious, I could get that to you. But we have a YouTube video where Rachel demonstrates actually a rifle with and without a suppressor, so you can actually see and hear the difference. And then finally, let me just say one other thing, and that is that these devices are heavy and bulky. The idea that you could put this in your pocket, that you could attach this to a concealed weapon, is just plain silly. That's a Hollywood myth. I have two of them. They both weigh over a pound, and every time I put them on the end of the rifle, the whole thing goes like this. And it adds 5 to 6 inches to the total length of the weapon. So these are not compatible with mass shootings. These are not compatible with people sneaking around and doing bad things to other people. That's just silly Hollywood stuff. I'm here to save people's hearing, and so I ask for your favorable consideration on this bill, and I close.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Do you know, excuse me, do you know how many other states have opted out?
Yes, that's a great question, Representative. We would be joining Kansas, so there is a precedent for this. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
There's no objection. The bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 2497. The chair offers up a committee substitute and recognizes Representative Parker to explain the bill.
Chairman Patty, members of the committee, it's an honor to be with you all today. Thank you so much for allowing me to come forward today and lay out the substitute here for House Bill 2497. Members, we've all heard stories from across the nation about so-called cancel culture and attempts to rewrite history. Regardless of an individual's opinion on this topic, House Bill 2497 does not seek to become a matter of partisan politics. House Bill 2497 seeks to establish the 1836 Project, an advisory committee with the goal of promoting patriotic education and increasing awareness of the rich history and values that shaped this state prior to, during, and after the year 1836. In 1836, Texas won its war for independence from Mexico, and the Republic of Texas was established. Though the Republic of Texas may not have been founded until 1836, our story would be incomplete if we did not teach our history from its earliest beginnings. In 2016, the Texas African American History Memorial was unveiled on these very Capitol grounds. At the event, Governor Abbott said, "To know where we are going, we have to understand where we came from. Chapters have been missing from the story of Texas. That changes today." House Bill 2497 does not seek to rewrite our past, nor does it seek to fabricate the history of our state. The 1836 Project intends to find the missing chapters from our story and make them available for current and future generations of Texans. Through the 1836 Project, it is my hope that we can better educate our children, ourselves, and future Texans about our entire story. The project would cover a wide array of subjects, including Texas history, civics, public policy, economic prosperity, and other topics that are part of our diverse and rich history. The 1836 Project would also inform Texans about how modern policy decisions are predicated on the principles of our founding, and create a pamphlet for new residents to provide an overview of our state's unique past. Under House Bill 2497, among various charges, the advisory committee would promote awareness of the history and events that have contributed to our state's prosperity and democratic freedom. This includes the history and stories of our indigenous peoples, our state's Spanish and Mexican heritage, and our state's rich Tejano culture. The bill allows the advisory committee to provide guidance on how best to extend the teaching of our history beyond the classroom and into the public sphere for the benefit of all Texans. The 1836 project would also produce a written report with a description of their findings and recommendations. The committee would be able to produce subsequent reports as it sees fit and appropriate. In response to my filing of this bill, Governor Abbott said, "An educated and informed public is essential to the future of our state, and I look forward to working with Representative Parker and the entire legislature to establish the 1836 project this session." Mr. Chairman and members, appreciate the opportunity to bring this before you today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Members, any questions for Mr. Parker at this time? Seeing none, we'll reserve your right to close and bring up some witnesses here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair calls Tom Glass, followed by Ed Heimlich and Amy Calhoun.
My name is Tom Glass. I'm representing myself, and I'm in favor of the bill.
Also have you representing Texas Constitutional.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Because our Constitution embodies the principles upon which our state and our nation was founded. When I think about what principles make a society work the best, I think it's the principles of a republic. A republic is designed to protect the natural individual rights of every individual. And the idea is if you take care of every individual, then the benefit of the society overall is protected. It's only when you allow one person to be sacrificed to another that that you get into problems. And so when I look at the history of Texas and I look at the history of the United States, it was founded on those principles. The problem is that the people who founded those came from a history and a milieu where those principles were not respected, and they didn't consistently apply those principles, and it took a long time, a lot of a struggle to get to the point where we realized all of those principles. But for me, the history of Texas and America is the struggle to show how liberty can protect us all. And it's in this, we need to know the story of the flaws as well as that in the shortcomings of the people who applied those principles, as well as understanding that those principles are the ones that work. Because I think America and Texas are the best place you can live because of the principles we were founded upon. And we need to teach our next generation about these principles. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Tom. Chair calls Ed Heimlich.
Thank you, Chair. I am Ed Heimlich, Executive Director of Informed Citizens at inform.org and honorquest.org, here to testify for the Texas 1836 project, with amendment requiring patriotic education be required for those elected to serve and those hired to serve in our legislature, particularly our legislative division. On our homepage is this quote from our Texas Declaration of Independence. "It is an axiom of political science that unless the people are educated and enlightened, it is idle to expect the continuance of civil liberty or the capacity for self-government." I am living proof that civil liberty has been absent from the land of Texas for at least the last 20 years. The unpaid final judgment submitted with my written testimony is proof. Our homepage also has this our mission statement, and I quote, "We will educate and inform the public. However, our efforts are primarily directed at educating those who have been entrusted with positions of employment by election or appointment into our government. Experience has shown a shocking lack of knowledge and understanding of how a republic must function to be a republic and of what is required of them for liberty and justice to prevail. I have now been active in every legislative session for the last 20 years. From this experience, I know that there are representatives on this committee that have not read our Texas Declaration of Independence, our Texas Constitution, not even the first 2 pages of that Constitution, our Texas Bill of Rights. It is obvious to any who read our Texas Bill of Rights to know that the final judgment I have is a legal obligation of the state of Texas. Section 13 decrees that all courts shall be open, and every person for an injury done him in his lands, goods, persons, or reputation shall have remedy. It is obvious the intent of this clause to provide compensatory remedy for those who have been victims of unlawful imprisonment by the state of Texas. This is obvious because the same section refers to prohibitions against excessive bail or fines, cruel or unusual punishment. It is obvious that any who have suffered a wrongful imprisonment, as I have been injured by excessive bail or fines, along with cruel and unusual punishment. The state and those who act in its name may not have known at the time, but the reversal of the conviction is proof that the state is guilty of inflicting these injuries. Remedy is required to vindicate the violation of rights, intentional or not. The right to remedy from the government is essential to secure all other unalienable rights. Without it, our public servants are no longer our servants. They become free to abuse and oppress us with impunity, as they did to me, and as you continued to do to me on their behalf. Section 29 of our Bill of Rights decrees that the right to remedy and the other rights in the Bill of Rights are accepted from the powers of government. It also decrees they are forever inviolate, with the additional decree that all laws to the contrary are void. Who among you cannot interpret the meaning of those words? You have no legal power to deprive me of my right to remedy. Rather, you have a duty to secure and honor my right to remedy. Section 29 also decrees the powers delegated to you by our Constitution are limited by our Bill of Rights and other provisions of our Constitution. It decrees that depriving me of my right to remedy secured in Section 13 is a transgression of the high powers herein delegated. In other words, it is treason.
Mr. Heimlich?
Please see my written testimony and my website.
I need you to wrap it up, please. Any questions for Mr. Heimlich? I was going to give you an opportunity to wrap up there. We just appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Please see my written testimony and my website.
Before you get up, Mr. Heimlich, just because I don't think you said this, you're representing informed citizens and yourself for the bill.
Absolutely for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Chair calls Amy Calhoun. Good afternoon. If you would state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Amy Calhoun. I represent Civics for Y'all and myself, and I'm here to testify for the bill. So first, I just want to tell you guys that this is my first time being in the State Affairs Committee, and I've really appreciated the efficiency that you guys run this with and the conversations that you facilitate here.
Thank you.
So I'm testifying in favor of this bill for Civics for Y'all. We are a student advocacy group at St. Edward's University, and our mission is to ensure that all young Texans have access to comprehensive civics education in K-12 Texas public schools. We're nonpartisan, we're not affiliated with any political party or interest group. We appreciate the goals of this legislation in relation to educating students about Texas history, civics, public policy, and economic prosperity. We believe it builds a foundation for students to appreciate and engage with their democracy. We also appreciate that this legislation is an effort to solve a crucial problem through committee research and recommendations rather than blanket over legislation. Now, I'm not lucky enough to be a native-born Texan. I believe the proper way to say that is I wasn't born here, but I got here as fast as I could. So I don't have any firsthand experience with the way that civics education and history is taught in Texas public schools, but I am a college student here. And my experience with that, I've seen firsthand how inefficient the civics education is. I've taken Texas and U.S. government classes, Texas and U.S. history classes, public policy, legislative process, and I've had professors at every level that have to derail themselves from the curriculum and backtrack to fill in foundational steps that students should have learned long before they ever occupied a seat in a college classroom. I believe you'll all agree it's in our best interest as a state to provide the highest quality public education possible in order to produce highly qualified, well-rounded graduates that can go on to become not just functioning members of society, but individuals who can contribute to making Texas a great state.
Any questions for Ms. Calhoun? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, guys.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on for or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Parker to close on the bill.
Mr. Chairman and members, again, thank you so much for allowing me to lay out the bill today. I think it's very important that we continue to never forget our history. Certainly, there's nothing that is perfect in this world. We're on a path, if you will, as a state and frankly as a nation to always improving, to continuous improvement. But to pick and choose or be selective about our history doesn't make any sense at all. And we need to make certain that we pass down through education the incredible richness and stories of this great state to make certain that future generations don't forget it. It's not something they're going to be born with. They need to be taught. We all need to be taught, and I think it's an important thing for us going forward. So with that, Mr. Chairman, members, appreciate your consideration in moving this bill forward.
Members, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Just stay right there. Committee substitute is withdrawn, and if there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 4359. The chair offers up committee substitute and recognizes Representative Parker to explain the bill.
Well, again, Chairman Patty and members of the committee, thank you so much for allowing me to come before you today with the substitute here for House Bill 4359. Now more than ever, after the devastating winter storm that members of this committee have dealt with firsthand more than anybody, we experienced, of course, in February and recognized that the subsequent impact of the storm had on our communities. Our vulnerability, of course, went to a whole nother level in terms of how we assess and think about our infrastructure. We can never forget that the safety and security of 30 million people rests on our shoulders. Texas is home to 15 military installations and over 227,000 uniformed and Department of Defense civilian personnel, making Texas one of the most strategically important states in the nation. In addition, Texas hosts an array of combat-capable military units and innovative military installations on the forefront of cutting-edge technology. Multiple governments with ties to hostile parties have performed acts of aggression towards the United States of all kinds, including critical cyber infrastructure attacks. House Bill 4359 seeks to protect the state's critical infrastructure against hostile foreign actors, including China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. One particular example is GH America. GH America is a subsidiary of a Chinese-owned energy company whose founder has strong ties to the Chinese Communist Party. GH America is currently building the Blue Hills Wind Farm in Texas's Valverde County. Valverde County is located on the southern Edwards Plateau and shares 110 miles of border with Mexico. Not only would the Blue Hills Wind Farm be able to access our critical infrastructure, including ERCOT, but the wind farm would also feature wind turbines between 400 and 700 feet tall, located less than 70 miles from Laughlin Air Force Base. The new wind turbines may block critical flight paths that are used for the testing and training of our fighter jet pilots at Laughlin. The ability of hostile foreign actors to access our electricity grid is just another security threat that poses a tremendous risk to Texas. House Bill 4359 would prohibit the governments, citizens, and businesses of certain countries that pose a threat to Texas's critical infrastructure, again, including China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, from accessing or controlling the state's communication infrastructure systems, cybersecurity systems, electric grid, hazardous waste treatment systems, and water treatment facilities. The prohibition would prevent hostile foreign actors from entering into agreements or contracts that are connected with our critical infrastructure. Lastly, House Bill 4359 would also allow the governor to designate additional countries as a threat to critical infrastructure as is necessary going forward. Members, I want to stress to you all that I'm a strong proponent of free and fair trade that benefits Texas and the United States. Trade agreements like the recently implemented United States-Mexico-Canada agreement are vital to our economic future. And I so appreciate all of you standing with me just last session as we called upon the U.S. Congress to move in support of the USMCA. House Bill 4359 simply seeks to ensure that our critical infrastructure is protected against hostile foreign actors that wish to inflict harm upon our great state and nation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. I know we've got a number of excellent witnesses that will provide testimony to you as well this afternoon.
Members, any questions at this time? Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, Tan, about what the Defense Department's jurisdiction is and how that would be integrated.
I think, Representative, I certainly can answer that, and we'll have some other conversations about it, you and I, but some of the witnesses will actually, from the military, will give you some background on that here in just a moment. But certainly what we are doing here is complementary with regard to the way that Washington views the situation, not just in the last administration, but in the present administration as well. They made statements just as recently as yesterday, specifically around concerns with these countries and these types of issues. So I think we're absolutely in lockstep and in sync, working in coordination, the state and the federal government, to be able to protect Texas and our critical infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? All right, we'll reserve your right to close and bring up the witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair calls Gary Zimmerman. And next up will be Randy Nuns, Tom Glass, Paul Hill, and Patrick Genevine.
My name is Gary Zimmerman. I'm for the bill, and I represent myself. I'm just a Texas citizen.
You're registered against the bill. Would you like? Are you for the bill?
I'm for the bill. I need to change that.
Would you like for me to change that to for?
Yes, please.
Okay. We will change your position to for the bill. So again,
my little finger didn't work earlier.
So you're representing yourself and you're for the bill?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm not an expert witness. I'm just a Texas citizen. And as a Texas citizen, this concerns me. And I wanted to testify to let you know that Texas citizens, not the experts, not the military and everybody else, to let you know that as a Texas citizen, this concerns me. This scares me and my girlfriend and our family. Second thing is as a Texas citizen, I want to keep my money here in Texas. So I don't like the idea of us contracting with foreign countries to allow our tax dollars to leave the country or even leave our state. So I like this bill because it keeps our money here in the United States, but I just wanted to let you know, as a Texas citizen, this concerns me and this scares me for our safety of ourselves here in Texas and in the United States. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Chair calls Randy Nuns. Next up will be Tom Glass, Paul Hill, Patrick Genevine, and Robert Spaulding.
I'm Randy Nuns. I'm a landowner in Val Verde County, president of the Devil's River Conservancy. Again, thank you, everyone, for letting me have a brief testimony here. We are in favor of this bill as well, 4359, for the reasons that are laid out there. I can just add a little more color that we have visited with the owner. He goes by Chairman Sun Guanjin, and his lieutenants as well, and tried to negotiate traditional uses of the land. And everything Stephen Lindsay said has been very upfront with us, and we appreciate his honesty. But what I want to leave with is, if Xi Jinping wants them to do something through this privately owned Chinese corporation in Texas, they don't have a choice. We all know that. And so I'll leave the national security commentary to some experts that are upcoming. So thank you.
All right, and have you representing Devil's River Conservancy and yourself for the bill, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Tom Glass. Next up will be Paul Hill.
My name is Tom Glass. I represent myself and Protect the Texas Grid, and we are in favor of this bill. Although I have a law degree and a license, my career was in IT security for a major oil company. And in fact, bulk of that career was spent in trying to stop people from hacking into our networks and also figuring out a way for how vendors and business partners could access our networks in a way that would not compromise the security of the rest of the network. So when you've got hostile actors that you're trying to stop from hacking and destroying things, having a rule that says you shouldn't allow somebody that's under the control of the hostile actors to access the most critical parts of your infrastructure is a very good security rule. And I don't think anybody will dispute that North Korea and Iran want to do us harm, or even China or Russia. And I don't think anybody would dispute all of the evidence that there are constant cyber attacks coming at us all the time. One of the things I read fiction along the way. I've read Tom Clancy, and one of the Tom Clancy novels I read was The Bear and the Dragon. And one of the things that I've thought was fascinating about that novel, which of course is supposed to be fiction, but usually it's acknowledged later on to be technically true, is that AT&T had in this fictional book, let's put it this way, in this fictional book, AT&T had embedded in their software and their hardware the capability for people to access a PBX switch in modem home back to the CIA. And it was used in this fictional book. A piece of AT&T equipment was installed in China in the premier's office and was used to compromise what was going on in the intergovernment of China. I figure that's probably true, but I also know it's true that other foreign governments who are producing equipment in their countries want to do the same thing to us, and this bill will go a long way toward helping them stop that happening. So thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Tom. Let the record reflect that Vice Chair Hernandez is present.
Chair recognizes Paul Hale. Paul Hale. Shown for the bill, but did not testify. Chair recognizes Patrick Genevine. Genevine. That's all.
Thank you all again. My name's Patrick Genevine. I'm a Texan representing myself, and I'm for the bill. My wife and I live in Dallas, and our Dallas-based company, Tong Energy Group, has worked with the People's Republic of China, sole supplier of military aircraft since 1995. The sole supplier of military aircraft is called AVIC for short, or the Aviation Industry Corporation of China. Tong maintained, or in Chinese we say Tong, in Texas we say Tang, but Tong maintained an office in Ulaanbaatar, Xinjiang in Western China, and I traveled extensively around Xinjiang and cultivated an intimate understanding of the governing party's operating methods. For decades, Tong worked with AVIC to mutual benefit. Most notably, we worked on gas-fired power plants in Western China and even to Jamaica. In 2001, we started a company to make blades for wind turbines, and we grew that to the second biggest blade maker in the world. As Xi Jinping struggled to ascend to the Communist Party's highest leadership position, AVIC's treatment of foreigners rapidly deteriorated. In the People's Republic of China, AVIC irrigated our joint venture assets to fully own PRC companies. In Texas, They diverted financing from our joint venture company, they hired our general manager, and they stole a wind farm. Because of my experience with and challenge of finding evidence about PRC-controlled entities to support judicial determinations, I formed Point Bellow, a Dallas-based business intelligence company. Today, I'm here to express grave concerns regarding GH America's ambitions for its property use in Valverde County. I have had firsthand experience with the Communist Party's policies and pressures. Examples of the Communist Party's policies and pressures include their military civil fusion policy that requires the PLA to overtake technologies and even civilians. Xi Jinping himself, the paramount leader in China, that's how they describe him, chairs the top-level MCF, or Military Civil Fusion Committee in China, leaving no doubt that Mr. Soon will follow the party's objectives. Mr. Soon's alternative will be to be disappeared as a fugitive to the PRC system. A series of PRC laws compel Chinese to relay information, including intellectual property, and foreign countries' military activities to CPC authorities. The test for Chinese-ness in the PRC's current laws is if you see somebody that looks of Chinese descent, when you look in the mirror, the Communist Party of China has jurisdiction over you. On the PRC's East Coast, wind farm developers built pads for towers that the PLA confiscated for missile batteries. For decades, the CPC has relegated many soldiers retiring from the armed wing of the Communist Party, also known as the PLA, to Xinjiang, or New Territory. They did this to reduce the risk of rebellion in Beijing, but to support the ethnic Han diaspora into adjacent territories.
Sir, if you could start wrapping up your testimony, please.
I'm sorry, what?
If you could please start wrapping up your testimony.
Okay, I'm getting there. The intent is clear and proven by my personal experience and past actors such as Rawls Corporation. The president of AVEX, Ascendant Renewable Energy, stated that if I heard the full story of the Rawls Corporation wind farm plans in Oregon, I would need a shower. For reference, Rawls Corporation took its name from Rawls, Texas, where its parent company, Sinee, built its first wind farm in the United States. AVIC provided the financing for the Texas and Oregon projects. CFIUS unwound the Rawls Oregon project because of its blatant nefarious intent. Factors contributing to GH America's capability to threaten Texans include wind turbine operations can mask the use of electricity for immediate local needs. Second, interconnection to the Texas grid creates capabilities to disrupt ERCOT operations. Imagine if GH had aggravated ERCOT brittleness in February this year. Wind towers provide height advantages for sensors. And beyond that, networking those sensors creates strategic scale intelligence amplifying threats to the United States. To take, the CFIUS process does not catch all threats, and Texans cannot count on national level organizations to protect Texas.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Chair calls Robert Spalding.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Spalding. I'm a retired Air Force Brigadier General. I'm testifying in support of the bill, and I'm representing myself and a Texas company, Semper, that's devoted to secure telecommunications and computing infrastructure. I spent 30 years, almost 30 years in the Air Force, learning how to take apart electric grids as a B-2 pilot. That was my job on behalf of the United States. What I learned leading a team of experts from 2014 to 2016, advising the chairman of the Joint Chiefs on our competition with China, the industrial, the economic, the political, the academic, and the technological aspects of that competition that are built today in our national security strategy, was that everything I had learned about taking apart a grid was being done in different ways, using finance, using technology, buying the grid, owning the grid,
the ability to take out the grid with a JDAM, which I dropped out of a B2, was just as effective by building or owning or controlling the technology that went into it. So I think this is a tremendous challenge for the United States, and it's one that I asked the Air Force to let me retire early from service so that I could fight it on the outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Stephen Lindsay. Stephen Lindsay.
Hello, my name is Stephen Lindsay, Vice President, CFIUS Security Officer for GH America Investment Groups. I'm testifying on the bill. Obviously, there's been a lot of discussion about the activity of the GH Group. I just want to make sure that I can clarify some of the points. Currently, their intent is, as a landowner, to basically develop that property to the point of receiving regulatory approval to look at selling that asset to either a U.S. or a NATO-friendly company. GH went through a CFIUS review in 2015 for the acquisition of their Barnett Shale natural gas asset, which they currently operate and I co-manage. And in 2020, they completed a year-long review, which I took them through on amending the CFIUS agreement. As the previous speakers discussed, CFIUS is not a catch-all, but if I were looking at the current bill, and I think it's a very advisable bill, I would also include a provision about CFIUS to leverage the U.S. national security and U.S. review from a federal point of any foreign actor. Not just the ones that are listed, but for any foreign entity that is looking at developing critical infrastructure. Texas availing itself in a complementary fashion of the CFIUS process, of the OFAC process, Office of Foreign Asset Control, and any other mitigation agreements that are entered into is only going to further insulate Texas and provide more of a robust nature for the proposed bill. In addition, we have a pending mitigation agreement with the Department of Defense and the U.S. Air Force around mitigating flight impacts to Laughlin Air Force Base. That includes flight training routes, as well as any critical infrastructure and any concern about national security. And as I said in my previous testimony as a CFIUS security officer, I have an obligation to report to my case officer in the Pentagon about activity that GH undertakes. And if at any point that activity has a concern or a threat about national security, I have an obligation to provide that information back to my case officer. And that's one thing that CFIUS would provide for any foreign entity that's operating in Texas, is the fact that you have an individual that is assigned that has to at least be able to attain a secret clearance, if not higher, that has that direct conduit. That person can't be fired. They can't be retaliated against. And so long as that CFIUS agreement is in place, that person has to be employed and has to have access. And I'll close with, if any of those terms are violated from a CFIUS standpoint, the U.S. government can force an immediate divestiture, as has happened with Rawls, as has happened with TikTok, where CFIUS basically declared that that asset had to be divested. And so that's really the teeth that this bill could be coupled with, which is you have the power of the federal government behind you to force a divestiture if any group, foreign entity turns out to be a bad actor. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? Are you registered, sir?
I couldn't get the registration to work from my phone.
Okay.
If you'll please see, Mr. Fuentes.
sorry for the delay. Thanks for your time.
Chair calls Kyle Bass, if you
Yeah.
put your name, who you represent, and your position on the
My name's Kyle Bass. I represent myself, and I am for the bill. As I sit here today, listening to this testimony, I can't help but take a step back and think, well, first of all, I'll give you some qualifications. I sit on the Council on Foreign Relations. I've studied China's financial system for 15 years. I work with the U.S. government in very many different capacities and representing myself and our country. I sit on the board of the Texas Department of Public Safety Foundation. I sit on the board of the Texas Wildlife Association, and I care very much about our state. And what I'm hearing here is we have a Chinese state-owned company setting up U.S.-based companies to buy wind farms in areas that have very low wind values. This wind farm sits between our most active training military base for the Air Force and the border. They want to build 700-foot windmills that will have line of sight into our Air Force base and to the border. And if you put transponders on each of these particular windmills, you can have a networked effect where you can map anything that flies by and anything within a multi-mile radius of these things. It's unconscionable for me to sit in the crowd today and hear that a Chinese state-owned company run by a former PLA general that has 6,000 Communist Party employees working for him is sitting here in our state and wants to plug directly into our grid. They want to plug directly into ERCOT. I think we just realized how fragile our own grid is. And here we have a Chinese state-owned company setting up U.S. subsidiaries wanting to plug directly into our grid. I don't even know where to begin from a national security perspective. You just heard from Brigadier General Rob Spalding, he was the U.S. DOD's attaché to China. He lived in Beijing, and he advised the Trump administration for 4 years on our power competition with China. The Director of National Security, or Director of National Intelligence, of the United States issued a report today naming China as the #1 threat to U.S. national security. How on earth can we allow this to happen? So I appreciate you hearing me out. I'm happy to supply you with written testimony. I was going to stay quiet today, but I just couldn't do it. I appreciate you hearing me, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Chairman Raymond.
Just believe me, as I said earlier, because I know you've been sitting out here, so you've listened to us go back and forth on other bills in this subject. But I want to make sure something is clarified for me. Maybe the author of the bill, my good friend Chairman Parker, will. You said state-owned, or what did you say? Your testimony was a state-owned company, or what did you say about?
Yeah, when you look, okay, so first of all, we've done an in-depth analysis of who owns this company, where it's based, where it's founded, where General's son is from, or Chairman's son, or whatever you want to call the owner of this company. And he's based in Xinjiang. Xinjiang is where the genocide is happening. As you know, our State Department has labeled the Chinese government as a genocidal regime committing crimes against humanity for their internment of prisoners of consciousness in this region. And we've hired agencies to go into understanding the exact lineage and depth of who owns this company and who's running it, and we're happy to supply you with that data.
I'm sorry, we?
I worked in conjunction with Julie from the Devil's River Conservation Authority on investigating the ownership of this company.
Okay, and has that been submitted?
It hasn't, but we will get what we can to you.
Yeah, because I hadn't, again, I understand the concern. Clearly, I understand the concern about the connection and all that, but, you know, if you're going to say it's state-owned, obviously that takes this to another level, right?
Correct.
And I don't think I had heard my colleagues who are carrying these bills say that.
We will give you an in-depth analysis in a day or two. We'll present it to you in the committee.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Parker to close on the bill.
Madam Chair, members, thank you all so much for allowing me to lay out this bill. As you've heard from the testimony, it's critically important that we address this issue. I'm so grateful to Brigadier General Spalding, to Kyle Bass, and so many that have provided their testimony today after waiting all day for this opportunity. My good friend, Chairman Raymond, you know, I'm happy to take you through the details of this. We can go offline and talk about the structure, but, you know, this entity is owned by the Communist Chinese Party. And so the issue, what we're trying to address with the bill is ownership and control of these types of entities that affect these critical infrastructure elements for Texas. And as I said earlier, I do not have any desire to do anything but be a free and fair trade guy with any country in the world that wants to be a true partner and work with us to build greater prosperity for themselves and for our fellow Texans. But this is specifically focused on targeting those hostile entities and their shell companies and so forth from coming into Texas and doing us harm, pure and simple. So I look forward to working with you, Chairman Raymond, and obviously with Chairman Hernandez and Chairman Patty and all the leadership of this committee to move this extraordinarily important and timely piece of legislation through the process.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Representative Parker.
Thank you, Chairman Hernandez.
Withdrawn, and if there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 2275 and recognizes Representatives Wiener to explain the bill.
Thank you so much, Chair Hernandez and the other members of the committee, and it's an honor to be presenting House Bill 2275 to you today. This legislation seeks to provide grant fundings for improvements to local infrastructure to ensure that Texas is resilient in the face of future emergency events, while also putting Texans back to work. My office is working on a committee substitute for this bill. Unfortunately, we received it back at midnight, so I am laying out the original filed version of the bill for you today. But I will be discussing some of the options we are considering as we move forward with this legislation. 2 months ago today, Texans went to bed thinking we needed to conserve a little bit of power in the evening, and we woke up without power. And that, unfortunately, was only the first of several dominoes to fall. We lost power, we lost water to over 14 million Texans. The personal low point for me, where I was struggling the most with hope, was when St. David's Hospital here in South Austin had to be evacuated because of combined issues with power and water. I know this committee has had a lot of discussion about the underlying issues of the blackout and various ways to address it. This legislation is not about the underlying causes, it's about the exacerbating factors because of needed investments in local infrastructure. We have a unique opportunity right now to leverage the federal dollars coming into the state of Texas to make sure that our electrical grid, our water and wastewater systems, and our hospitals have what they need to be resilient in times of crisis. Members, we lost an estimated 111 Texans during that blackout, and we know that number is probably low. At least 4.5 million Texas homes and businesses were without power, and as I mentioned earlier, over 14 million Texans faced significant water disruptions. Members, I believe in resiliency, and a core part of resiliency is creating redundancy in our system so that if one thing goes wrong, something else is prepared to step up and take its place. In conversations with local electric providers, water utilities, and local governments, we developed some ideas and some solutions, things that will make sure that these critical facilities can respond, not only in an extreme winter event or an extreme summer event, but in any type of crisis that might affect our power systems. Some of the specific ideas that came up for electric, funding smart metering, which both enables smarter rolling of homes and businesses if there is not adequate power, but also enables demand response, which can help prevent a blackout. Smart metering also can allow an electric provider to prioritize and protect individual properties where someone can't lose power because their life may be in danger due to a need for medical equipment. On the electric side, we also can create energy efficiency programs so that we can respond on the demand side and not just the electricity generation side. And we can also incentivize distributed energy production, which provides more resiliency when we lose large facilities, if we have small backups distributed around the state. On the water side, we can do things as simple as putting a well house over a well so that if it freezes, they can insulate and heat that building. We can build out reserve power supplies, such as on-site generation or combination solar battery systems to allow those facilities to stay up and pumping water even if they lose generation. We can also improve some of the communication systems between our water systems and build connectivity to neighboring water suppliers so that neighbors can rely on each other in times of crisis. And for hospitals, we can help them get backup generation. I'll note that this is something that most of our urban hospital systems have access to, but it's something our rural hospitals struggle with. And we can help our hospitals have more on-site water storage so that they can continue to provide essential functions as a hospital if their service is interrupted. So this legislation is designed to funnel dollars into grant programs. It creates two different funds in concert with its HJR companion. The Water Infrastructure Resiliency Fund, which would funnel money to Texas Water Development Board for these resiliency projects. And then the Critical Infrastructure Resiliency Fund, which would, as written, would have an electric grid improvement account, a medical infrastructure resiliency account, and the local communications resiliency account. Members, I do want to be clear that the local communications infrastructure piece is one we will likely be removing from this bill. As written, eligible entities include municipally owned electric utilities, electric co-ops, investor-owned electric utilities, government-owned hospitals, and private for-profit and nonprofit hospitals, as well as water providers, including municipal water providers, public utility agencies, and for-profit water providers. We are in active conversations about which of those providers we believe should remain in the bill. The legislation does, as written, contain a match requirement, different amounts for different entities, 10% for municipal and nonprofit entities, and 50% for for-profit, again, as written. We have contingency riders sitting in the budget for this legislation. That number right now is sitting at $1 billion. I know that's a big number, members, but we are seeing a lot of federal dollars come down, and we are going to need opportunities to spend them. And some of those federal dollars we believe will be set specifically for infrastructure investment. The riders are currently written to pull $10 billion from the Economic Stabilization Fund, but I anticipate that if this is successful, we would be able to shift those dollars around and focus on these federal dollars that are available. Members, just yesterday, we had ERCOT put out a request for energy conservation. I have to say, as I'm sure Representative Lucio would agree, I was very glad to see them communicate that proactively with us. But I think it also made us nervous. I know it made many of my constituents nervous, and I know there are some reasons for that that don't necessarily translate to August. But we as a state have a responsibility to be prepared. That is the goal of this legislation, is to make sure that we are putting our best foot forward whenever we enter any particular type of crisis. We do have a representative from Texas Water Development Board here today who's available as a resource witness. And then we have a few folks who work at utilities ready to talk about some of the opportunities as well. So members, I appreciate your time. And if there are any questions, I'd love to answer them. If not, I respectfully reserve my right to close.
Thank you, Chairman Raymond.
Excuse me?
Chair recognizes Chairman Raymond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, I don't know if you said this already, but would you like to tell us how this compares to House Bill 2000 by Chairman Huberty relating to the funding of utility reliability projects by the Texas Water Development Board and other entities?
Yes, I'd love to. I do want to note that I have not had a chance to review the committee sub that I believe y'all have either already voted out or will be voting out today. So I've not.
We don't,
Huh?
we haven't voted, have we, Madam Chair?
We have not
Okay.
been laid out today.
Well, I have not seen the committee sub, and I know that's an evolving piece of legislation. But based on my understanding of where that legislation is and is going, one of the key differences of this is a grant program. And I believe that Chairman Huberty's loan proposal is a good one, but I think we do need more than one tack here. Chairman Huberty's bill also specifically addresses electric generation. My legislation does not. It stays focused on local utility providers and hospitals. So I think that distinguishes it. We also funneled some of the money through Texas Water Development Board, but just the money that is for water systems. We're asking Texas Department of Emergency Management to administer the dollars for hospitals and energy systems. And the reason we're doing that is because they are the ones who saw these failures on the ground, and we think are best prepared to weigh which projects the dollars can best serve. I think the last difference is, well, I actually will say these both these bills have something in common, which is they're based on work done by our speaker before he was speaker. Chairman Huberty's bill is based on the SWIFT program. My legislation was very closely modeled on the Flood Infrastructure Fund. And some of our goal with this is to get dollars on the ground quickly and fast, and to be able to move those federal dollars. It's not to create a long-term revolving program. And so I think that's, again, one of the key differences there.
Any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, one of the questions I was going to ask you was about the revolving fund. So it's not a revolving fund. It's strictly a grant with a match.
Yes. Now, theoretically, the way this is set up, future dollars could be put into it in the future. But we decided the way to do this most quickly and to make sure that the entities had the capacity, or our governmental entities had the capacity to get it out smoothly without building a new program was a grant system in particular. I know Texas Water Development Board has a lot of experience with revolving loans, and but Texas Department of Emergency Management does not. They do administer grant funds, and so we thought that was more appropriate. And again, we do have these significant federal dollars coming down.
Are you referring to the federal dollars that have already been approved, or are you talking about the infrastructure dollars that are going to be approved?
Yes, both pieces exist. Texas anticipates that under the American Rescue Plan, we're going to get $16.7 billion in fiscal relief fund. The list of what we can spend that on, as we understand it now, is longer than the list of what we can't. And I think it would be very wise for us to consider a major infrastructure investment with those dollars. But in addition, the presidential administration has rolled out a $2 trillion infrastructure plan. I ran some rough numbers on it. If Texas got those dollars in proportion to our population, we'd receive about 8% of those dollars, which would be about $160 billion that would be committed to infrastructure. And one of the items that is specifically listed in that plan is, they include both water and wastewater infrastructure and electric grid upgrades. So I think we as the state of Texas, if those dollars come down, should take them at their word and get those dollars into our utility systems so that we never have anything like this happen again in Texas.
But you currently have in the budget a contingency for $1 billion, is that what you said?
Yes. Yeah, and 700,000 of that is in Article 3 for TDIM, 300,000 of that is in Article 6 for Texas Water Development Board. I will be frank, those are placeholder numbers, and we'll have to keep discussing the possibilities if this is something, this committee and our body wants to move forward with.
ESF is another possibility.
The ESF is actually what we currently wrote in, but given the state of our fiscal year, I think we would anticipate a change out.
And that's what Representative Huberty's looking at as the ESF. I mean, you were talking about the differences and the similarities. I believe that's what he's looking at as well, is he not?
I believe so, yes.
And so we already have infrastructure funds through ESF. You mentioned SWIFT. We've already got for water infrastructure, got highway.
Flood infrastructure as well.
Yeah, so this is one more use of these one-time funds, which actually the rating agencies, Standard & Poor's, those sorts, not only look at what what you have, that you have something in your fund, but they look at investment in infrastructure, so that does seem like an appropriate place to look. But the federal dollars would be even better if they actually can be utilized.
Yeah. Well, I think we're pretty confident that the 16.7 can be used for that. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of questions as a body for how we use those dollars. But I certainly think the people of Texas are going to feel better if we invest in infrastructure. I think business is going to feel better if they see us invest in infrastructure. Quite frankly, we as a state got a pretty big black eye 2 months ago, and we need to do some work to rebuild public and business confidence in our systems.
Well, I appreciate what you're looking at here, because we've been looking at the generation part, the weatherization there and the infrastructure there. But this is taking us to the end point where we're actually looking at the utilities, the local utilities and the hospitals and critical infrastructure at that point. So we definitely need to be considering the whole system for sure. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think, to me, one of the strengths of this is that it doesn't just address a cold weather event or a generation failure event. This would also protect a rural hospital if a nearby tornado took out the power lines and created enough damage that took a couple days to get them back up and running.
Well, and as you mentioned, the hospital here and the water, and this was clearly, I think everybody recognizes a lot more than they might have before, the nexus of water and energy, and how you've got to take care of both.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No further questions. We'll proceed with testimony. Chair calls Julia Harvey.
Afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members. I'm Julia Harvey on behalf of Texas Electric Cooperatives, and I'm testifying in support of HB 2275. Thank you, Representative Zwiener. We appreciate this proposal. It creates a critical infrastructure fund to provide grants to entities, including electric cooperatives, to make improvements that would enable the system to better withstand emergency events. We believe co-ops are in a good position to take advantage of this program because it focuses on localized improvements, and since we're owned and governed by the community, we have insight into the best location for these types of upgrades and the relationships to partner with other eligible entities under the bill. We also like that the bill creates opportunities for water systems and hospitals to acquire backup power supply to sustain service during emergencies, because as much as we try to keep those critical facilities online, it may not always be possible. And so this, we think can be very important to maintaining service at these critical locations. And so with that, thank you. I'm available for questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Tyler Forth.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hernandez, members of the committee. Thank you, Representative Zwiener. My name is Tyler Yorth, and I'm Assistant Director of Public Services with the City of San Marcos. I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 2275 related to critical infrastructure resiliency and financing, particularly as it relates to electrical and water infrastructure. I wanted to share with you today a few things that we saw as utility owners in San Marcos, and let you know how we would utilize these funds if we were to receive them. On Monday morning, February 15th, when rolling outages began, our substation cycled on and off. My line workers began chasing the rolling outages to ensure as many customers as possible had power when it was available in their areas of town. We realized that we often remediated problems in one part of a circuit, but were not aware that a downstream problem also existed at the same time. Our response times were negatively impacted when we responded to calls as they came in and addressed those outages, only to learn later that customers only 1 or 2 streets away were still without power, but we had already left the area and dispatched to other parts of town. Last, after the rolling outages ended, we had to ask our customers to call back again if they were still without power so we could begin addressing their local problems. Simply put, a lack of visibility at the individual customer level prevented us from knowing when and where localized problems were. This left a large number of our customers in the dark and cold for longer than necessary because we simply could not discern the condition at their individual meters. Smart technology with fully protected and backup power city network infrastructure is essential to providing that visibility, improving outage response, and in some cases would have eliminated lengthy outages. On the water side, our backup generation is well maintained and was effective for the first 2 days, although we did have a few failures. But we learned that some units are not sized adequately to handle these lengthy outages, and most of these did not have fuel systems that are designed for extended long-term conditions like we saw. More and larger units with high-capacity fuel systems are needed to ensure safe and reliable water delivery and wastewater processing. At our wells, in our pump stations, and in our processing plants, we also had equipment issues that weatherization and hardening would address, including problems with lubrication systems, frozen sensor lines, and frozen or broken piping. The City of San Marcos has identified a large number of improvement opportunities, but with limited funding available after we meet our other customer needs, it will be years and maybe longer before we can independently fund and install the systems we need to avoid a repeat event of Winter Storm Uri. Additionally, with these grants, we would be able to take on these projects without passing those costs directly on to our customers. I respectfully request your support of this bill to provide matching funds to be used for hardening our electrical and water wastewater systems, allowing us to maintain the safety and health of our utility customers in the most difficult of circumstances. Thank you for your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Cyrus Reed.
Thank you. For the record, Cyrus Reed, Lone Star Chapter of the Sierra Club. I signed up on the bill in part because I know it's a work in progress, and Ms. Weiner did tell me that she was working on a committee sub, so I'm always nervous about signing up on bills till I've seen the committee sub. That being said, very much appreciate the intent of the bill, which is a good one, which is to provide grants for resiliency, mainly in water and electric. Just a few concerns or issues. One was just making sure that there's some language around, the competitive market, and that we're not talking about new large generation. We're just talking about distributed generation for the use on site. And then I'm going to agree with Representative Zwiener that there's a lot we could do on the demand side, both in electric and water infrastructure, and thinking about language to make that clear that we can use smart meters and energy efficiency, even loan programs, revolving loan programs. There's a lot we could do. When I saw the notice from ERCOT yesterday, I was saying, that's fantastic that ERCOT is telling us to conserve power. We should do that. What if we had the mechanisms in place to automatically be conserving power and not get in these situations in the first place? So I think there's a lot that could be done with this bill, and I would agree with her. There's a lot of federal money coming down, both for assistance to individuals and governments, both on the water and electric side. So I think the money's there. So if there isn't $1 billion in ESF, maybe there's a way to get something there to match some of those federal dollars. And I think you'll help a lot of people. The statistics I heard, Representative Zwiener, were more like 200 people died from Uri. And a lot of that were people in homes that weren't weatherized and were exposed to cold temperatures. So I think there's a lot that can be done with this bill. And my guess is we'll be supporting the committee sub, just haven't seen it. Thanks so much.
Any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Howard.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Cyrus, are you saying that you would see this as being a vehicle for doing things actually in the homes?
Potentially through, would be obviously through a government entity. I don't think this is talking about direct grants to people, but it is talking about grants to cities, which then can use it for those purposes.
So I understand that, I don't remember what the exact number is, but I believe out of those almost 200 that died, somewhere low teens to mid-teens actually died of carbon monoxide poisoning. And I know that most of us have smoke detectors in our homes, but a lot of us probably don't have the carbon monoxide warnings in our homes. So this could be something perhaps the community could decide that they wanted to invest in and put in.
Yeah, but
The kind of thing that.
presumably, I mean, I was thinking more that, as an example, a city could could create a revolving loan program for energy efficiency to weatherize homes, so that you were comfortable if you had these emergencies, but you'd also be saving energy. But as she mentioned, smart meters and smart appliances, there's a lot we could do where consumers could automatically turn down or up, depending on which season you're in, both their appliances and their thermostat, and therefore not get in those emergency situations. That'd be particularly useful for some of the smaller, San Marcos, some of the smaller municipalities could do a lot with that and really help their consumers, but also in nursing homes and other places that are critical.
Thank you.
And obviously there's a nexus between water and energy that's very important.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Chair calls Kenneth Flippin. Kenneth Flippin. For them registered for the bill but did not testify. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? Not, Chair recognizes Representative Weiner to close on the bill.
Members, thank you so much for hearing the testimony on House Bill 2275. I do want to note that the bill as written is structured so that we mention possible resiliency projects, but it is open language. So the idea is that entities would come to the agencies, navigate their grant process, say, we can do X with Y dollars. Here is our story of why that will make us more resilient. And some of the reason we went that way is, I talked to the 17 water providers in my district. I did not know I had that many before this storm. And they all had different reasons that things went wrong. I mean, there were some patterns, but everybody had slightly different needs. And so we don't want to be overly prescriptive. I do think the way this is written, there could be energy efficiency pass-through programs. I will also note that we have had conversations about whether or not something where we funnel some dollars to TDHCA to do energy efficiency has also been discussed. Obviously, that's not in the bill as written, but that is an idea we have had. So I certainly envision that pass-through programs could be a possibility. Another conversation we've had, especially with some of the questions about whether or not the state constitutionally can pass money to for-profit entities, is wondering if for the for-profit electrical providers, pass-through programs should be the only allowed usage, so that things do get directly to Texans either for energy efficiency or for distributed energy production. So those are some of the pieces we're looking at. Members, I'm going to cheat off my close from Energy Resources yesterday.
There's a question before you close.
Oh,
Chair recognizes Chairman Deschateau.
Oh, yes. And I was looking at your eligibility, and I don't know what your committee substitute would have, but in earlier testimony regarding the outage that we talked about the gas supply and the need for some sort of redundancy on their compression stations and gathering stations where you'd have backup generation if the electricity went out that was powering the compression, then it couldn't get down to the generation place. So I think that they should qualify, would be able to qualify as for these federal dollars to help the redundancy along the gas line system. That I don't know if you were intending to include that or if that's coming under your electrical portion of the.
Yeah, thus far I was not, and we discussed a little bit earlier some of the differences between this bill and House Bill 2000. I think House Bill 2000 is more targeted at the production side of energy.
Okay.
And so we decided to leave that territory to Representative Huberty and focus on our closer to home utilities, which doesn't mean I disagree with you, but I don't think we're envisioning this bill as that vehicle right now.
Okay. I see that. And you mentioned someone saying that there was a question of whether or not government entities could give money to private companies. What was that?
I know that some of the questions that have come around these various conversations, and I think they're both legal questions and political questions. So we've sort of.
I think we do it all the time under we call them tax credits. I mean, we actually do support private industry with government money. So just whoever tells you that, I mean, I would ask them to explain the difference.
Okay, we will. Yeah, we're trying to figure out the best way to target these dollars to who need it the most. I will note that with retail electrical providers versus co-ops and municipals, retail electric providers are a little more likely to have already invested in things like smart metering because it affects their bottom line more directly, whereas it's a little bit harder for municipal providers and co-ops to go invest in those technologies without directly passing that cost onto their members or constituents. So I do think there's a little bit more of a need on that end as well. Any other questions? So I'll go ahead and crib off that close from yesterday. I am the daughter of an Eagle Scout. I am the sister to an Eagle Scout. I have a grandfather who was an Eagle Scout and 3 uncles. And so I have heard the word Semper Paratus a lot in my life. We should always be prepared. We got caught unprepared 2 months ago. This bill does not solve every problem that contributed to the blackout, but it does address some of the critical issues with our local infrastructure resiliency that exacerbated the crisis and made it much more painful for our consumers, or not our consumers, our constituents. I know that the pain of the blackouts and the lack of heat were acute for our constituents, and I also know the water system failures that followed them were acute. And I'm thinking back to the testimony from the city of San Marcos, where they couldn't identify whose power was out. I don't know what y'all were doing during the blackout, but a lot of what I was doing was trying to help my local electric providers understand which areas had these persistent outages that weren't part of being rolled. These investments can prevent a lot of that suffering. And so I would ask you members to consider this bill favorably. And with that, I close.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Zwiener. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 4507 and recognizes Representative Schofield to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As many of us are aware, Congress is looking at legislation that might vastly change the way elections are conducted. And this bill involves the implementation in Texas and also the preservation of Texas legislature's prerogative to set the manner of voting in the state. The U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 4, gives Congress the right to set the time, place, and manner of elections for Congress, for the Senate and the U.S. House, but leaves to the states the ability to set the time, place, and manner of their own elections. This bill has basically 4 parts to it. The first part, it says that if any part of the federal act is thrown out, that our prior law would remain in effect or would go back into effect. That's Section 1 of the bill by itself. Sections 2, 3, and 4 deal with temporary measures to implement the federal law. They're labeled A, B, and C. And to the extent that we are not in session, as you know, we are not in session 3/4 of the time, the Secretary of State, in consultation with the chairs and vice chairs of the standing committees of the Senate and House that have jurisdiction over elections, would make rules to implement the new federal procedures in a manner that doesn't substantively modify the election laws that we have in this state that the legislature has enacted. The second part, subsection B, there are there are major changes contemplated in the federal legislation, which hasn't passed yet, to voter registration, some of which are in direct conflict with Texas law. What this would do, in order to make sure that we have the ability to preserve our prerogative, it would separate out anyone who's registering to vote using the federal law that isn't using the Texas state law. So if you're doing something that we would not consider valid voter registration in Texas, you register to vote, but we're putting you in a pool where you're registered for the federal elections. And that's the way the U.S. Constitution works. Under Article 1, Section 4, Congress has the right to set the time, place, and manner for federal elections, but not for ours. And 2 states in particular, including the one I grew up in, actually have their elections for their state offices in the odd-numbered year and don't commingle with the federal elections whatsoever. Subsection C of the bill, which is on page 3 here, says that if the federal law modifies the conduct of our elections or federal elections in a manner that just substantively conflicts with our election laws, that the Secretary of State will be given the authority to make a rule to move our election date to a different time so we can maintain our ability as Texas legislators to write the election code that governs the elections for state and local officers in the state of Texas. The Secretary of State's office told me that they believe that they would need further language in here that gave them some guidance into when to set the elections for, whether it's a certain number of days after or whenever it would be. But it is my belief, any of you who know me and know my legislation, I am a stickler for every level of government doing its job and only its job. And there's a reason why I ran for this office that only pays $600 a month and makes it really hard to make a living, because this is the level at which policy for the state is supposed to be written. Not in Congress, not in the local level, at the Texas legislature. We are to write the statutes, including the election code. I've had bills and I've had discussions in committees on other bills where somebody's trying to usurp our authority to make the laws for Texas in any number of fields. And I always say it is the legislature's prerogative to write legislation for the state of Texas. That includes Article 1, Section 4's provision that only we get to determine the time, place, and manner for Texas state and local elections. I believe there are some witnesses. I'm not exactly sure, but I will take whatever questions you all have, and then I would reserve the right to close, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Chairman Raymond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. So I'm trying to, and you probably said it, but it's 5:30 and we've been here all day and we got a ways to go. So forgive me and bear with me if you said this already. Is this specific to just when you say Section 2, well, Section 31.0075, temporary measures to implement federal law, right? And when you get to the part where it says, oh heck, hold on, it moved on me. Adopt procedures, line 7, adopt procedures to conform with federal laws enacted regarding federal regulations in a manner which will not substantively modify the procedures for voter registration for or conduct of elections other than federal elections. So are you contemplating that if there's a federal law, for example, with reference to voter registration, let's use an example, same-day registration. That's a good one, right? So let's say a federal law passes, says you can have same-day registration. But if the state of Texas is different, then if your bill passes, are you then contemplating that the Secretary of State, together with the chair and vice chair of the standing committees, House and Senate, get together and say, well, wait a minute, they're different, and ours, we want to keep ours as it is in Texas, and so now we have to move to that next step of either complying with federal, that is same-day registration, or we don't want to do that, and so now you want to separate elections. Specifically, I guess I'll use the example of state legislative races, elections, right? So is that kind of where you're going, that you can contemplate a situation where if there's a federal law passed, doesn't match up with what we have here, and, you know, I'm trying to get clear.
That would be in subsection B. What would happen is if they pass a law that, whether it's same-day voter registration, there are some aspects of the bill that seem to say you go to every state agency that has clients and you sign up everybody, whether they're a citizen or not, or whoever they are, you just put them all on the list. That doesn't comport with Texas voter registration law. If you
I'm sorry, back up. Who says, what, you said there's some?
Yeah, there are all, I mean, HR 1 hasn't passed yet. So there's a bill that passed the House, but there's still all kinds of proposals for what they want to do with it in the Senate.
Right.
So we don't know yet what the final bill will be.
Right.
And so knowing that, we use
Right.
the hypotheticals,
Right.
what would happen is if Congress passes a law,
Right.
and again, they can only pass a law for federal elections.
Right.
So they say our voter registration system, and we're usurping all state authority in all 50 states, you must do it this way.
Right.
If it doesn't comport with our law, we'll implement it for federal elections.
That's what I'm
And so
asking.
you'll go in this basket and you'll be told, registering this way, you're registered for federal elections only.
Right.
If you register in conjunction with Title II, you're registered for all purposes, and everyone, and again, this is subsection B, everyone who registers under Title II, including all of us, would be automatically put into the pool for the federal elections because we'd all be eligible.
So the way you've written this bill is sort of getting ahead of it so that let me back up. Let's say this bill didn't pass and they pass something in Congress, and let's say Mike Schofield doesn't like it, right? And a majority of the legislature in Texas doesn't like it. Then if this bill had already passed, it automatically sort of bifurcates?
Yes.
Starts bifurcating?
That's
Both, let's say, voter registration, if the federal legislation addressed voter registration, and also...
And that's the only thing that's bifurcated, because anything else, there's time between now and the next election to hash that out. So if they say you can't show voter ID, which HR 1 does,
Yeah.
we have time to litigate that before the next federal election. But we don't have...
When you say litigate that, you mean literally litigate it? or you mean
Literally litigate
take it up in a special session, or what?
Well, again, a special session wouldn't do us any good. If they've passed a federal statute that says you can't show any photo ID in any of your elections,
Yeah.
first thing we're going to do is go into court and go, under the Constitution, they can only enforce that for federal elections,
Right.
not ours.
So you would go to...
But that doesn't get bifurcated, except for the fact that eventually, if they're going to insist on doing things that we don't agree with in terms of how we should conduct our elections, we would reserve the right to have our elections separate from theirs, and we run theirs under their rules. We don't have a right to tell Congress how to run congressional elections.
Well, so again, what I'm trying to get at here, Mike, is if this bill passed, you're sort of trying, are you trying to get ahead of it so that we don't have to go to court? Like, if the bill didn't pass, then you're saying we'd have to go to court, right?
No, I think we'd probably end up in court either way. What I'm trying to do is prevent the usurpation of the election code that the legislature has passed over the years. It's not one code, as you know, laws pass all the time.
Yeah.
And this would prevent that by putting in place a structure, number one, for determining what you do with, voter registration would begin the day the bill becomes effective. What do you do with somebody who registers in a manner that isn't in conjunction with your laws?
Right.
You put it over here and they can vote in federal elections forever if that law stays in place and or we lose in a lawsuit. But again, Congress does not have the right to say we're changing the voter registration laws in Texas. They have the right to say we're changing voter registration laws for congressional elections. And if they're going to do something that the legislature can't live with, then we could have two separate sets of voter rolls. In the state elections, all the people that have registered under Title II would be eligible to vote. In federal elections, anybody who's registered under their scheme or under Title II would be eligible to vote. So if you're registered today and they pass the bill and we bifurcate the voter rolls, Richard Raymond can still go in and vote in Laredo because you're registered to vote.
Right, but are you then thinking that there are two separate elections for federal races and two separate ballots?
If it comes to that, yes. Maybe even on two separate dates.
And so and I apologize that I'm confused. I'm sure everybody else on the committee gets it. If this bill passed, what are you trying to do with this bill?
Very good. In the history of the country, the feds have never tried to federalize elections. Elections have been the conduct of the purview of the states. Now, if you run afoul of the Constitution, that's different. If you weren't to let any left-handed people to vote, they're going to go to court, and the federal judge is going to say you have to let all adults who are citizens and meet the rest of your laws vote. But they haven't come in and tried to just say we're throwing out your election code and replacing it with ours.
Well, but there have been federal laws that have been passed that do get to trying to remove discrimination in a state, in the way a state approaches either voter registration, eligibility, et cetera, and would you agree?
Yes, and most of what you see at the federal level, first of all, it's usually designed to implement a constitutional prerogative like the right to vote. But we also have, again, in the same Constitution, we have Article 1, Section 4, which gives us the right to set our elections for anything other than the federal election. And it gives Congress the sole authority to set the time, place, and manner for conducting federal elections. Now, it doesn't even give them the right to decide who votes in them. Like, we could decide we want 16-year-olds in Texas to vote, and they can't say no. There have been cases on it where they've tried to, where the feds have put, for example, the federal, I forget what they call it, they don't call it the postcard registration, but the federal form, and say you have to use this form to register people, and that was upheld even though one state said, well, we can't, using this form, we can't determine that somebody's a citizen or not, and that was litigated and they lost. But at the end of the day, it is still the state's prerogative to set the time, place, and manner of elections that govern every office except Congress.
Time, place, and manner. But let's say, can you think of an example where the state could pass a law that you feel would discriminate against certain voters?
If it did, you still have your constitutional protections. That's different than Congress passing a law. You still have the ability to say, this doesn't allow me to vote in a manner that's unconstitutional, whatever it might be. Mm-hmm. Race, age, gender, any reason that you've got. Mm-hmm. You still have a cause of action for that. That's not what I'm talking about. What this bill deals with is who gets the right to legislate and write our election code. And the reality is it's us. But again, the federal government, the Congress, gets to write, and we don't have the ability to usurp their authority to make the rules for congressional elections.
So I want to be clear so that I kind of get where you're going. If this were to pass, right, it sounds to me like maybe even if it didn't pass, I think you're arguing that maybe the courts could settle it. But if this were to pass and Congress passed a law that says you can have same-day voter or you will have same-day voter registration, you're allowed to register to vote on the day of the election, or 2 days before the election, or 5 days before the election, whatever, right? And that's not what we have in Texas. So you would contemplate that we would have elections for president, U.S. Senate, U.S. House on one ballot, and maybe a separate date, right? And then on a separate ballot, because you and I, we run every 2 years, so we're going to be on there, right? Then on a separate ballot, and perhaps even on a separate day, that you have elections, for the state legislature and maybe all other county, state offices, land commissioner, attorney general, et cetera, right? You're contemplating that you could have 2 separate elections, maybe on the same day, maybe not. Is that right?
If we can't hold our elections in conjunction with the Texas election code, I would say yes. My hope is, and my fervent hope is, that at the end of the day, when the dust settles, that they will not abrogate the Texas election code, and we will be able to continue having our elections the way we've had them. Now, you can't mention other bills. I've got another bill in this committee that would move our elections to the odd-numbered year anyway, which would get us out of not only time, place, and manner, but also you're not running with federal issues.
Like Virginia.
And New Jersey, which is where I grew up.
And Louisiana? No.
No, everybody keeps saying that. No, what they have is what they call the jungle primary. It's only New Jersey and Virginia.
Okay.
Louisiana has different elections, and at one point, they actually had them where the runoff would be on the November election day.
Yeah.
But you have to elect congressmen on that
Virginia
day.
and- Virginia and New Jersey.
Right. And so they, they avoid other issues, and we could talk about those at another date, including not having the presidential election affect your, swing through and affect your district.
Right.
While you're running. But yes, I would and what the bill does, again, is it sets up a couple of temporary things while we're waiting for all this to shake out. Bill passes, we're not here. Number one, the Secretary of State would get together and would basically confer with the committees, but would have to create a rule to try to implement this thing without violating Texas law.
Well, let me.
As best he could.
One of the things that we've had a lot of testimony on, Mike, here is in, the Trumpsters, I'm gonna call them Trump voters. Imagine who they are. Pretty much have supported my position on a special session, specifically during pandemics. I think that's after today, that may have expanded into disaster declarations by the governor, period. I think it's expanded into that today with some legislation that was presented, but specifically with reference to pandemics, HB 3. You remember that, hearing about that? Mm-hmm. That they really feel like we should have, and I do, we should have special sessions instead of letting the governor or counting on or putting too much on the governor to have to make all these decisions. Similarly, this is such a big deal that I wonder if, if we shouldn't or put a provision in here that says you just got to have a special session.
Well, you can't.
I mean, the governor.
I would love to do that. The problem is that requires a constitutional amendment. The provision of the Texas Constitution that calls for the governor to be basically the only one who can call a special session, that is in the Constitution. And so we couldn't change that with a bill. We'd have to get a JR.
Well, and let me ask you this.
But I certainly understand your point. When something like that happens, and if we change to a legislature that met all the time, it would be a different legislature. They'd either have to pay them or we'd have to go away.
I'm not talking about meeting all the time.
No, and I agree with you. So what you're left with is our current situation where we're here for 5 months and gone for 19. And the question is, when something arises like that, should there be a special session?
Well, couldn't you then, well, let me ask you this. I mean, couldn't we put some language in your bill that says, or the governor may call a special session because he has the authority to do it under his current, you can reference it however you want. But couldn't the governor call us into special session for this?
He could, but even pending a special or pending whether we do anything or maybe we don't accomplish anything, the idea of this bill is to have a mechanism to deal with massive changes to the election law while we're not here or before we've done our special.
Yeah.
So the Secretary of State would set out a rule trying to harmonize the federal law with ours as best we can, and to the extent he can't, you implement the federal law for federal elections. There's no not implementing the federal law.
How far does your bill go? Are you basically letting the Secretary of State decide we're going to have two different elections?
Well, we actually mandate in subsection C that if we can't have our elections under our law in conjunction with the federal election, that the Secretary of State's to find another day and move them.
That's what I'm saying. So the Secretary of State would decide. The Secretary, with your bill, the Secretary of State would be essentially authorized to decide when our elections for the legislature would be, and I guess for the county offices and again Attorney General.
And we've had judges do that. We've had our primaries.
Well, that may be. I'm
asking
asking
put
you,
off by.
Maybe I'm asking about your bill. That's what your bill would do.
But yes.
Secretary of State would decide to have a separate election.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions? Chair,
Donna.
as Chairman Deschanel.
Yes, so I can understand. I think I do. For instance, if the federal election laws stated that 16, the voting age began at 16, which was in conflict with 18 in Texas, if they implemented that, then we would have federal elections where all of us in this room could vote plus 16-year-olds just in the federal elections. Then any state elections, it would be no 16-year-olds.
Right. Now, until we come back, if we go, hey, that's a good idea, and we pass it.
No, but I mean,
if
if it's not a good idea, I'm trying to see how this would work.
Right.
So they would be a separate polling place, a separate date, or separate.
According to section
ballot,
C, a section
sure.
date. Yeah, separate date. Yeah.
Separate ballots, so the ballot would have only federal, different days with only federal positions in it, and the other one would be state and local position.
Right.
Okay, I understand. All right.
Chair recognizes Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if you remember this or not, but I think it was session before last when we were looking at legislation about having 17-year-olds who were going to be 18 in November vote in the primary. And I remember that part of the pushback on that was the confusion that was anticipated if indeed the 17-year-olds could vote in the primary, but then you had a municipal election, say in May, and they didn't know for sure that they couldn't vote then. And so there was concern then about confusion. Would this not create a similar kind of confusion?
No, because it says right in the bill that if you register to vote under the federal guideline, but not Title II, that you're told that. And that you're told when you register that this will only register for your federal elections. And the rule, which we passed in conjunction, could tell you, hey, you know, particularly for somebody who could register under Title II, you say, you know, you could register under Title II and register.
And I see that I see what you're saying, but I think.
But if you can't register under Title II, then yes, you would be told at the time that you register that registering in this manner is only for federal elections.
But I think, again, and this is different, but just historically when we were talking about that, you would also be telling those folks, and there was still concern, though, that no matter what you told them, it still wouldn't be clear, because a lot of people don't pay attention to all of that, and they would come back to vote and then be told they couldn't, and that would be a negative kind of thing in terms of getting people to vote. But that's just another thing. I'm just wondering if it was similar to this. And then the other thing I wanted to ask you about was the cost. If we have more elections, are those costs going to be pushed onto the counties to have to cover the cost of those dual elections?
And the answer to that is you would use the same system of cost that we use now. And again, this is not, I would maintain the status quo. I wouldn't change anything, but I may not have that option. Congress may foist it upon me, where I either give up my right as a legislator to make the laws for the state of Texas or incur cost of conducting a separate election. Now, we also may find out that we can do them at the same time using the same equipment, but just, you know, your ballot style will show the federal and your ballot style will show, you know, you're registered under Title II, your ballot style will show the whole thing. You know, I go in to vote the same place you do. I get a different ballot style because I'm in a different precinct.
Right.
We may be able to just do your ballot style shows the federal elections. And in fact, I think, and don't get me misstating the law, but I think, at least for a while, on some of the overseas ballots, we were only sending people the federal and top of the ballot stuff.
That is correct, yeah.
And so there, you know, that does happen. You know, my preference is for the least change option.
Okay, but the point being, though, if indeed it was not able to be held on the same day, those would be basically an unfunded mandate on the local jurisdictions to have to.
Or we can fund it.
Or we could fund it.
And again, my other preference in a bill that we're not hearing today would be to move ours to the odd numbered year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. We'll proceed with testimony. Chair calls Tom Glass.
My name is Tom Glass. I'm representing myself and Texas Constitutional Enforcement, and we are in favor of this bill. This is a topic that is near and dear to our hearts because it covers the confluence of election integrity, state sovereignty, and federalism. The basic tenet of Texas Constitutional Enforcement is to let Texans run Texas. One of our members came up with a quote, which we turned into a meme, which said, "The question is not what D.C. is going to do to us. The question is, what is Texas going to do about it?" And this bill provides the right answer to what happens if the feds try to mess with Texas election integrity. We also believe that when you're trying to do public policy, you should go to the instruction manual. And the instruction manuals for government here is our Texas Constitution and our United States Constitution. So I'm going to run real quick into some constitutional provisions. Texas Constitution suffrage provision, Article 6, Section 4, commands us to, quote, punish fraud and preserve the purity of the ballot box. And the legislature shall provide by law for the registration of all voters. okay? What I'm worried about, and I think Representative Schofield is worried about, is that the federal government is going to try to get us to violate the Texas Constitution with future federal legislation. Lynn, let's go to the supreme law of the land, the federal Constitution. Where the federal government says who votes for federal office. And they say that the who it's the state responsibility. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 2 of the United States Constitution requires that electors, in other words, voters in each state for both for the House of Representatives have the qualifications requisite for electors in the most numerous branch of the state legislature. And I would add that who incorporates the registration. We'll talk about that in a second. 17th Amendment says about the selection of senators. The electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for the electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. Once again, it's whatever we in the state say who can vote in federal, okay? So the federal government doesn't have the ability under the Constitution to tell us who can vote in even federal elections. But and here's another thing. When you think about presidential electors are state officers. They are state officers voted by the people of Texas to select our president. And when you look at the Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 says, each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors. So I think we ought to be, as we're talking about all this, ought to be thinking about presidential electors as state officials. And the only two things we're talking about the feds having any say-so over is the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. And then finally, I would just say there's no delegation of power at all on the question of any responsibility who can do electors. Okay, now, the framers expected states to normally choose when, where, and how voters voted for U.S. House and the U.S. Senate, but they allowed the United States Congress a say on these matters, and that's where a lot of the battle is going to come down into this future federal legislation. If you put all that together, the federal government can only pass laws relating to the U.S. House and Senate elections, and it cannot get involved in who's going to vote at all in their election. And the other thing is the federal government cannot determine who votes in Texas, even for federal elections, especially not for non-federal. Okay. Finally, I want to say this last thing. I'm almost done. We need to give our Secretary of State, our Attorney General, and the Constitutionalist Justice on the United States Supreme Court all the help they can to get on when they challenge unconstitutionality of election integrity sapping laws from the feds. And so I have suggested a language to Representative Schofield that would add an extra section that very clearly states what the construction or the position of the Texas is on the Constitution in these matters, and that and make clear where our intent is to bifurcate our elections while we're challenging the election, and if we get the wrong decisions out of the court, that we would continue the bifurcation. So that's my statement, and I would love to take questions on this because this is a very complex issue. Thank you.
Any questions?
All right.
Chair calls Fatima Menendez. Fatima Menendez. Joe are registered against the bill but did not testify. Chair calls Keith Ingram.
Good evening. My name is Keith Ingram. I'm the Director of the Elections Division at the Texas Secretary of State's office. Happy to take any questions. I'm here on House Bill 4507.
Any questions? Any questions? No further questions? Chairman Raymond.
No, I do have a question. Here's a good one. So you looked at this legislation, right?
I have.
You probably gave it some thought, as I'm sure the Secretary has. So here goes. Let's say something happened that passed in the Congress and it doesn't comport exactly with what we do here, and we have this legislation. Have you given thought to whether it's better to have elections, federal elections and state and local elections on the same day, at the same polling place, or separate days, or at the same day, separate polling places? I guess that's three options. Have you all thought about that, or you're not gonna think about it for now?
I kind of feel like Scarlett O'Hara. I'll think about that tomorrow. If I think about that today, I'll go crazy. No, it's a very difficult concept to come up with, and there's a number of ways that it could be done. I echo Representative Schofield's belief that it should be done with the least bit of change as possible.
Having said that, then you think that probably what would you do?
And it depends on what happens, what comes out of DC that changes Texas law and what particular changes are made. But, I could envision anything from separate check-ins at the same polling place, in separate federal-only ballots.
Twice.
So you'd check in once for all elections if you're, a Title II registrant. So if you are entitled to vote in both federal and state and local elections, you'd go to one check-in table, and then there would be the federal-only table.
Well, but voters probably are not going to know. I mean, some of them are not, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
They're going to think they can vote
Yes.
Right? So they come in, and you envision that they go to one table and they go, oh, wait a minute, you can't vote on this one, you got to go somewhere else.
Right, and hopefully that would be at the same place on the same day. But, depending on what passes out of Washington, depending on what the final language of this bill ends up being, it could be that it's a different day, it could be it's different places. We just have to see. But our guiding principle would be least amount of change as possible.
That's probably the best answer, least amount of change. All right, thanks.
Thank you all.
Any other questions? Thank you. Chair calls Eric Opiela. Eric Opiela. Show them registered for the bill but did not testify. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? Not, the chair recognizes Representative Schofield to close on the bill.
Thank you, members, for your consideration. I always enjoy a good opportunity to discuss the Constitution and deep issues of how things are supposed to run. I would appreciate your favorable consideration of the bill. And unless you have any further questions, I would close.
Any questions? Thank you, Representative Schofield. There's no objection. The bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Chair lays out House Bill 4071. The chair offers up committee substitute and recognizes Representative Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chair Patty. House Bill 4071 requires DIR to compile a list of endpoint devices that are approved for purchase by state agencies and meet industry-recognized cybersecurity standards. Historically, endpoint devices have been PCs located at work and on controlled business networks, and obviously this group appreciates the fact that we've evolved into laptops, cell phones, iPads, etc. So now we're accessing multiple public and private networks, and as a result, there's greater exposure to cybersecurity attacks. In 2019 and 2020, DIR learned of 100 ransomware attacks on state and local governments alone. Without secure endpoint devices, we are at greater risk of a successful cyber attack against the state. HB 4071 will provide greater protection for state systems and information by requiring agencies to only purchase endpoint devices that meet industry-recognized cybersecurity standards. I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions, Mr. Shaheen, at this time? All right, and Mr. Shaheen, it doesn't look like we have any folks registered to testify. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against the bill? Not, the chair recognizes Representative Shaheen to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
All right. sir. The committee substitute is withdrawn, and if there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 3015 and recognizes Representative Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, House Bill 3015 would require governmental bodies to respond to a personal public information request when they do not have responsive documents or if the responsive documents cannot be disclosed due to a previous Attorney General determination. The Texas Public Information Act was created to provide transparency in government. Under current Texas law, governmental bodies must provide public records to requesters promptly without delay. They have up to 10 days to do so or seek an Attorney General ruling to withhold records. While some governmental bodies respond promptly to the request, other governmental bodies do not. There is currently no enforcement mechanism to ensure compliance with prompt and timely responses to requests. This creates uncertainty and distrust in government as requesters are left wondering if responsive documents exist or why they're being withheld. This bill would require governmental bodies to respond to the request when they do not have responsive documents or explain why the responsive documents cannot be disclosed due to a previous AG determination. The bill provides a path for the requesters to file a complaint to the Attorney General if a governmental body fails to comply with the request. If the AG determines the governmental body failed to comply with the request, it will require the governmental body to undergo open records training. If the governmental body fails to comply with the request upon receipt of the AG's notice, they can be given an additional 5 days to seek an Attorney General decision to withhold information. House Bill 3015 promotes transparency and trust in government by providing additional enforcement mechanisms for prompt and timely compliance to request. And I believe we have some witnesses, and I reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions at this time? All right. If not, we'll reserve your right to close and bring up a couple witnesses. Chair calls Laura Prather. And our other witness up next will be Joshua Houston.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members of the committee. My name is Laura Prather. I'm here on behalf of the Transparent and Accountable Government Coalition testifying in favor of the bill. As I mentioned earlier today, TAG is a coalition of more than 24 organizations from both sides of the aisle, everyone from ACLU to TPPF, from Every Texan to Americans for Prosperity. And the common bond among these organizations is that they all recognize the need to strengthen Texas open government laws because access to information about government is at the foundation of our democracy. I'm going to cover 3 points in my testimony. First, what the bill does. Second, why it's needed, providing concrete examples. And third, the fallacy in the opposition's arguments. First, this bill just closes off a loophole in the TPIA. It basically promotes good customer service. It tells governmental entities that if a requester comes to you and asks for documents and you don't have any, then let them know. Don't just leave them wondering. If you're relying on a previous determination, tell them that. Again, don't just leave them wondering. Right now, there is a loophole in the law that does not require that, and that leaves requesters with a mistrust of government if they don't ever hear back from them. Second thing that it does is it also remedies and provides some guardrails that have been being taken advantage of within the TPIA, where entities are throwing in the kitchen sink when they decide that they're not going to produce documents, and this just says specify why you're not producing the documents. Finally, like in a private sector entity, if an employee doesn't do their job, it simply says, you know, in private entities, go back and get a little more training. That's what this says. Go back and get a little more training. So it's enforcement that treats an offense with a velvet glove rather than a hammer. As far as concrete examples, the TAG Coalition, one of our members is the Freedom of Information Foundation of Texas, which has been around for 40 years. It's an organization dedicated to educating and advocating for open government rights. We regularly at FOIFT do open government training sessions with the Attorney General's office, and that office consistently tells trainees that it is a best practice to respond to TPIA requests even when you don't have responsive documents. But this guidance isn't being followed. FOIFT regularly gets phone calls from citizens whose requests have simply been ignored. As one representative told me, my request has been filed in the trash. basically, what they want to know, how can this be under the TPIA? And so those people just need closure. News 8 here in Austin, similarly, was seeking some information from Austin Police Department, and APD never responded. It turns out, after they hired a lawyer, they found out that they were relying on a previous determination to withhold those documents. Most folks wouldn't hire a lawyer just to get that information. Last, my understanding is that there are some folks sort of behind closed doors that are calling these technical errors that are going on with the TPIA. Those same folks are the ones that have been not responding to TPIA requests for more than a year, claiming skeleton crew. Anti-transparency behavior like that should be discounted by this body. Finally, mistrust of government is at an all-time high, and all this bill does is take a small step to regaining that trust through, quite simply, good customer service. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? And again, for the record, Laura, you're representing Transparent and Accountable Government Coalition and yourself for the bill.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair calls Joshua Houston.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Joshua Houston, the Advocacy Director for Texas Impact, and we're here in support of House Bill 3015. Texas Impact is the membership organization for mainline Protestant, Jewish, and Muslim denominations in the state, and we had an experience where a county failed to respond to our public information request. So during the summer, between the primary and general elections, a number of our members were concerned about the rates of rejection for mail-in ballots. They basically just wanted to know if their vote would count if they voted by mail. So to calculate the ballot rejection rate, we made a Public Information Act request of the 30 largest counties for, quote, records sufficient to show the total number of ballots by mail accepted and rejected for the primary and general elections dating back to March of 2016. We made this request on August 5th. Roughly a third of the counties were great, responded within 10 days. For another third, it took a gentle reminder with a phone call or an email, and we had that data by September. But for the final third, we had two attorneys, myself and a colleague of mine, that had to call and email multiple times. 2 months and 100 staff hours later, we eventually received data from 29 of the 30 counties, and Nueces County never responded at all. Now, we could have gone to court, but what we've learned about litigation over the years is that even when you win, you feel like you've lost. At a minimum, you're looking at several $1,000s in attorney's fees and the months that it would take to go through that process, even for, I think it's a legal slam dunk. And we needed to get that data before early voting started to be able to assure our members of what they were concerned about. So House Bill 3015 would have been immensely helpful. It would create an important enforcement mechanism where we would have gotten the data and everybody would have stayed out of court. Thank you, Representative Hernandez, for this bill. Thank you, committee, for your time, and we look forward to working with you.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Chairman.
Is there anyone else wish to speak on for or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Vice Chair Hernandez to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 3460 and recognizes Representative Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I appreciate you taking the time to hear this bill. I recognize that over the past few weeks, this committee and our chamber made significant progress in reforming the electric grid to prevent future failures. However, we must also address the financial hardship faced by countless Texans as a result of Winter Storm Uri. All of you have heard from your constituents on their various needs and challenges during and after the storm, including home repairs, bills, medical expenses, and lost wages. House Bill 3460 would create a disaster relief grant program under the Comptroller's Office to provide direct financial assistance in an amount ranging from $1,000 to $2,500 to households most impacted by the storm. Winter Storm Uri was not only a natural disaster, it was an economic disaster for Texas families. Many lost a week's worth of wages, a quarter of their monthly income, due to forced business closures and dangerous road conditions. Countless families were forced to use what little savings they had to pay for costly home repairs, unexpected utility bills, emergency medical care, and numerous other expenses as a result of the storm. Texans are not just counting on us to prevent similar failures from occurring in the future. They are counting on us to help them survive today. A recent survey found that 80% of Texas voters support a one-time payment to those most impacted by the storm. Direct financial assistance can restore stability for Texas families. This efficient and flexible tool can empower Texans to get back on their feet, allowing them to provide for their families and contribute to the economic recovery of our communities and state. Under this bill, the Comptroller would establish and administer this disaster relief grant program, and local governments would apply for the funds. As needs differ across the state, the bill provides local governments with discretion to determine how the funds should be distributed. However, to ensure these funds reach our most vulnerable, eligible residents must earn less than 60% of the area median income or receive state or federal public benefits. Further, local governments may contract with nonprofits to make sure eligible residents are made aware of the grant program. Local governments and nonprofits are more knowledgeable of the needs in their community and are uniquely positioned to reach the most vulnerable in our communities and connect them to services. We must bring every voice to the table. This bill ensures collaboration between the state, local governments, and those working each and every day in our communities. This committee has spent countless hours discussing answers and solutions in the aftermath of Winter Storm Uri. We have discussed reforming ORCOP, ensuring reliability of the electric grid, improving communication and coordination, weatherization of infrastructure, accountability, and securitization. However, there is one component missing from this conversation: the consumer. Texans are struggling to recover. This bill provides a mechanism to help families get back on their feet. I welcome the opportunity to work with the committee on this issue and develop a thoughtful solution to help the countless Texans still struggling today. So, thank you, Chair Patty, and I believe we have a few witnesses here, and I reserve the right to close.
All right. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wonder, if somehow, I'm really glad you have this. I wonder if somehow, food for thought to the chair and the vice chair of this committee, whether we could wed this somehow into HB 4492 or SB 1757, because the securitization bills, and we've talked about this some, Chairman, right? And you referenced it in your presentation. I mean, that if we're going to move in the direction of these securitization bills to bail out big companies, or help them not have to go into bankruptcy, et cetera, then I think the vice chair made a very good presentation in laying out her bill, that maybe we need to help the little folks too, right? Because I know we're going to talk about it maybe later tonight, Chairman. I don't know exactly how much money we're talking about, but it's in the billions. I know that. And so I'm glad you laid this out, and Chairman, thank you for setting her bill today. I think it's very timely, and I just kind of want us to, think about that. Would you be open, Madam Vice Chair, to wedding this concept into the securitization bills?
I think, as like all the other bills that we've discussed in this committee, it's a conversation and something that I do welcome everyone's input.
Yeah, but this one, some of the other bills you really couldn't, work into the securitization bills, right? But this one, because we're going to have to, I don't think you say here, I mean, I know you say, controller may solicit and accept gifts, grants, and donations from any source for the purpose of awarding grants into this section, right? So, but we don't really get to where the money would come from, right? So that's where I'm going is.
There are riders, there are contingency riders in the budget as well.
How much?
$2 billion.
$2 billion.
Oh,
From
okay,
ESF
and where, so again, it's $2 billion.
From ESF or federal dollars, federal money, the federal money.
Okay, all right.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I too, like Representative Raymond, am really excited about this possibility of adding this component. I feel like there's been a lot of great work done, a lot of bills out there that are looking at, the weatherization of the generation And then we heard an earlier bill today that I guess we can't talk about, but had another aspect of more local resiliency. And then you're taking it to the actual consumer. And that is a key part, I think, of what we've always needed to include here. And this gives us an option to do that. And like some of the previous questions and discussion we had in terms of looking at the potential of federal dollars, it's a great opportunity to use some of those federal dollars once we get the go-ahead to be able to do so, to seed this. So I agree with Representative Raymond, Mr. Chairman, that this is just like we're starting to get a big package here, I think, from top to bottom of what we need to do to try to address what happened in the winter storm and make sure that we help our constituents become whole as well. So thank you for bringing this.
Members, any other questions at this time? We'll reserve the right to close, and we have 6 witnesses registered to testify. Chair calls Adrian Shelley. Is Adrian?
I know he did a written testimony.
Okay, we'll show him for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Juan Benitez. Next up will be Carolyn Rivera, followed by Alan DeLeon.
Thank you, Chair Patty, Vice Chair Hernandez, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Juan Benitez, and I am here on behalf of Workers' Defense Action Fund, and I'm testifying in favor of HB 3460. Workers' Defense is a statewide member-based organization fighting for Texas workers and their families. At Workers' Defense, we saw firsthand the statewide impact that Winter Storm Uri had on our communities, including myself and many of our members. Through thousands of bonus check calls and texts, we heard from working families throughout the state already living paycheck to paycheck who are concerned about losing over a week of pay and asking where relief and financial support would come from to cover expenses from the fallout of this storm. In response to this need, we teamed up with other community organizations and nonprofits to put together a disaster relief operation overnight to deliver thousands of gallons of potable water and warm meals to families who had gone days without knowing where the next warm meal would come from. We heard from a mother in San Antonio who had to burn her bed frame to provide heat to her 2 children. Another family from Austin who had to throw out spoiled groceries that they had just bought with the remainder of their February food stamps after going 82 hours with no power. And a construction worker in Houston who had been out of work for weeks without pay after being sick with COVID-19 prior to the storm, only to be out of work for another whole week after snow fell and the power went out. And we heard from countless other Texans who suffered damage to their homes after pipes burst and walls collapsed. And it's been almost 2 months since the storm hit and the lights are back on, but the bills continue to pile up. Through our disaster response, we learned that this was more than a rainy day. This truly was a statewide disaster, and we needed to act, and we must act now. As you heard, 80% of likely voters support a one-time cash payment to Texans most impacted by the winter storm. And this legislature should not only address the weaknesses in the state's power grid to prevent another widespread power outage, but also respond to the immediate needs of Texas families that are still suffering. And that key component is that no other legislation that has been considered in committee this session would provide direct assistance to consumers, not to companies, but to consumers, and most impacted by the storm, and that is what the Power Act would do. So members, I urge you to think of your communities that you represent, those affected in your districts, and thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I respectfully urge the committee to offer or give a favorable report to HB 3460. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
No questions. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Carolyn Rivera. Next up will be Alan DeLeon, followed by Chase Moore, then Warren Berkeley.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the committee. My name is Carolyn Rivera. I'm a lifelong Texan, and I am testifying today in favor of HB 3460. In Northeast Houston, the effects of the Arctic blast began February 14th, was tragic, devastating, and deadly in my community. It hit us with unrelenting, powerful punches. About 5 hours later, at 1 a.m. on the 15th, we were blacked out, no lights, for 4.5 days. Each of us had all our mini pipes burst. Consequently, many are still experiencing the horror of not having running water and no sanitation. During the blackout, one neighbor died in his home. This week, a resident with no running water called looking for help. She has diabetes, is a stroke patient, and has had heart surgery. A 5-year-old granddaughter lives with her. FEMA denied her. She has an estimate cost of $9,000 to get water running in her home. A retired couple and her husband were both recovering from COVID-19, still have some pipes to be repaired. One has a 10-year-old son who had brain surgery last year, suffers with seizures when under stress. Residents need the HB 3640 funds to help with the slow, painful, and costly recovery. Some insurance claims were denied because the freeze was an act of God. I urge you to vote yes on House Bill 3460 to assist Texans in recovering from this catastrophic crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Just for the record, you're representing yourself.
Yes.
In favor of the bill. I think Ms. Howard has a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really, I just wanted to thank you, Ms. Rivera, for taking the time to come and reminding us. I mean, we all obviously know how devastating this was, but we get caught up in a lot of the policy discussion, and it's good to remind us about how devastating this was for so many Texans. It was catastrophic. It should not have happened, and we need to keep in front of us our responsibility to make sure that we make up for it and also don't let it happen again. So thank you so much for
I'm grateful for your remarks. Thank you.
Ms. Rivera, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Chair calls Alan De Leon.
Good evening, members of the committee. I'm here representing myself. My name is Alan De Leon. I'm from Houston, Texas. I'm here because of an event that impacted some to the point of devastation, 4 million Texans. That's why I'm here in support of HB 3460. I want to share the extreme financial public need that currently exists within our state as a result of Winter Storm Uri. Nearly 200 Texans lost their lives because of the storm, and it came with harsh long-term economic burdens which are weighing heavily on Texans throughout the state. Losing out on nearly 2 weeks' worth of wages was enough to put residents at risk of eviction, such as is the case with 44 Round Rock families who have received eviction notices this month due to not being able to afford winter storm damages. Residents with pre-existing conditions were taxed with medical-related expenses to treat personal damages from the freeze as well, such as one Houston mother of a child with Rett syndrome who had to book a hotel room using the little savings they had to connect to power to save the child's life. The economic toll was even worse for uninsured families who pay out of pocket for medical expenses. It's been 2 months since the storm, and there are homes and apartment complexes which are without basic utilities like water and in unlivable conditions to this day, because of broken pipes which haven't been repaired, such as is the case with Mount Carmel Village and other multiple apartment complexes right here in Austin. This storm harmed Texans from every corner of our state. The question folks are asking is, when is help coming to cover these burdens? Texans are currently in desperate need of financial relief, and they're asking, when will the rainy day fund be mobilized to help us, or any funds at all? Since the pandemic hit, hundreds of millions of Americans have felt the relief of stimulus checks from two presidents from two different parties. Relief in a time of desperate need is bipartisan. Texans are in their own crisis with bipartisan support behind the call for help, and they need bipartisan leadership to get it to them. The POWER Act would not only fill the financial gaps created by a storm which hit Texas as hard as it ever has been, but would serve to reduce the unspeakable harm many of us have been experiencing. And we are looking to this committee to lead. Please vote to pass HB 3460.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for being here today. Chair calls Chase Moore. Showing for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Warren Berkeley. Warren Berkeley. Show him for the bill but not testifying. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Hernandez to close the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, and I look forward to continuing this conversation as we're looking at solutions and talking about the industry, that we don't forget about the Texas families that are still hurting. With that, I close.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 2070. The chair offers a committee substitute and recognizes Representative Huberty to explain the bill.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be in front of this esteemed committee and all the members. Had an opportunity to serve on this for 3 terms, and I know how hard you work. Appreciate laying out the sub for me. I'm handing out some information and talking points, and I'm not going to try to read everything that my great staff has written. But let me start out with a couple things that I think are important. We have billions of dollars that are flowing out of state in Texas right now that are going to a variety of different sources for gambling. And I'm not sure each and every one of you want to raise your hand on this, but has anybody ever been to Vegas before? Thank you. Okay. Or Louisiana, or some other place, or, you know, you pick it all. Has anybody ever bet on a football game? All right, you can keep raising your hands because I'm going to keep going. Or when we play golf or whatever it is. Well, this is a little bit of a different bill, and I know you're going to hear a different bill later on today. You know, I think that what we're finding through this process of going through this, and we've been talking a long time about gambling and how does it work. So this is not casino gambling. This is sportsbook gambling. So it's a little bit different. And I think it's important to note, as we've learned and we've gone through this process over the years, and as these committees hear this, a couple of things that have happened. In 2018, the Supreme Court made a ruling, and the ruling was very simple. It says that it's allowed. They agreed. And in 2018, you know, conservative majority, they voted for it and said yes. You know, not only that, but we also had the non-conservative members of the court that also voted yes to say this is allowable. So in the talking points, I want you to go to the very last page. I think this is very important. And you'll look at it, and there's a map. And this is the map that's out there. Since 2018, 25 states have legalized sports, 26 states, excuse me, plus the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico have legalized sports betting in the country and our jurisdictions. Why is that important? Well, and just so you know, Arizona just passed it yesterday. Louisiana has passed it. Arkansas has passed it. New Mexico's passed it. So our neighboring states have gone through and passed it. Louisiana passed it under a constitutional amendment, and then they're going to do the enabling legislation as they go forward. And you sit there and say, okay, I could live up in the, El Paso area or some other place or the Panhandle, and I can go over to New Mexico and place a bet on the Astros or the Rockets or the Cowboys or one of the other teams that would be there, or the Rangers. You have the opportunity to be able to do that. And as I've gone through and I've learned and I've listened to this, not only have these states passed it, but another 15 states right now in 2021 have said, we're going to legalize this as we go forward. Now, why would they do that? They would do it because they recognize there's a source of revenue. Last legislative session, if we recall, we passed a small bill that cost $11.5 billion that was related to education. But we left and we had a little problem. One of the problems was, how are we going to pay for this as we continue to go forward? How are we going to continue to fund education? How are we going to do that? And there was a lot of questions, Chairwoman Howard, that many people asked me as we were passing that bill of what are we going to do and how are we going to continue to pay for this and put this forward. And so we said what we're going to do during the interim is we're going to come up with a plan and idea through a variety of revenue sources. And this is not a tax increase or anything else. And I don't know what political spectrum you're on, or it doesn't make a difference. But we have to figure out a way to continue to pay for this as we go forward. And so finding revenue sources that are out there are critical for us to be able to do that. Gambling is already here. It exists, especially sportsbook gambling. Absolutely 100% exists. Why is that? Well, there's a variety of platforms that exist that you can actually place a bet offshore, Caracas, the Bahamas, wherever it is, that you can bet. And the funny thing about this is $5.6 billion that we can estimate right now that was created by the alliance. So there's a sports alliance that's going to be here, and there's going to be much more experienced people coming to testify behind me to talk about this. $5.6 billion is being bet offline right now, offshores. That doesn't include the bookies that exist right now either, right? And I know you're going to hear testimony, maybe some opposition from perhaps a variety of different maybe religion groups and things of that nature. And I will say this, is that I've gambled with, when I play golf and everybody else, I've gambled with, people that are Baptists, and, they say we're against gambling and everything else that goes with it, but, they got to pay me at the 19th hole. And I think it's important for us to understand that is a lot of money that's going out the door. And because of the deficit that we've experienced because of COVID and everything that's happened as a result of that, this bill will create an opportunity to do two things. It will legalize and protect the citizens of Texas related to what is already happening in Texas. I'm not asking to do anything other than, why don't we regulate it? Why don't we get the revenue? Why don't we take that revenue and put it into the system and put it into our general revenue fund? But more importantly, the substitute does one very important thing. Many of you know that I've fought very hard for special education kids, and there's a reason. All three of my kids have had 504s. And if under the federal law, 504 means that you get accommodations for a variety of different reasons. So a percentage of this money is going to go to special education very specifically. And then the rest is going to go into the general revenue fund. Our estimate is $180 million will be generated in the first year, and then up to $400 million can be generated in future years, and it can continue to grow on top of that. Currently, as I said, it's an unregulated environment. Texans participate in sports betting. There's no guarantee because they're betting offshore they will get their payout. They're certainly going to pay in, but it doesn't mean that they're going to get paid out. I think we need a legal framework to be able to protect our citizens that are doing this. So we included the best provisions from other states that have enacted this legal betting by establishing a strict approach under the TDLR that would provide safeguards for consumers as well as generate tax revenue to support education, as I mentioned, and other programs. This legislation is supported by the Sports Betting Alliance, which is a group of professional sports franchises, pro sports, leagues, horse tracks, motorsports, and betting platforms. And you're going to hear from some of those witnesses a little bit later. I will say this, after months and months of negotiation and compromise, the agreed upon language provides a competitive and safe environment to allow sports betting services online via mobile apps, in person, and authorized locations by licensed entities. What this legislation does propose is a fair, responsible system of taxation that collects 10% of the adjusted gross revenue of each operator, not from the person that bets, each operator, and deposits it into the Texas General Revenue Fund dedicated for special education, and calls for oversight. There's several penalties for operating outside of this new framework and influencing the outcome of contests. So let's be very thoughtful about this as we go forward. You know, and from those of you that have bet before, you know, there's a line. And so I want to also talk about this. Go into your package right now, and I want you to look at these several things. I want you to look at the Houston Chronicle, Wednesday, April 14, 2021. And you look at the left. There's a sports betting line. Why? Why does the Houston Chronicle have a sports betting line that we don't have betting in the state of Texas? I will say to you, we do. Go to the next one. Tuesday, April 13th, the San Antonio Express. Go to the left-hand side, the American line. Why do we have a sports betting line? Because gambling's happening in Texas. So what I would say is that we're trying to make sure that we're ensuring that we have a platform that is created that benefits the state of Texas for revenue that is already being bet, that is already being placed. And for those of us that understand, you know, how the Supreme Court works and how they're thoughtful and what they think about, and they say, yes, this is legal. And 26 other states have already done it. And if the other 15 pass that, and we could do the math together, now we're at 41 as we go forward. And I'm not talking about Nevada or Louisiana or any of these other places that have actual casinos and everything else, and you're going to hear about that bill later, which, by the way, I'm supportive of. I think it's great. My office is in Las Vegas, for those of you that know me very well, and I've lived on and off in Las Vegas for 7 years. And, you know, I wouldn't say I'm a delinquent gambler, but I like to gamble. But it's important to note that it's happening, and I think it's important for us to be able to have a meaningful discussion about this. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wrap up with this. When we think about how you can do it, you have gambling on ESPN, Fox, NBC, CBS, all these other things. And I'm going to ask you this last question. You don't have to raise your hand if you don't want to. How many of you actually had a bracket for the NCAA tournament that was just happened in March? You don't have to raise your hand. You don't have to shake your head, no, Matt. It's fine. You could if you wanted to, but, or bet a square on the Super Bowl, or, you know, something along those lines. Why not create an opportunity to collect this revenue and put it to good use for our kids in special education? Why not do that? You know, we haven't met our maintenance of effort for years. We had to give money back to the feds last year because we didn't do that. And so we're creating an opportunity to do that. And I'm not going to talk about the other, we have another bill that will create the enabling legislation, Mr. Chairman, but I don't want to mess this one up relative to announcing what it is as we go forward. But ultimately, this is the enabling legislation for us to be able to go to our voters and say, would you like to legalize a form of gambling in the state of Texas? And we provided to each of your offices polling that has been done by your Senate districts that shows overwhelming. The answer is yes. Give our constituents an opportunity to say yes or no. We're their representatives. We just don't get to say yes or no because we have to listen to our constituents. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions. I appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you today.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Huberty, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Remind me your hometown, but you're by Houston, right?
Yes, sir.
What's the town?
Well, I live in the most redneck part of Harris County, which is called Humble, Texas.
Yeah, Humble, right? That's
yes, sir.
I thought it was Humble. And can you do me a favor so that Ms. Howard doesn't have to lean over? Can you move over?
Yes, sir. I can absolutely do that for you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So if this passes, if this were to pass, would people in Humble or Humble, how do we pronounce it? Humble or Humble?
Humble.
Humble.
It's spelled H-U-M-B-L-E, but it's Humble.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Would people in Humble be able to, you know, do sports betting?
Yes, sir.
If it passes, would people in Houston be able to do it?
Yes, sir.
Beaumont?
Yes, sir.
Dallas?
Yes, sir.
Laredo?
Yes, sir.
McAllen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it sounds to me like you really do want this to be a statewide deal, right? I mean, you.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, I'm not from Eagle Pass, but I'm not far from it, right? So I'm going to try to help the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas on this.
Yes, sir.
Because, you know, so much of what you said in laying out your bill about why you want this to pass in terms of the things that you want to do with some of the revenues that would come in, helping people, helping kids, et cetera. If you know the history at all of the Kickapoo, you know their situation with some of the poorest, one of the poorest regions and communities in our state. And then when they were able to get going with their casino there, it has changed the lives of that community.
Yes,
you know that, right?
Yes, sir.
So in some ways, I guess you would point to that. And so I know you've worked on this and I have not. And I know working on legislation, especially something like this, long, involved, it's easy for us to come in afterwards and criticize. And I'm not trying to criticize. I'm trying to help them.
I understand, Chairman.
Put this in front of you, which is that it's clear to me you want the whole state to be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's also clear to me you understand how something like this could help people.
Yes,
sir. And so if they came to you, and maybe they have, I don't know if you've actually met with folks, but they're in a unique situation because they have to deal with federal law as well, as you know, right?
Yes, sir.
So unless it's more complicated, and I don't know how complicated it could be, it would seem to me you would be very open to taking whatever legislation, whatever language is necessary to meet their unique needs of having to deal with the federal government as well.
Yes, sir.
Because you're not trying to prevent them from enjoying what people in Humble or anywhere else, right? But they are in a unique situation, right?
Yes, sir.
So do you feel like we could do that, Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I am happy to work with this entire committee that has been so thoughtful over the years, and as I mentioned, had served on, and the work that you're doing is amazing. And my goal is very simple. I would like the opportunity for us to pass this out of this committee, and then as we get to the floor and working with you and others, and I know Chairwoman Howard's going to have some questions for me. And I'm happy to work with each and every one of you to get something to our constituents so that we can have a constitutional amendment to be able to say, would we want to do this, and then create the enabling legislation. And I will say this, is that this specific bill was created under an alliance to be able to create rules and regulations that make sure that there's nothing crazy going on when you have gambling that's happening. But Mr. Chairman, I promise you this, is that I'm happy to work with you, as I always have.
Thank you, Chairman. And Chairman Patty, and I apologize, we're not working on a substitute right now. We're working on your bill, right? Yeah. Is that what's in front of us?
No, there's a sub that's laid out.
Yes, sir. In front of us? I apologize.
Yes,
I'm not looking at the right one.
And we are on 2070. We are not on the JR, which.
I'm looking at.
Okay.
27.
All right.
So is it your feeling that you don't anticipate that there would be another sub before, if in fact we vote on it in committee?
Mr. Chairman, I will make my commitment to you is that, as you know, time is getting short as we go. I would love for us to have the opportunity to do this, and we will get everybody, I promise you, will be in your office tomorrow morning to visit with you.
Go to Representative Morales' office.
Yeah,
it's his district. I'm helping him, and he was going to try to be here, but we're all juggling things.
Yes, sir. I'm happy to do that.
If you would visit with him.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to help them.
Yes, sir.
And I feel like just listening to you and understanding what you're doing, that I just can't imagine you have any problem, because it's not going to affect anything else. It's just it's making sure that they are able to do it there. And so I hope.
Yes, sir.
And believe that you can do this without affecting anything else.
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Chairman, you know my voting record on the floor. I say yes a lot, so.
Well, Listen, man, you know, it's taken time for me to move on this stuff because I don't particularly like gambling. It doesn't do anything for me. But I understand. I mean, you know, it's a mixture. When we get up here, we represent our communities and we represent the state, and we try to do the best we can. I don't, you know, sometimes when I vote for something, it's because I really feel like my community wants it. May not be something I'm 100%, but you know, you get a sense of things, right? I'm guessing if this was an HJR, I'm pretty sure it'll pass in Laredo.
I would
Webb
think.
County. If it's on the ballot, I'm pretty damn sure it'll pass, right?
Well, we'll talk about that shortly.
So,
yes,
you know, so I'm trying to work through my own, you know, sort of lack of interest in this kind of stuff, recognizing, you know, working with you and others on this. But I would really appreciate it if you could. I'm trying to help a group of folks that I know well, and I know what they've done, and I know that I don't want to put them at a disadvantage.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
And my commitment to you is that, as I always try to do, I try to work with everybody in a bipartisan fashion. And I think this is a good bipartisan bill that creates opportunities for us to continue to close the gap on funding for education and special education, more importantly, in the state of Texas. Without raising taxes, it's creating the opportunity for us to capture the revenue that's already being gambled that we're not collecting the revenue on today.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Howard, did you have a question? All right, I didn't see your light on. I recognize Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've got some good teams listed here
Yes.
that are a part of this.
Yes, ma'am.
There's something missing, though, isn't there?
I'm aware. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I noticed with the article that you included, you were showing us about the betting, but also it's just this very interesting article about UT star, I'm not sure how she says her name exactly, Charlie Collier, who's expected to be selected by Dallas with one of the first 2 picks in the WNBA draft. I think tomorrow even.
I know.
Isn't that exciting?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
But there's no women teams, are there? Not, well, there is, I guess it's at the Major League Soccer team in Houston that is affiliated with the Houston Dash.
Yes, ma'am.
So, but the WNBA is not included right now.
That is correct.
So I'm asking you if you would accept an amendment to include the WNBA and make sure that we have women's sports represented in this as well.
Yes, ma'am. As we discussed on the floor today, I would love for you to offer that amendment, and I will absolutely accept it.
I'll take you up on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
So, Representative, let's get right to the meat.
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell us how much money's coming in. I just see the fiscal note. Let's get to the dollars.
We believe it's $180 million as we start. It can grow to $400 million. Arizona just did their estimate yesterday when they passed their bill. Their increase was, or their estimate was $50 million. That was their forecast. We did get an estimate from Comptroller's office, which we disagree with, but it's still 38 million. But I will have other people talk about that. But when you have other states and New Jersey that collected somewhere around $40 million, now you think about the size of a New Jersey, you think about the size of Texas, and what you can generate revenue-wise. And we've already discussed there's $5.6 billion that's going out the door right now, roughly. And we're putting a 10% tax on that. We're putting a 10% fee, rather, as some people would call it, the VIG. But that's what the number is. And so, Mr. Chairman, I believe that it's low and it's light, but there are people from the Sports Betting Alliance, Mr. Chairman, that will come. And we've done a complete study on this, spent, the last 18 months working on this and trying to figure out what the revenue source was. And what I think is interesting is that, as you know, as we left last session, we never expected to have COVID. And so we didn't have the opportunity to meet through Ways and Means and find other streams and sources of revenues as we go forward. And so that's what we believe the number is at the beginning. We started the fee structure on the licensing fee, a little lower. That can be changed to create additional revenue streams as we go forward, meaning we can increase if that's what the body desires to do. But that's our initial estimate is the $180 million is what we believe it's going to generate as we ramp it up as we go forward to the state of Texas.
Let me add, so that everybody in the room, whether you're for or against, it says 38 million through August 31st, 2023. Then it's 37 million
right.
plus 2024.
Right.
2025 is 45 million plus. 2026 is 48 million. And I do agree with you. I think those are low.
Yes, sir.
But I do want to make the point that you're going to provide us information, but there's a positive economic impact.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
That's my point. Now, number two, so everybody that knows whether you're for or against, this is HB 2070.
Yes, sir.
And this takes 76 votes in the House.
That is correct.
That's correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Mr. Huberty. So talking about the increases in revenue, I went back and looked at other states that have legalized gambling. They've actually had to cut their budgets. They've had it legalized for many years. In fact, some of them are cutting education. So how are we reconciling that with the promises of this legislation?
Well, I can't talk to other states of why they're cutting their budgets. I mean, if you're looking at, you'd have to give me more specifics of what states, and I could.
Colorado cut, let's see. Colorado actually increased taxes. They had an overall budget cut of about $3 billion. Their total budget is $30 billion. 500 million of that was education cuts. 15 million was mental health. And they had legalized gambling progressively throughout the years. Casinos, which is beyond what you're talking about, they legalized in 1991.
Well, I would share with you this, is that, Colorado has a $30 billion budget. We have on an annualized basis, we're at $125 billion. We have one of the largest GDPs in the world, not the country, in the world. But yet, we passed legislation to not have income taxes, as an example. We have very few streams of revenue that we can generate from. We're very dependent on oil and natural gas. We're very, during COVID, as you know, oil was negative. We are growing back into our economy. But I would pose this question back to you, which is, what legislation have we passed, or what ideas have we created during this legislative session that have created an opportunity of additional revenue streams to the state of Texas?
Well,
I'm sorry. If you don't mind if I finish.
Sure, yeah.
That can continue to keep our promises to our taxpayers. When you think about the 2.5% cap that we put on for our schools, for our school districts, so that we have to continue to pick up the tab associated with that. And those are not tens of millions of dollars, but, hundreds of millions of dollars as we go forward. I think this is helpful to solve that problem. Nevada is an example where my home office has been for many years. Obviously saw a huge decrease related to their sales tax because they had to close those buildings. This still allows people, while sports were playing and they didn't have people in the stands, to be able to continue to support, and if they chose to gamble on those teams, they could. They had an opportunity to do that. And so I'm not asking for anything other than what's already happening right now, is that people are placing bets and they're doing this. And if you choose not to gamble and you choose not to go to Las Vegas, or you choose not to do that, that's fine. But there are people that are doing that. We're creating that opportunity to do that. I would say there's a lot of states that don't have balanced budgets like we do, and haven't been through a process that we have been through, like this year. In 2011, in my first session, we made cuts to education, and it was difficult and it was terrible as we went forward. And it took us years to get back to doing that. And, as you know, the Speaker made a commitment, and the Senate and the House have done the same thing on education, is to completely fund education and fund House Bill 3 as we go forward. And so what I would say as we go forward is that I don't think there's any other state like Texas.
You're right.
And I think that we're not like everybody else. And so I can't express enough, to my opinion, is getting this to our voters and let them make the decision. That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for us to say, hey, let's let them decide where it's at, because this is not impacting anything other than what we've already done.
And we appreciate all your work on HB3. It was awesome. You asked me about the additional sources of revenue. It's actually interesting. I went back and looked, and when I joined the legislature in 2015, since I joined the legislature in 2015, if you consider the budget that was we were all under, revenues to the state of Texas actually grew by $40 billion. Half of that actually went to education. So we've done quite well without additional sources of revenue. I've got a question about you said 10% sales tax, right?
It's a 10% tax on the operators. So the 10% fee on the operators.
I've got questions for that. Do you have resource witnesses for that?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right.
Yes,
thank
sir,
you, Mr. Huberty.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sheen. I appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, for bringing this bill. We already have gambling in Texas, don't we?
Yes, sir.
A lottery?
Yeah.
So what's different about that than this? You're still taking a chance. You still have a chance to win.
Absolutely. And some would say this is more of a skilled betting, because when you're buying a lottery ticket, you're just handing over your $5 or $10 or whatever it is, and doing scratch offs and everything else. This is actually understanding, people that can pay attention to, is a quarterback hurt, or is the star basketball player out, and looking at the line and figuring out which way that you want to bet. Yeah. And so you're absolutely right, and as Chairman Raymond mentioned, we do have casinos that already exist. One's very close to me up in Livingston, that already exists, that's there. We have bingo that is allowed and exists. And many, and as a Catholic, I would say that that's a huge stream of revenue for many of the churches that are out there. And so, and again, that is a game of chance, whereas this is more of a skilled idea and concept. Now, making stupid bets and betting against a team just because you're betting because you want your team to win. That's just because you believe in your team or whatever it is. But there's multiple opportunities for people to gamble in Texas right now, and all I'm asking for is the opportunity to say, why don't we expand that's out there? And by the way,
or just bring it to the voters.
Bring it to the voters. That's what I'm asking, Mr. Harless. Absolutely, 100%. And I think the polling has shown overwhelmingly that it's a positive impact associated with that as we go forward.
Well, thank you for bringing this. I want to make one correction that you made.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that people pay you on the 19th hole. I can't imagine that happening. I've seen you play.
In the 19th.
You definitely.
Well, wait a minute. You got to give me some shots. I mean, that's.
You definitely weren't playing with Harless.
Yeah, that's right.
That was the case. All right. All right. Seeing no other questions right now, Mr. Huberty, we'll get to the testimony. Maybe we'll have some questions at the end for you, but we'll reserve your right to close. And
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you. Thank you.
I think we're going to start with a couple of virtual testimonies. So the chair calls Neil Liebman. You'll need to turn on your mic as well, Mr. Liebman. And your video.
It has to be on. This video has to be on. There we go.
All right.
That better?
All right, we got you. Go right ahead. If you would state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Sure, thank you. My name is Neil Liebman. I represent the Texas Rangers baseball team, and my position on the bill is in favor of House Bill 2070, HJR 97.
All right, right now we're just on the House bill, so I've got you in favor of House Bill 2070. Is that okay?
That is perfect. Thank you very much.
Great, you proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members, my name is Neil Liebman. I'm co-owner, president, and Chief Operating Officer of the Texas Rangers baseball team. I'm here today again to support House Bill 2070 to license, regulate, and tax sports betting in Texas. The professional sports industry in Texas, which drives billions of dollars in economic impact and employs tens of thousands of Texans, is fully aligned in support of legislation to allow sports teams to work with regulated sports betting operators to launch a new sports betting market in Texas. Texas professional teams from the 5 major sports markets all agree and have all stood firm in working together as the Texas Sports Alliance to help draft this bill and create a regulatory framework that protects consumers while ensuring, most importantly, the integrity of this game. The reality is sports betting is happening illegally in Texas right now, and it is important for the state to take control. By implementing efficient state oversight of sports betting, we will allow our fans to safely and with integrity of the game and of the sports betting provide additional dollars in revenue to the state through the sports betting medium to pay for education and important state programs. Since 2018, when the U.S. Supreme Court struck down a federal law that prohibited states from legalizing sports betting, 25 states, and as I understand, Arizona just approved it as well, has approved legislation to authorize and legalize sports betting, including our neighboring states of Louisiana, Arkansas, and New Mexico. Several more states are considering legislation this year and are planning to adopt this. We truly cannot have our hard-earned state dollars be sent to neighboring states. With 11 teams, Texas is home to more professional sports franchise teams than any other state than California. With efficient regulation, Texas could soon become one of the largest sports betting markets in the nation and bring in new revenue for the state. The major Texas-based professional sports franchises supports efforts to license, regulate, and tax sports wagering in Texas to ensure integrity of the sports wagering marketplace. We know illegal sports betting is going on now, and what we're asking is to regulate, tax, and ensure the integrity of sports betting and keep the dollars in the state. While all this is important, I know each and every one of you have your favorite Texas sports team. If we do not adopt this, we will have a series of sports teams that will be non-competitive. And I say that because all the other states that are legislating this are creating additional dollars for sports teams to go out and secure the best and highest quality players for their team. We will be at a competitive disadvantage for every team in Texas, in every sport in Texas, if we have to compete against New York, Arizona, Louisiana, and other states where dollars are going to sports teams as well as the states. They're not being used to put the highest quality sports teams in the stadiums for the fans. We owe Texas this on all these fronts, and I support this bill, and I appreciate your time, and I'm open to all of your questions.
Members, are any questions? Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, and God bless you.
Chair calls Eric Shippers. Who's also joining us virtually. Again, need to turn on your mic and also your camera.
And he just needs.
All right, there you are. Good evening. If you would state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please.
Hi, Matt. Good evening, Chairman Patty. My name is Eric Shippers, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Public Affairs and Government Relations for Penn National Gaming. And I appreciate you providing the opportunity, as well as Vice Chair Hernandez and members of the committee, to testify this evening in support of HB 2070. Penn National Gaming is the nation's largest regional gaming and racing operator with 41 casinos and racetracks throughout the United States. And we have retail sports books at nearly half of those casino or racino properties. In addition, we currently offer online wagering on sports in 3 states. Those are Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Illinois, and anticipate we'll be operational with our mobile sportsbook app in at least 10 states by the end of this year. So here in Texas, Penn National is proud to operate 3 of the state's racetracks, that being Sam Houston Race Park, Retama Park, and Valley Race Park. And we employ hundreds of Texans and support the livelihood of thousands in the state horse racing industry. Last year, Penn National acquired a major stake in Barstool Sports, which is a leading digital sports, entertainment, and media platform that delivers original content across blogs and podcasts, radio, video, and social channels. And they have a loyal army of approximately 54 million monthly unique visitors. And this new partnership of ours has led to the rebranding of our retail casino sportsbooks to Barstool Sportsbooks. As I referenced earlier, we've launched our Barstool Sportsbook mobile app in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Illinois to great success. And we're certainly eager, if given the opportunity and Texas voters approve this, to bring our Barstool brand to Texas as well, to our racetracks. Now, we believe legal sports betting in Texas has the potential to provide a meaningful shot in the arm to the Texas racing industry and to provide an important new revenue stream to the state. If successful, as others have previously testified, Texas would join what is now 26 other states and Washington, D.C. that have moved to authorize sports betting in the wake of the federal repeal of PASPA. As the nation's largest regional gaming operator, we have been deeply involved in many of the legislative discussions on sports betting across the country. And we've got extensive experience operating regional sports books and digital gaming due to our existing operations. And our team we have a deep bench of people who've been involved in this operation for years. As such, we want to offer a few of the following points that we think are very key components of any bill that would be considered on sports betting. And the first is the importance of the inclusion of racetracks as sportsbook operators. The Texas racing industry has a long and storied past, with the first pari-mutuel bets taken nearly 100 years ago before the practice was banned in 1937. And the industry stayed afloat without taking a bet for another 50 years when pari-mutuel wagering was once again legalized in 1987. And the industry flourished until neighboring states began to legalize casino gaming at racetracks. And as a result, the horse industry is quickly abandoning Texas for Oklahoma, Louisiana, and New Mexico, where gaming's allowed and consequently race purses are higher. Sports betting, we believe, would provide a shot in the arm for Texas racetracks as we try to compete with neighboring states, resulting in an increased investment in our racetracks and introducing a new generation to racing. Along the same vein, while a separate issue, the legalization of casino gaming at the tracks would also help to level the playing field with our neighboring jurisdictions, and I know that's a matter that will be discussed later. Another key point I want to raise is the importance of allowing mobile wagering on sports. According to the American Gaming Association, which is our trade industry association, the black market offshore sports betting industry is at a minimum $150 billion business. These illegal bookmakers are no longer lurking in back alleyways. They're online and they're taking bets from Texas citizens today, every day. And if the state chooses to limit this opportunity to only in-person betting, it would be the illegal offshore operators who would be applauding that action and have the most to gain. In states where mobile sports betting is legal, more than 75% of all bets placed in the state are done so online. So to put a finer point on this, there's an economic impact firm out there, Eilers & Krejcik. They're projecting a stabilized sports betting industry in Texas with only retail wagering to be approximately $533 million in gaming revenues. Conversely, They project a full retail and mobile sports betting industry in Texas would result in over 1.6 billion in revenues taken back from the illegal market in neighboring jurisdictions. Final point I'll raise is the importance of reasonable tax rate or fees on this business. On the subject of what that might be, I want to emphasize that sports betting is a low margin, highly volatile business. On average, if $100 is wagered, which we call handle, $95 of that $100 goes back to the bettors, with the entity, the operator, in this case, our racetrack, receiving $5, which we call the hold. We then must pay a federal excise tax, a state tax, an array of operating expenses, which includes our marketing and data analytics, et cetera, resulting in approximately $1 in actual revenue. So we think a tax rate between 7% and 10% strikes the right balance and allows us to be more competitive with neighboring states as they continue to pass legislation. Notably, we'll also ensure that the legal market can compete with the unregulated offshore companies that are going to continue to operate without paying taxes. So I want to thank you for your time this evening. I especially want to thank you for your flexibility in allowing the virtual testimony. And I look forward to working with you, hopefully on legislation that's balanced by a strong regulatory structure and principled policy. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Shippers, just for the record, I have you registered representing Penn National Gaming, Sam Houston Racetrack, and Retama Racetrack. Is that correct?
That is correct.
For the bill. All right.
Yes, sir.
Members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Tad Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you. Committee members, thank you for allowing me to be here today. I'm Tad Brown. I've been the CEO of the Houston Rockets for the past 15 years. I've been in the sports and entertainment industry for the past 30. I'm here on behalf of the Houston Rockets. Also, our owner, Tillman Fertitta, owner and governor, unfortunately is traveling overseas. He wanted to make sure that he was represented here today. And on behalf of the organization, on behalf of Mr. Fertitta, we support SB 2070. You've heard from a number of people already, and I'm going to reiterate some of those things. I certainly believe this is a win for Texas. It's a win for our teams, and it's a win for our citizens. Texans are already placing bets on sports now, well over $5 billion that we have estimated already. And as we've heard, that number could grow significantly as we look at this over the years. We would rather establish a regulated environment and a system that is overseen by our legislators as well as our leagues and our teams to be able to manage this and to protect our consumers and to keep the revenues that are already being generated here in the state of Texas for our companies and for our citizens and for our government to be able to use the way that they would see appropriate in the future. A thoughtful legal framework will preserve the integrity of our sports, of our competition, will assist the teams to be able to manage and control these things, and it's going to protect our consumers who are already betting on these games as they're played. Our counterparts, as it's been mentioned, whether it be football, basketball, baseball, hockey, you name it, they're in many other states are already enjoying these opportunities to be able to create additional revenue opportunities and increase and enhance their resources to put back into their communities and back into their teams to compete at the highest levels. We think this is an opportunity also. We're never going to be able to replace what has been lost here from COVID over the last year, as well as what we're still getting out of. But this is an opportunity for us to take advantage of an existing revenue stream that exists here in the state of Texas to capture our revenues and to bring them back and keep them here. It's only going to grow. You can't turn on a talk radio show. You can't turn on ESPN. You can't look at any part of the sports landscape or entertainment landscape without somebody ended up talking about the bets that they're going to be placing and the handle that's going to be on that game. So this is only going to get bigger. It's going to give us an opportunity, if we're able to regulate it here in the state of Texas, it's going to give us an opportunity to work and protect our consumers, to protect our fans, and to protect our leagues and our teams so that we can make sure that it's not operating illegally and that money is being controlled here in the state and going to benefit our teams and our fans and our customers here in the state of Texas. With that, again, I want to thank you for allowing us to be here. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Chair calls Scott Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Scott Ward. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Orrick, Harrington, Sutcliffe, and I serve as National Public Policy Counsel for BetMGM, DraftKings, as well as FanDuel. All three are leading mobile sportsbooks in the United States, and between them, they operate mobile or retail sportsbooks in over 15 states. I'm here today on their behalf to support HB 2070. Until 2018, federal law prohibited the states from deciding for themselves on sports wagering. This made it illegal everywhere except for Nevada and allowed the illegal market to flourish across all mediums, in-person betting, over the internet, and then recently through sophisticated offshore mobile applications. Some estimates put the illegal U.S. sports wagering market at upwards of 100 to 150 billion annually. There is no doubt that the illegal market caters to high consumer demand, but with no protections for customers, athletes, or sporting events, and provides no revenue to the state. But in 2018, the U.S. Supreme Court made it clear that it is the individual state's right to decide for themselves whether to legalize and regulate sports betting. And since that time, 26 states, including 2 this week, Arizona, Maryland, Wyoming did it a few weeks ago, as did New York, have chosen to protect their constituents from the illegal offshore market by legalizing sports wagering. Relevant to the conversation we're having here, 3 states put the question to their voters in 2020 via constitutional amendment, South Dakota, Louisiana, and Maryland. And the voters of all 3 of those states overwhelmingly approved the measures. As you've also heard, many states are actively debating legalizing legislation today. Although sports betting is illegal in Texas today, make no mistakes, billions of dollars are bet on sports by Texans every year. You don't need to leave your house to bet on sports in Texas. And it's likely that Texans don't even realize that what they're doing is illegal. A simple web search for Texas sports betting, which I did earlier this morning, will result in, well, there's a lot of news coverage of this hearing, but then also offshore websites purporting to be legal, claiming that Texans could come bet with them. These sites provide no consumer protections, no recourse if a customer feels cheated, and no guarantees that a Texas consumer will even see any money if they win. And illegal offshore sites do not care about your age, so they are a haven for underage betting. That's why allowing Texans to vote on whether they want legal and regulated sports wagering is critical. It's not a question of should there be sports betting in Texas, there already is. It's a question of if your constituents should decide for themselves if they want the freedom to place bets in a legal and regulated market where they can feel safe and secure. HB 2070 contains critical consumer protections only available in a legal and regulated market. BetMGM, FanDuel, and DraftKings take integrity of sports, responsible gaming, and the issue of underage gambling very seriously. To put it simply, we are engaged in a race to the top, with our highest priority providing our customers with the protections, tools, and information necessary to engage safely and securely. That begins with robust identity verification measures, including what's called Know Your Customer technology, to ensure underage individuals are not able to create an account, make a deposit, or place a wager. When verifying a customer's identification, our companies conduct a detailed demographic and personal information check using the customer's name, their physical address, their date of birth, their social security number, and geolocation. Our practices have been independently tested, licensed, and approved by regulatory bodies. And we invest in responsible gaming. We provide safeguards that allow customers to set their own deposit limits and to self-exclude from participation should they choose. And by monitoring wagers placed by players, regulated operators can identify and flag potentially problematic behavior quickly. HB 27 also provides for a robust mobile marketplace for sports wagering. In states that have already legalized sports wagering, we're seeing upwards of 90% of wagers are made online or via mobile app. Consumers today can buy a car, you can trade stocks, you can order groceries, you can refinance your house all on your phone. The illegal offshore wagering sites are also all available online. And that's why the legal regulated market must provide Texans with the option of betting safely from their phones. Finally, HB 2070 allows for betting on college sports. Betting on college sports is a significant part of the billions being bet in Texas already today. A legal sports betting market that limits or prohibits college betting doesn't stop those bets from happening. It just means that they will remain in the illegal market, where the state has zero visibility into who is betting and how much. And it affects more than just college sports. The Texas consumer who wants to bet on college sports, but is forced to do so in the illegal market, will also keep making bets on professional sports in that same illegal market simply out of convenience. We estimate that limitations on college betting can cut the percentage of bets that migrate from the illegal to the legal market by between 30 to 50%. So that's about half of the bets that are in the illegal market may stay there with a college ban. By moving college betting out of the illegal market and into the regulated market, we can shine a light on college sports betting, provide oversight by a regulator, and stop illegal college sports betting where there are no controls or protections. In closing, I respectfully urge your support of HB 2070, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you represent DraftKings, you said?
Yes, sir.
And you said that there's precautions to protect children from gambling. Do you have precautions to protect the child from grabbing their mom and dad's ID and password and gambling?
Absolutely, and I'm happy to engage in this conversation with you again, Representative. So, first of all, these in a regulated market, these sports books are licensed. The bill provides for an age 21 limitation, and it says that these sports books, in order to maintain that license, have to ensure that underage bettors don't bet. And so they are highly incentivized to make sure that they keep children off their websites. In your example, where an adult has created an account, has funded their account, which are things that through Know Your Customer, only that adult would be able to do. It asked questions. I did it, and it asked me a question about gave me 5 addresses and which one did I live at, and it turned out 1 year in college, I'd spent 3 months at this one apartment, and I'd forgotten, but they had it there. My kid wouldn't know that. I did, though. So they wouldn't be able to open that account. But in your example where somebody grabs their phone and the kid knows their phone's password, well, there is parenting that has to be involved in there. Just with any regulated product, parenting has to be involved. I guess you're describing the Amazon problem, right? The kid gets on his parents' Amazon account.
I know, a package shows up at my house every day.
Mine too.
Yeah.
And they're all addressed to my daughter, even when I order them. I know. So, parenting is involved. But, and as I said, they would be highly incentivized to keep those kids off. But if that unique situation occurs, as I said to you last time, they should contact the companies.
So, because you mentioned there's an opportunity if that happened for some type of reconciliation. I'm not sure what exactly you said, but let's say a child of a single mom that's struggling to pay her bills, and the child gambles and loses $1,000. Like, can the mom get a reimbursement, or does that ever happen? Or it's a situation where you're talking about where a child's grabbed the login ID of a parent.
Right, and I think that there's a couple of steps there that make that sort of situation very rare. First of all, in that situation, the parent would have had to have already deposited into their account. So these sportsbooks don't give credit. You have to have deposited money. You have an online account with a balance in it, and so the adult who created that account would have had to made that conscious decision to put money into that account.
You can wager $1,000, right?
You absolutely can. Yeah, so but they would have had the adult would have had to put that $1,000 into the account.
So that's the scenario.
The kid wouldn't have the ability to do that. And so in that situation, the adult would have chosen to put that money into the account. Now, if the kid gone on and made a bet that they shouldn't have made, again, that's a very rare circumstance, and I'm not aware of that happening. But I can't tell you exactly what happened depending on the individual circumstances, but they should contact the company. And as I said, these companies don't want kids betting on their site. They're incentivized not to do that, and they'd like to make sure that's right.
Thanks.
Any other questions, members? Chair recognizes Mr. Harlan.
So, Colorado, it's legal, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they started doing it in May,
May of 2020, correct.
and they far exceeded their expectations for revenue for the state, didn't they?
They've done quite well. And again, as you said, they started in May. There wasn't a lot of sports in May, but they're doing well. They're also seeing month over month, I believe it's in the 20 to maybe in the 15 to 20% increases month over month. And so they're certainly on track to do well.
And they're using their money, their tax revenue off of this for water projects?
I apologize. I don't know exactly where that revenue goes. That makes sense to me, though.
And we're seeing about $4 million way just for that project, just through December in tax revenue. And they're a state of less than 6 million, and we're a state of almost 30 million. That's pretty good.
And I think, and I know there was a question about Colorado. I think a good example here would be, that's a great example, given the demographics of the state. New Jersey is a state that's had sports betting for 2 to 3 years. In 2020, as was mentioned, they brought in $50 million in tax revenue. There wasn't sports for 3 months in 2020. New Jersey population is a third the size of Texas. I think that's a good indication of what you may see here. And that's just in the first year. As you mature, as with any market, you grow and you get bigger as you mature. That's where you'll see the out year increases.
And so people are already betting online. We're just not getting the benefit of it.
That's absolutely correct. As I said, you can go online, Google betting in Texas. There are plenty of sites that will tell you that it's legal to bet with them. It's not, but they will tell you that, so you may not even know you're betting illegally. And it's some offshore website located in some other country, and that money is not coming back to the state of Texas for sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Ward, thank you for being here. Just to recap a couple of things, someone made, I don't remember if it was you or someone else made the comment about how much of this activity happens online. I heard maybe 75%, or is that right? Or
Yes. So my colleague at Penn used the number 75%. I used the number 90%. I mean, it varies state by state. Right. There are things that you can do in the bill, and I'd like to, my clients are part of the Sports Betting Alliance. We help to suggest best practices from other states. This bill is a model bill, and it's a great bill in terms of regulation and mobile sports. Some other states have made some mistakes in terms of their mobile market by limiting the ability for their consumers to bet on their phone, either by limiting the ability to deposit or to register on your phone. That doesn't occur here, and so in states where you see that, the mobile market's much less because they've created artificial barriers, sometimes for reasons not related to safety, mostly for competition reasons. But in a bill like this, I think you would see upwards of 90% of bets online.
Right. Well, I mean, I think the market's showing elsewhere that that's clearly how people want to do it, right?
That's correct.
So, and you touched on, I'm glad you did, really focus on a lot of consumer protections, which I think is a critical piece of this as well, because at the end of the day, what we're talking about here with some of this is, first of all, the voters are going to have a say, right, at the end of the day, whether they want this or not. This activity is already going on illegally with no consumer protections at all. And I would assume, as you would with casinos and other things, you would have different programs as far as responsible gaming programs and things like that to try to address some of the ill effects potentially of gambling, whether it be addiction or, other nefarious activity that might, happen around that as well. You also brought up a great point as well. If someone wanted to do this, they would need to deposit money. So it'd have to be money they have, right? They deposit that. Unlike what exists today in the illegal world, if you will, where you've got folks who are calling up someone or texting someone and saying, hey, I want to bet this much on this game or whatever, and they may or may not have that money. I'm sure none of us have these experiences, but maybe we've heard of those folks that are, throwing that Hail Mary on Sunday night, trying to catch up, because otherwise they got to figure out how they can pay whatever on Monday. And so obviously that's not the most common example, but it exists out there because there's no structure there. There's no like you would do, that they would need to have put in that $100 or that $500 and to be able to bet from that, as opposed to betting money they may or may not have in their pocket right now too. And so that leads to a lot of negative things as well. I mean, it puts people in situations sometimes, unfortunately, where they're saying, okay, well, what do I do now? You know, so they're selling something or they're doing whatever they have to do because guy's showing up on Tuesday. And so I know I'm not asking you a question here, and I guess I kind of am. I think what should not be lost in a lot of this discussion are the protections that are built in here, and there will be those obviously that want to talk about the ill effects of gambling, and I'm not suggesting to anyone how they should feel about gambling, good or bad. But I do think it's really important to consider the protections that exist and making sure that folks are going to do this, which we know they are and have been doing it for a long, long, long time, that there are some ways that they can do it more responsibly and be protected and not get taken advantage of, frankly, too. I've heard stories of folks that have gone onto one of these websites that you mentioned that you could Google and they pop up, and you could do that, create an account, and it looks all legit and everything else until you deposit some money and then you want to get it back. Or you win and you're thinking, all right, let me cash out. And maybe that's not possible and you have no recourse.
If I can respond, I think that I agree with everything you just said. And what's important to note is the backers of this bill are not just my clients, who are highly sophisticated, in some instances, publicly traded companies, technology companies, really, who are engaged in this, who are able to provide problem gambling services, because when you do it online, you see every single dollar. There's no anonymous betting, and they're able to catch those things quickly. This is not the local bookie at the corner who has to come and collect. As I said, there's no credit given here. You can only bet money you have. But also, to your point about regulation and consumer protections, this is supported by all of the professional teams here in the state of Texas, as well as the tracks and the sports books, because there's a recognition amongst all of us that this is happening now, that Texans are being cheated or treated poorly in the illegal market, and there's no income coming back to the state, and we can do a better job with it. And it helps to protect sports with a regulated market, it helps to protect the consumer with a regulated market, and it brings revenue to the state. Those are all wins.
Okay. And for folks like, you don't know who I am, but I represent 6 counties around the border of Louisiana. You could leave where I live and you could be sitting at a casino in 35, 40 minutes if you wanted to be. And did I see, well, they passed the ballot initiative.
They did, overwhelmingly. Yep.
They still have to do the enabling, right?
The legislature is looking at that now.
All right. So that happens, folks in my district, if they go over to Louisiana, they not only could go to a casino if they wanted to, but they could begin placing legal bets on sports as well.
That's right. Very likely they'll be able to drive just a few hundred feet across the border, get on their phone, place a legal bet in the state of Louisiana, and then come back. It happens quite frequently. You see in states that haven't passed it and are bordered other states.
Because it's geofence, right? So once they cross over into Louisiana, at some point, once they get across a little bit there, then that app would be active, right?
Correct. Yep. The geolocation services are a critical part of this. We have to know where you are for legal and tax purposes. If you're in the state of Texas, you pay tax, or the money would go to Texas versus the other states. But yes, so they can tell, like I said, they can tell within a few feet, within 5 feet, but you probably need to go maybe 100 to make sure you can make that bet into Louisiana.
All right. Members, any other questions? Chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
In the states where it's legal, do y'all, I guess you participate in it, but do y'all advertise?
Absolutely.
That's another revenue source.
Well, and it's an interesting question you asked that. I was just talking to my clients about that yesterday. He'll chuckle if he's watching this, that you asked that question. It is absolutely another revenue source. And this is a new and emerging business. And so when legalized in a state, they do a heck of a lot of advertising. And I was told by my client that I could easily suggest to you that the number would be in the hundreds of millions of dollars in advertising in the state of Texas if sports betting was legalized here.
Well, thank you for answering that.
Mr. Ward is a guy who owns radio stations. You just... thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Chair calls Chris Gordon. Chris Gordon. All right, we'll show I'm registered for the bill, not testifying. Chair calls Gary Zimmerman. Gary Zimmerman. Yeah. Next up will be Rob Kohler, followed by Jennifer Hughes.
My name is Gary Zimmerman. I am against this bill, as well as the other one, the Enabling Act that's for this. I will be voting no when it comes voting time in November. I have two main concerns: corruption, that is the players voting, gambling. I mean, there's movies made about the baseball players from the early 20s and 30s. Then we have a famous baseball player that got caught gambling. What about the coaches? You know, our Baylor team here just won a national championship. What's to stop them from rigging the game as a team and coming in and voting, or not voting, but gambling online and throwing a game? We need to worry about that corruption. The second thing is, I used to work at WinStar, and I'll be talking about Indian gambling here when that bill comes up. But when I was working at WinStar, I saw many people lose their entire life savings, lose their house, lose their car, lose their job, lose everything. Then they're on the Oklahoma economy for welfare and stuff like that. We need some type of backup protection that'll help keep people from losing their life savings, losing their home, becoming homeless. They need to have some type of plan. If you look at Oklahoma casino gambling, they do have backups. They do have a way to take care of those who lose everything, a way to stop them. But we need to think about that, because all the money we may make on sports wagering, some of that may be lost to take care of the people that become homeless. As most of you being in Austin here, there's a big problem of homelessness down on 5th and 6th Street, tent cities. How many of those have lost their life savings due to illegal gambling? So we need to think about, when we come up with the laws, this bill, how are we going to take care of those that lose their life savings, and what are we going to do to stop corruption? That's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Members, any questions? All right, Mr. Harless.
Thank you for being here, and you're in a lot of my hearings. I got one question on the corruption. You're worried about all players or coaches throwing games?
Throwing games.
Well, can't they already do that if it's legal in 26 states?
They can. But most of the other states, as far as I've been able to find, and I could be wrong, I'm human, I don't see any kind of protections to help stop that. You know, Pete Rose, he screwed up and got caught. You know, how many of the other players back then didn't get caught? We have the baseball team, a famous movie, you know, about the fact that they intentionally threw games. Now, they got caught. But I wonder how many people today are not getting caught in throwing games. It's a concern. It's something that needs to be thought about. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
You know, I'm not saying it's widespread, but it's a possibility. And if we do catch that, you know, I know that the leagues, the Major League Baseball, the football, the basketball, you know, they have sanctions that they can put against their players and their coaches. But what about legally here? What are we going to do if the Baylor team decides to throw a game? Hopefully they don't. Hopefully they have the integrity. But, you know, we have University of Texas, and then we have the big OU Texas game, which is a big game. You know, what's to stop that from happening?
But I guess my point is, if it was going to happen, it would already be happening now, because it's legalized in 2016.
It probably is, but is anybody investigating it? And what happens if somebody does come up and find out? Do we have any sanctions beyond, you know, the Major League sanctioning their own players or their own coaches? What about the college teams? Do we have any sanctions against, you know, the college teams that might do that? It's just something to be thought about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls Rob Kohler, and then our last witness will be Jennifer Hughes.
Morning, evening, I guess. Thank you all. My name is Rob Kohler. I'm here representing the Christian Life Commission of the Baptist General Convention of Texas. I'm going to take a little different path than the question Representative Huberty asked you, but I'd encourage you to raise your hand that when you're running for office in your primary, if you told the people in your community that if you come to Austin, you're going to vote for sports gambling or casinos. Now, if you did, and some have, man, all the power to you. But if you didn't, I will tell you that this argument of let the people decide has accompanied this attempt to expand gambling in this state for the last 20 years. And, you know, I tell people that argument is old as dirt in Austin. So don't get tricked. Don't let these fancy lobbyists tell you that, well, gee whiz, you don't have to be for it. You know, I'm not even for it, but let the people decide. That's an old trick in Austin. Don't fall for it. How this bill is structured is actually sad. As a dad from 3 boys, grew up here, big Longhorn fan. Teams like the Dallas Cowboys, the Dallas Mavericks, the Texas Rangers, instead of devoting all their resources and time to win games, compete for championships, what we're learning now is they want to be the state's online bookies. Sends a bad message to the youth of this state. Sends a bad message of rooting for teams. The way this bill is structured, the Cowboys, they're going to be the house. How do kids root for a team? At the same time, you're going to place a wager on them. One of the uniqueness of this bill and concerning about the integrity of not only professional sports, but college sports. I'll give you one example. If you look at page 30 of this bill, this layoff wagering provision. Now, how that traditionally works out in online books is that if the wagers, if the house gets a little out of balance, particular game's going to go the wrong way, they're going to lose, they have the ability to go place a wager at another book to cover that potential loss, to mitigate the risk. Now, picture this. Dallas Cowboys, Washington Redskins. Washington Redskins have a good team. Looks like they're going to cover the bets. These bets are with the Cowboy online wagering. Looks like they're going to cover the bets. This bill will allow the Cowboys then to go place a bet on the Washington Redskins to win to mitigate their risk. It's not putting those dots so close together, we believe, is very problematic and really attacks sports that our youth in this state really love. What the VP of Penn, a lot of questions have been about, well, why hasn't this happened? Why has this last gentleman that testified? The Supreme Court just acted on this in 2018. This is real quick after that being allowed to happen in states. This question came up about, or the Penn VP gave us some good insight on this. Remember, he told you that 95% of every dollar goes in to pay prizes. That leaves only 5 cents left. Well, luckily through math, you can figure out a couple of things. And one thing I just jotted down on a piece of paper, we heard around $400 million a year we could give from this enterprise. If you tax them at the lowest, which he said, you know, don't tax me out of business, maybe 7 to 11%. If you tax them at 7%, with a 95% prize payout, there has to be over $114,285,714,286 put in, wagered, to generate you 400 million bucks. I can share that math with you. Those are answers that you need to know. That money just isn't going to come out of the sky. When you're told, hey, we need some money, $300 million, $400 million, where do you think that's going to come from? What I'd add is, this is a Class 3 game. This happens. No action has to be taken. In fact, the legislature will get no opportunity to take any additional action on this. If this were to pass, the Class 2 tribe in this state right now, the Kickapoo, would have the opportunity, the right, a special right under federal law, to go straight to the governor's office to negotiate a gaming compact. Now, if there's not agreement, they have the right to go straight to the Secretary of Interior, United States Secretary of Interior, for them to make the decision. You can't just do sports betting. You just can't do without the ramifications of the federal law in the state.
Rob, we're getting close.
Okay, I'm good. I'll answer any questions you may have. Or
any questions for Rob? Chair recognizes Mr. Sheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't understand what you just said, where if this were to pass, the Indian tribes can do what now? They can go to the federal government and do what?
So in the state of Texas is Class 2, okay, and Class 2 federal gaming laws. If the state of Texas passes any law that is Class 3 and pierces that bubble, the only Igorot tribe in this state at this time, which is the Kickapoo, and I hope they're here to testify, they have a special right under federal law. They go straight to the governor's office. The Kickapoo, very wonderful and knowledgeable in this arena. Each year they file a constitutional amendment regarding a compact. It's never acted on. If the legislature passes a piece of legislation that is Class 3, the Kickapoo no longer have to come to the legislature to get approval. The Kickapoo goes straight to the governor's office to negotiate. And
I just want to make sure I'm tracking what you're saying. So if this bill passes, the Indian tribe can go to the federal government, and what's happening? I'm not.
Well, so what happens then is they get to do Class 3 games. Some of the biggest misconceptions of what's that mean? A lot of folks say, well, Rob, okay, they get to do Class 3 games. They get to do the same thing the state approves.
Who determines where those casinos are then?
And the exclusivity agreement that the tribe works out with the state and or the U.S. Secretary of Interior. That's what they determine what games and or geographic exclusivity they get.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, Rob. Okay. Chair calls Jennifer Hughes.
Good evening, Chairman and Committee. My name is Jennifer Hughes. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas. Thank you for having me here this evening. I believe we're only on HB 2070, not HTR 97. The tribe respectfully opposes HB 2070 as it's currently written. This bill would authorize retail and mobile sports betting throughout the state. It would also allow wagering on fantasy sports contests throughout Texas by amending the penal code. Collectively, this is a big expansion of gambling. And while the tribe does not oppose such a policy decision by the state, the tribe, which operates a gaming facility on its reservation to provide services to its members, should not be left out of this legislation. The tribe is subject to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act that's known as IGRA, and that's the federal law that governs gaming on Indian lands. Under the IGRA, the tribe operates a Class 2 facility right now. Class 2 is bingo-based games and non-house banked card games. So they operate bingo-based games and non-banked poker. This goes on its Indian lands, on its reservation. This facility generates government revenue for the tribe. This is different than a private business operating a casino for profit. Tribal gaming revenues are tribal government revenues, and by federal law, they must be put to use for community development and providing for tribal members. The tribe has been able to fund important programs for its members in the areas of education, healthcare, housing, social services through its facility. Its money goes to programs. It doesn't do per caps for its tribal members. The tribe has also been able to create jobs, lots of them. Approximately 90% of them are filled by non-tribal members. The tribe is the second largest employer in Maverick County, which is one of the poorest counties in Texas. Statewide sports betting is likely to reduce business at the tribe's gaming facility. An increased revenue stream from operating sports wagering and fantasy sports would help the tribe provide for its members, as IGRA intends. The bill, therefore, HB 2070, is a potential opportunity for the tribe, an exciting one, but it only works if it has the right language in it that adheres to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. At present, the legislation does not include this. So we have amendment language which meets IGRA's requirements. It refers to IGRA and would clarify that the tribe can offer sports wagering and fantasy sports contests on its Indian lands. That these games would be offered by the tribe. They would comply with rules adopted by the tribe that have all the consumer protection provisions and the bill's prohibition against wagering on youth sports. Such wagering and contests will be regulated by a federally approved gaming ordinance of the tribe, and the conduct of these games will comply with all provisions of applicable federal law, which is what the tribe must abide by. We also noticed that the bill doesn't include any prohibitions on using casino-style graphics in presenting the competition or outcome of the games. And we were concerned that this might lead to games, since we're talking about internet, mobile, and kiosks, that have the feel of slot machines if casino-style graphics are used. We're not sure if that's intentional, but we do have amendment language that we pulled from previous fantasy sports bills in the past session, frankly, that would address this issue. So we really would like to work with the committee and with the author to see if we can include the tribe's amendments in this bill.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm looking at the amendment and the last page of the testimony that you gave us. And is Chairman Hubert here? Okay. Well, I just want to make sure you're here so you can hear this exchange. And Chairman, I don't know if you've seen this, but I read it very quickly, and I'm not an expert in this area, and I'm sure you're becoming close to being one, but I guess I read it and I don't see how this hurts whatever the chairman is trying to accomplish, because I mean, for starters, you know, you set it up as subsection G. It says any federally recognized Indian tribe in Texas. Okay, so obviously that doesn't affect, you know, what he's trying to get to, really the rest of the state. So I don't see why there should be any tension or any. He's giving me the okay, which is good. So I want to make sure. I don't know if you were here earlier, but he's agreed to meet with your representative, Representative Morales, and he's texted me, so they're going to get together. But I really wish you would join in that, because I don't see why we can't have this language. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
So if Mr. Huberty works with you, takes your language, you're going to support the bill?
I think we can support it if it has the necessary language that we need to participate in it, and also to discuss, you know, as far as the casino graphics issue. But we can't support it right now. We would if it had the necessary language in it.
Just wanted the chairman to know.
All right, members, any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on for or against the bill? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Huberty to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I know you've had a long day. I want you, and I know not to be going through a elongated closeout, but there's a couple things I want to point out. I want you all to pick up your phones and type in sportsbetting.legal. And this is what it looks like. And it's got the Texas flag on it. And here's the question that they ask. Is sports betting legal in Texas? Question mark. And it says only international sports betting is allowed in the state of Texas at this time. Offshore sports books have been servicing the United States for more than a decade and offer competitive betting lines for college, professional, and many international sporting leagues. Texans can take advantage of prop bets, game lines, live-and-play betting, and other wagering options offered by overseas sports betting sites for many years now. Until the state legalizes and offers domestic sports betting, this is your only and best option. So what in the world are we talking about? I typed in, and I typically try not to argue with witnesses that are against bills as we go forward, because we're all entitled to our opinions as we go forward. But it's difficult for me to understand when you have somebody that comes testify that represents the Christian group or whatever it is that talks about it. And then you type in and you go online and you start looking at it and who they represent and start talking about, well, the reason? Because they want to protect their interests in bingo and other things. So it's self-serving. We know this is happening already. Representative Harless, I know that you were asking him some questions specifically about what happened in Colorado, and Mr. Shaheen, I apologize that I didn't have the information in front of me. But I will also point you to an article that came from the Colorado Sun, January 26th of 2021, and it says, Colorado sports betting is popular enough to quickly benefit state water projects after all. And so your question about cutting expenditures to the education budget is not exactly where the money went. The money went to benefit their water projects in the state of Texas. And they're ahead of projections to be able to do that. So they dedicated those resources specifically towards their water projects. So that's where the money is going to go. That's the reason that they did that. Specifically, as I said, Chairman Raymond, I'm willing to work with anybody that wants to come work with us on this. I have no problem with that, as I told you, at all. This particular bill itself, yes, sir, understood. This particular bill, when we talk about, they operate under Class 2, but this is a Class 3 permit, this will only apply to sports gaming. And Arizona has the perfect model. They just passed this bill. And one of the reasons the governor signed it is because they actually worked with not only the teams that they had and the people that have that, but they also worked with the Indian tribes specifically on that. And so they have a model that's a good model for Texas. And, I remind you, I know there's, bipartisan members on this committee, but that's a red state that just passed this. And they're going to use the revenues for a variety of different reasons. The argument relative to the Cowboys being the bookie is completely false. That is not true at all. They are going to be hiring these groups to have the application for them. They're not getting a piece of the action. They're not going through that process. What they're doing is they're creating an opportunity for, as you mentioned, Mr. Harless, and we didn't think about this, other revenue streams like advertising and things of that nature. Those are the sources, and giving us an opportunity to be able to have it back. This is happening right now. I don't understand why we would argue that it's not, because it absolutely is 100% right now. So again, go to look at sportsbetting.legal.com. Now, to answer the question, Mr. Shaheen, that you had mentioned, I will point out to you that you can right now gamble on the lottery in Texas. If you type in the app on your phone, Jack Pocket, it's called Jack Pocket, and you go in there. And the security is, if you have a phone, like an iPhone, as you have your security number or whatever else it is. But in order to place a bet on that, you have to use your thumbprint to be able to place that bet. Now, if your son or my son stole our phone, they'd have to use their thumb to be able to do that. Well, it's not going to match. It's not going to let them in. It's not going to let them bet. They can get into the phone, but they can't go to the app. They can't place the bet as they go forward. That's the type of security that you're going to see for us to be able to protect when we think about younger children being able to do that. And finally, what I would say is this. For years, we've been talking about this. And I'll have another bill here in a second that we can talk about this. I always thought Texas was about liberty and freedom and the ability to do what we want to do. Why would this body stand in the way of giving our members and certainly our members first, and then certainly our constituents second, the opportunity to make this decision? I think we'll find very clearly that they will overwhelmingly support that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I have to take any questions. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my remarks about the budget cuts to Colorado, it's from a June 2020 article. It says Colorado lawmakers make billions in cuts to finish the budget. Now the governor may need to make even more. There's no references to water. So in other words, their revenues had a shortfall. So my point is, you know, the reality is there's always these promises of additional revenue. When the state looked at legalizing horse racing, there was promises of extra revenue, and now, quite frankly, the state subsidizes horse racing. So I'm just skeptical of all the comments and promises about additional revenue. Nobody talks about the increases in welfare, Medicaid, all those types of implications as well. So.
Well, I signed on to the Medicare expansion as well, so I don't really, you know, but that's me. But this article that I sent you.
Billions of dollars to fund that.
Well, understood that we're already.
Dollars to our budget that we don't have.
Understood that's a completely different bill, but we can talk about that later. But this my thing that I sent you.
My point is that article that I referenced has nothing to do with the water project. So, you know, your statement about they made a conscious decision to take dollars and fund water, I'm not referencing that article. I have an article here from the Colorado Sun that says they have a shortfall in revenue. My point is there's lots of states that have shortfalls in revenues that legalize gambling. So the promises of all this additional revenue, it's just not playing out.
Yes, sir. Mr. Sheen, I have to respectfully disagree with you because the article I sent you was January 26th of 2021. I'm going to read it. It says,
you want me to send you this?
Yes, sir. I'm happy to read that. But remember, June of 20, we were right in the middle of COVID. And state revenues were down. I mean, nobody, I mean,
but
you know, your business.
Education, we're increasing education. We don't have gambling, they do. So my point is the promises about additional revenue they haven't come to fruition. I've seen the same studies and all that kind of stuff. But I look at state after state after state that legalized gambling. They legalized a bunch of stuff, marijuana, all that kind of stuff. Sure. And they got shortfalls of revenues. We haven't done that, and we're increasing education funding in the state of Texas by $1.8 billion.
Mr. Shaheen, let me just read this to you because this is from January 26th of 2021. Colorado has already collected more than $3.4 million in sports betting tax revenue through the end of December, more than enough to cover the roughly $2 million in startup costs that had to be paid off before wagering dollars could start being directed to water plants, increasing storage capacity. Voters approved that, and this is what they said. This is a quote. It's a sign that we built a healthy, competitive, regulated marketplace, is what they did. I have no idea how Colorado runs their budget. I have no idea who's in charge or why they cut or what they did. All I know is that when they did it, it created additional revenue stream for them to be able to fund their water projects, to be able to do that. And state after state after state after state that has done this has seen an increase in revenue. And it's and you're a pragmatic businessman. I know you are.
Respectfully, I disagree. California legalized gambling. They had to cut their education budget by $970 million. Washington State, Oregon. I have a list of all these states that have legalized gambling.
Okay.
And they're making cuts to their budget, specifically education, healthcare.
That's because people are leaving those states and they're coming to Texas.
We're awesome. I can't dispute that. But
I mean, no, seriously. I mean, that's just
seriously. So the whole thing about additional revenue. I mean, I hear that all the time. And again, we heard that when we legalized horse racing in the state of Texas, and we're now subsidizing it. We take $25 million of sales tax revenue on horse-related products, and we give it to the industry. So all I'm saying is, if people want to gamble and all that I really don't have an issue with it. I really don't. I'm worried about the negative repercussions to our state. Again, the reality is we are going to have more people on welfare. We are going to have more homeless. I mean, that's just the reality, right?
But they're already doing it,
Mr. The increase in revenue. I'm just looking at states that legalize casino gambling and sports betting and all that kind of stuff with this promise. And it just hasn't happened. And the reality is people don't talk about the budget impacts of the increase of homelessness, or the guy that loses his month's wages and he goes home and beats the snot out of his wife. And then we got to handle that kind of stuff. So all I'm saying, let's just be realistic about what's happened in other states. Okay? I mean,
Yes, sir.
That's fair, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Sir.
Yes.
And I appreciate your work today.
You guys should grab lunch and,
I'm happy to do
I'd make
it.
him pay though. I mean, he's,
Well, you can flip a coin to see who buys.
oh,
Yeah.
there you go. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
What I just want to follow up a little bit on Mr.
Yes, sir.
Shaheen, and I'm sorry, I don't recall. Mr. Shaheen, you were on appropriations or not? You have been, haven't you? On the appropriations committee? Haven't you, sir? Okay, I thought you had. Well, Representative Howard has and others up here have. I was on there 8 years. Respectfully, with Mr. Shaheen, I'll say I have no doubt whatsoever that there will be an increase in revenue. There's no doubt in my mind. There just isn't. I think part of what may be happening when he cites those other states is if you didn't have what you have now, their deficit would be even bigger. And I think he's sort of looking past that. When you say, oh, they had to cut back. Well, they would have had to cut back more in all likelihood if they didn't have this. And I'm not a fan of, say again? Yeah, you can. Debate me.
We've already done that one other hearing. We're not going to do that today.
But it's true. I mean, to sit here and say, oh, well, they had to cut back, so clearly this didn't work. I don't agree with that. I think that there is no doubt in my mind they will be, yeah, we did, and I'd like to see us do it again. Try. Yeah.
Mr. Raymond.
And I've worked
you
on
would
the,
address Mr.
and I've worked, yeah, Mr. Huberty, I've worked on the budget long enough to know that we better find additional sources of revenue, okay?
Yes, sir.
We better find them. And again, I just respectfully have to say, if you try to, point to another state and say, oh, well, they have gambling now, or they have this now, sports betting, and, they had to cut it back on their budget. They'd had to cut it more if they didn't have these revenues coming in.
Yes, sir.
Those are the numbers you need to look up.
Yes, sir.
How much are they bringing in, which I think you've cited.
Yes, sir.
So I don't, I'm just trying to keep the debate honest. Do I think some people will also have problems? Absolutely. You have people who are compulsive or that, probably shouldn't be gambling, but they're doing it now, as you know. So I'm not crazy about gambling, but I'm just trying to keep it even and keep it honest. We will have revenue increase. I don't know how much it'll be. That remains to be seen, but it's not going down. It's going to go up.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate that comment, and I'm happy, Mr. Chairman, to work with Mr. Shaheen and visit with you as we go through this process, as we talk about it. I think it's important for us to understand why this is important, so thank you.
All right, appreciate it. You close?
Yes, sir, I close.
All right. Committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Joint Resolution 97. The chair offers a committee substitute and recognizes Representative Huberty to explain the resolution.
Members, we spent a long time today, so this is going to be really brief. This is the constitutional amendment that is required to enact the enabling legislation that allows our constituents the right to vote and make the decision for themselves. I think we all believe in our Texans and our constituents and their right to be able to make a decision to vote just like they all voted for us. And for us to be able to allow them that opportunity. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, members, any questions at this time? We'll reserve your right to close.
Thank you, sir.
We have some witnesses to bring up. Chair calls Gary Zimmerman. Next up, we'll have Rob Kohler, followed by Jennifer Hughes, Scott Ward, then Tad Brown.
My name is Gary Zimmerman. I represent myself and I oppose this bill. If it does get passed, I can tell you I'll be voting no in November. My concern with this is while I like things to go to the voters and let us decide sometimes, it takes money to hold a vote. And do we really want to use taxpayer dollars to hold a vote when the odds are it's probably going to lose? We've had votes like this in the past, and as far as I remember, they've lost. Now, maybe that was casino gambling and not sports wagering, but I predict it's going to lose, even in counties like Laredo down there.
I'll be quick.
I'm waiting because I think he's about to ask me a question.
Well, of course
I'm done.
he is. You're sitting right in front of us. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to say, you want to bet on that? I mean,
Fair question.
it's going to.
We'll see in November, won't we, if it passes?
Well, I don't gamble. I really don't.
I don't either.
I'm telling Charlie back there, I bet one time on football and I won, so I'm never going to bet again. But I'll bet you on this one.
Like I said earlier, I worked at WinStar, and I've seen so many people lose their entire life savings and see the results of that, and that was painful and hurt. I don't like seeing that. Mr. Arliss knows I was a paramedic, but way before I started working at WinStar. And so I'm familiar with people's pain because I worked the Oklahoma City bombing. So I don't like seeing people hurt. I don't like seeing people on welfare. When I drive down 5th Street or 6th Street on my way here to the Capitol, it hurts me to see all these tent cities. And I'm afraid that if we pass these bills on gambling, we're just going to see those tent cities grow larger. And that's my big concern, even more so than possible corruption. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today, Mr. Zimmerman. Chair calls Rob Kohler.
Hi, my name is Rob Kohler. I'm here testifying against the bill. I don't have anything else to add, Chairman, in the name of...
And if you would state who you're representing, please.
I represent the Christian Life Commission of the Baptist General Convention of Texas.
All right.
And I may add that bingo has not one thing to do with what I say or have done around this building. But
Any questions? Thank you, Rob.
Okay.
Chair calls Jennifer Hughes.
Mr. Chairman and committee, my name is Jennifer Hughes. I'm here on behalf of the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas. The tribe respectfully opposes HJR 97 in its current form. We have amendment language that would align with the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, which is what the tribe must abide by for gaming on its Indian lands, on its reservation lands. The tribe is clearly subject to IGRA. And so it has special rules from the federal government. Our amendment would make it so that the tribe could also offer the sports wagering that is put forth in HJR 97. So we would like to work with the author and the committee and see if we can get the amendment language for the tribe in this joint resolution.
All right. Great. Any questions, members? Thank you, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you.
Chair calls Scott Ward. Our last witness will be Tad Brown.
Mr. Chairman, Scott Ward, representing BetMGM, FanDuel, and DraftKings. I'll just defer to my previous testimony in support of the bill.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Chair calls Tad Brown.
Mr. Chairman, Tad Brown, representing Houston Rockets, and I'll refer to a previous testimony in support of the amendment.
All right. Representing Houston Rockets and yourself in favor.
And myself, yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown. All right. Anyone else wishing to testify on for or against the resolution? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Huberty to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, for allowing me this opportunity to be in front of you. I'm happy to work with each and every one of you throughout this process. I think this is important for the state of Texas and for liberty and for the ability for our constituents to be able to have the right that we give them as representatives to make a decision that we think they'll all make the right choice as we go forward. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer questions. If not, I'll close.
All right. Doesn't appear there are any, so we'll let you close.
You guys have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the resolution will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is left pending. Chair lays out House Joint Resolution 133. The chair offers up a committee substitute and recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the resolution on behalf of Representative Kemple.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Mr. Kemple had an emergency back home and he had to go home, and so I agreed to lay this out for him. Chairman Patty and Vice Chairman Hernandez, members, this is an HJR 133, which simply allows the people of the state of Texas to make the decision as to whether there should be destination resorts and other casinos in the state of Texas. I'm a joint author with Representative Kemple, and we just want to give the voters a chance to decide on destination resorts. In addition to the 4 destination resorts, this resolution would authorize expanded gamings at existing Native American venues and at Greyhound and horse tracks. These limited in number destination resorts would include state-of-the-art entertainment complexes, 4 to 5-star hotel accommodations, convention and meeting spaces, casino gaming, live performance and entertainment venues, retail shopping, nightclubs, world-class spas, and restaurants. The creation of these iconic destinations would lead to massive job creations for the state of Texas, producing an estimated 185,000 construction-related jobs and more than 70,000 permanent jobs once they are fully up and running. Billions of dollars in revenue will be generated for the state, as well as hundreds of millions of dollars for local governments. The added economic benefit to small businesses will also be considerable, from creating opportunities for suppliers and service providers to increase disposable income for employees. Members, Texans are already gambling. They're just doing it in other states right across our borders. Texans spend billions annually on gaming in our neighboring states and in Las Vegas. That's critical tax revenue that we need to be keeping right here in Texas. The losers are millions of Texans who are missing out on the major expansions in funding this revenue could provide for crucial services like public safety, education, health care, and better infrastructure. Voters support the choice to expand gaming in Texas. Polls show that 90% of Texans believe the legislature should allow the voters to decide if expanded gaming should be allowed in Texas. And that's all we're doing with this HJR, giving Texans the opportunity to vote on this issue. The naysayers will argue that this will bring blight and negative social impacts to Texas. To that I say, we already have the negative social impacts. Go no further than our borders, where those with an addiction can drive less than 20 minutes and then return home to our state with no resources in place for them. Go no further than your smartphone, where illegal bets are being placed on illegal bookie apps every day. What I'm proposing is a highly, highly regulated option, an option for extremely limited gaming footprint, an option which includes real resources to combat any negative effects. The legislation would create the Texas Gaming Commission to closely monitor and supervise the industry, and also provide available funding for gambling addiction prevention programs and transparency of gaming operations. The positives will far outweigh the negatives. And to address Rob's concern, I've always supported gaming. I carried the bill in 2005, and so I'm not hiding from any gaming back home. I came down here supporting gaming, and I still do. And for Mr. Raymond, he and I have already visited about this. This group has been working with the Native Americans. The Kickapoos are not on board. The Coushatta's and Teguis language is in here. They're still working with the Kickapoo and will continue to do that. And if you don't have any further, or I'll be happy to answer any questions. And I'd like for you to call Mr. Abood to be one of your first witnesses. He can get into the details of the gaming a lot better than I can. And I'm happy to stand for questions, and we'd like to reserve the right to close.
All right, we will reserve the right to close and get to the witnesses. And I'm actually, I'm going to first, we got one virtual witness, so I'm going to get those taken care of first, and then we'll
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Continue. We'll reserve the right to close there. Chair calls Eric Shippers. As before, we'll need you to turn on your mic and your camera. There you are. Mr. Shippers, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the resolution, and you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Patty, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee. My name is Eric Shippers, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Public Affairs and Government Relations for Penn National Gaming, which is proud to operate Sam Houston Race Park, Retama Park, and Valley Race Park here in Texas. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear a second time tonight, this time in support of HJR 133. As the nation's largest regional and racing operator, regional gaming and racing operator, Penn National has been deeply involved in the process of expanded gaming throughout the United States, including the most recent new jurisdictions of Kansas, Ohio, and Massachusetts, which provides us a unique perspective on the growth of the industry and its benefits to new communities. We've also been actively engaged in discussions related to expanded gaming in Texas, specifically, working alongside the racing industry over the past many years. And we're now proud to be a part of this broad coalition of other gaming companies and prominent business and community leaders across the state in support of allowing the voters to decide the issue of casino gaming in Texas. As I previously testified, the racing industry has been a significant part of Texas culture for decades. Industries such as agriculture, construction, manufacturing, veterinarian care, are all necessary contributors to the Texas racing industry's success and contribute billions to the state's economy. In its heyday, the racing industry contributed nearly $5.5 billion to the Texas economy annually and supported 36,000 jobs. But these figures, as has been noted earlier, have been dropping rapidly over the years. The reason, though, is because the horse industry in Texas has abandoned the state for Oklahoma, Louisiana, and New Mexico, where gaming is allowed there. And as a result, they dedicate a portion of their gaming revenues directly to increase average daily purses. So it's more lucrative for horse owners in Texas to be able to cross the border with their horses. In sum, the Texas horse industry is in steep decline, and we're hoping for an opportunity to help level the playing field. We believe allowing legalized gaming at racetracks in Texas will not only benefit those local communities where the tracks are located, but also the entire state. Various economic impact studies indicate casinos at the racetracks would add tens of thousands of jobs and billions in economic growth statewide, and upwards of $1 billion annually in new tax revenue from the gaming operations at those tracks alone. Should the legislature and citizens support the legalization of casino gaming in Texas, we look forward to investing hundreds of millions of dollars into our racing operations in Houston, San Antonio, and Harlingen, as we've done in other states where gaming has been approved at the racetracks, to provide state-of-the-art gaming, dining, and entertainment experiences for our customers. Our investment will result in the creation of thousands of direct and indirect jobs, and we will become an economic engine in our communities. Importantly, we will also keep Texas breeders, trainers, horsemen, and associated industries right here in Texas. Thanks again for the opportunity to testify again tonight. I appreciate it.
All right, members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Shippers.
Thank you.
Chair calls Andy Aboud.
Thank you, Chairman Patty, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee. I appreciate that you've had a very long day. I have nothing but respect for what you've done. I'm going to try not to be repetitive. I've had the opportunity to meet with almost all of you in person, but I want to say some statements on the record. So my name is Andy Aboud, representing the Las Vegas Sands Corporation, and I'm here to testify in support of HJR 133 as substituted. We know we made a bit of a splash when we decided to focus on Texas this year by hiring a small number of lobbyists. We did that because we wanted to be transparent policy changes like this, as you can see from the previous testimony from other people, have a lot of questions that need to be answered. We're in a time of COVID. This is a big issue, and our sentiment was that the more people that we could have available to answer questions, the better off and the more open we could be. We want you as policymakers to be comfortable with what it is we're proposing with the path forward and answer any and all questions that you have. And we know this takes time and it takes effort. We're here for the long haul. We look at the best markets in the world, and many people have thought that Texas has always been there. We want to do something that will be respectful of the culture of your state, blended into the culture of the state, and something that you can be proud of. So we look forward to working on this in the months to come, but we are very committed to Texas, whether it's this session or in future sessions. I'm going to give you all a quick recap of how Las Vegas Sands began, because it informs the way we look at the Texas market. Our late founder, Sheldon Adelson, who passed away in January, came to Las Vegas as a customer in the convention and trade show market. He was not a gaming operator. He had a show called Comdex, which was the largest computer dealers expo in one of the largest trade shows in the world. He bought the Sands Hotel because it had enough land in the back for him to build his own convention and trade show space. He was not interested in the casino model at that point. As time evolved and the Sands aged, he decided that it was time for Las Vegas to move away from the casino-centric model, like we think would be a good idea for Texas, and focus on multiple sources of income within a destination resort. So based on a convention and trade show model, he created several creature comforts and changed the paradigm of the way Las Vegas operated by having world-class spas, world-class entertainment, restaurants, dining, and all sorts of other revenues and entrepreneurs that could operate under the walls of our building. We think the Texas market is unique. It has been relatively untouched by the greatest opportunities it could have, but we also think we do not want to see Texas spoil this opportunity by thinking small. This should not be a race to the bottom. This should be a race to the top. If the state of Texas is going to wait this long to do legalized full-scale gaming, it should be something that is befitting of the state of Texas. To your concerns, Representative Shaheen, we will never claim to be an economic panacea. We are another industry that wants to come to your state, as many other states are. Our threshold is much higher. We need you to give us the right to go to the people for them to vote to approve us. Destination resorts what are destination resorts? They're not regional casinos like you have in the neighboring states. We build iconic structures. We have multiple entertainment offerings. We're a destination within a destination, and we drive visitation and tourism, not just looking at the local market. We believe that Texas must be done right and it must be done big, which means for destination resorts, there should be a minimum investment. In two of the areas, minimum investment of $2 billion, and San Antonio and Austin, a minimum investment of $1 billion. That brings the best of the best. Among those best of the best that we count as friends and competitors and colleagues that I think are in favor of this are MGM, Caesars, Landry's, Rush, Penn, just to name a few, some of which I believe have dropped cards and submitted written testimony to you today. As many of you know, in our meetings with you, and it addresses, and you've heard many of the concerns here today, this industry must be highly regulated. We will only be allowed by our other regulators, particularly in Nevada, to go into states that have a very highly regulated environment. That also brings the best of the best. There are many places we're not allowed to go because they do not have the proper regulatory environment. We cannot jeopardize our licenses by being in a poorly regulated state. Some of those things that need to be inquired in that regulatory structure are responsible gaming initiatives, zero tolerance for human trafficking programs, and anti-money laundering protocols. These types of regulations give people comfort, and they're the right approach. And voter sentiment has changed significantly in the last 15 years. You heard the folks testifying on the bill before us that many states have they've grown comfortable with gaming. It is being passed in conservative states all across the country, from sports betting to full-blown casino gaming. The reason people like destination resorts is because it creates jobs, tens of thousands of jobs, tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. Very proud of the fact in Las Vegas, through the pandemic, we are the only company, not that other companies didn't want to do it, we have kept all of our employees employed through the entire pandemic with full health care and benefits, because it's a very simple philosophy that you have a very well-funded company that's well-vetted, that's well-regulated, that operates efficiently. It's a very simple human resource component that happy employees make for happy guests and the experience is that much more enjoyable. So We believe the opportunity here in Texas is tremendous. We believe that we're willing to spend billions of dollars and will generate billions of dollars in investment. It will create tens of thousands of jobs that would not otherwise be here and drive visitation and increase tourism to the state of Texas. There are other people that are going to testify after me, specifically on the financial modeling. I'll be followed by Michael Soll, who's the president of the Innovation Group, and then some of the details in our joint resolution will be handled by Chris Hughes. So I have other people that will be able to answer any detailed questions you may have. So I know it's been a long day. I want to be brief, but I also want to answer any questions you may have.
Chair recognizes Mr. Desatil.
You heard a couple of the questions, and maybe you should touch on it about the negative impact that gaming has on families, on individuals who get addicted to this sport. And we have all those ills because our people are going across the border to Louisiana and we have none of the benefits. What's your philosophy of the Sands do to help the state take care of situations like this and help individuals?
Thank you for that question. It's a very important component of the regulatory structure that you would put in place. So part of the criteria for being granted a license in the state of Texas would be what is a company's history and regulatory background in dealing with responsible gaming. Typically, most of the studies across the country show that there's a 1% to 3% incidence of addictive gambling in the country. That is, we have a lot of problems with addiction across the country, but you need to have the resources to deal with it. Right now, the state of Texas does not have those resources. The companies that would bid in these need to have a proven track record of dealing with those issues with very comprehensive responsible gaming programs. So all of their team members are trained to detect the signs of responsible gaming. Do you have a history of funding responsible gaming programs within your state? Have you been funding problem gambling centers and helping to fund those people that need to go and need to fund treatment for those people that have addiction problems? Those are all requirements that we would need to see, we would want to see in not only your law that would be required by all the licensees, but what is your track record in dealing with those issues?
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming by my office and taking some time to visit with me. I'm guessing you met with some of the other members as well. And thank you for sticking around. Wanted to ask you a couple of things. One, you're familiar with, probably more than I am actually, the Indian reservations or the Indian tribal lands in Texas and probably, Oklahoma, New Mexico. Who are the ones that are like around us? Texas has, and then what? Oklahoma?
Well, we have been working with the 3 tribes here, which we would want included and made whole in this.
No, what I'm asking you is where there's existing right now, because I want to ask.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So like, I know that in Texas, but in Oklahoma, there's some places out there too, right, that are
There's a pretty good sized place right over the border.
And that's in an Indian tribal lands or reservations?
It is an Indian casino, yes.
What about, let's see over here then, New Mexico?
I believe there's tribal gaming there as well. I think you're surrounded by it on all 3 borders.
What about Louisiana?
You have, I believe, I'm only familiar with the commercial operations there.
But they're not Indian?
I'm not familiar with an Indian operation in Louisiana.
Well,
there might be a couple.
Coshada is East Texas, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Louisiana.
Or that Louisiana? Okay. So I wanted to make sure, because I knew you'd know more about this, that all of them, you've got the ones in Texas, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Louisiana. And my guess is, from listening to you, and we had a chance to visit, and then, I mean, if you're in politics, you know about Sheldon Adelson. I mean, if you don't follow politics much. So, I mean, I know how big a guy he was and all that. If this happened and you made a bid to come in here, and I think your testimony reflects, you're looking at making major investments, and then the other gentleman, Penn, is Penn a company too? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Huh?
Correct.
Are they part of you, or is that a different?
No, separate company.
Okay. So he's talking about you all come in, you're going to do some really nice stuff, right?
Correct.
I'm guessing probably better than some of the ones that we have in the Indian reservations, et cetera. Have you ever been to any of those?
I have not been to I would say this, that if this is done right, and the way our joint resolution is drafted and the enabling legislation, which we're not here to talk about today, this would attract the best of the best. So this, if we were working with the tribes and the existing pari-mutuels, it would be what Mr. Shipper said earlier, the positive impact this would have on the pari-mutuel industry is unprecedented and would save that industry and have a lot of far-reaching effects agriculturally and the horse racing industry. But also the 4 destination resorts, which is what we're interested in, would mandate billions of dollars as investments.
Right, so I'm guessing from listening to you and then from our meetings, I'm trying to get an answer from you, is that if we do it and they get done, you, Penn, whomever, they're going to be really nice, probably nicer than this. I've been to one, which is the Kickapoos. So I haven't been to the other ones. I said many years ago I went to Tigwas. I don't even know what the Tigwas are doing anymore. They're always trying to get something done up there. New Mexico haven't done. I haven't gone. Oklahoma haven't gone. So I don't know. I'm guessing you have a pretty good idea that what you want to do and what your vision is would be much nicer than those places. Would that be fair to say?
I would say that what we would build and our competitors would build would be spectacular. And I would say that if this is passed, the existing offerings that the tribes have this would enable them to make a much greater investment and improve their offerings.
I also want to ask you, I don't want to make assumptions. I'm not trying to be, this is an official deal, so I want to ask you now, if we do this and you come and make the investment and they're spectacular, you're talking about billions of dollars that you're going to put into it, you and Penn and whomever, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to get that money back, right?
But that's the plan. That's the goal.
Yeah, you're going to make that money back, and then
that's the goal.
And then some, just like Mr. Sheldon Adelman. Is it Adelman?
Adelson.
Adelson, Mr. Sheldon Adelson. He did really well in Vegas, right?
He in many things, correct.
Okay, so I wanted to make sure that was all kind of that's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure. So what it seems like to me is this. You know, there seems to me to be growing support in Texas for sure, and then there wasn't, man. I mean, it's moved. You know, Republicans have been the majority here in the legislature for a while now, and most of them used to be against this stuff. Now more and more of them are for it, right? And if you don't have some Republicans for it, it's not going to pass. You need 2/3. You know that, right?
I do.
So my sense of things, and you may have an opinion, but if we hadn't had these Indian reservations that have been doing this and exposing people to something that obviously people like, I doubt that the support would have grown as much as it has grown. I think we're sitting here, this is my opinion, but I'm willing to bet others may agree. I believe we're sitting here today really seriously contemplating this because of the Kickapoos, because of the Coshada. I don't know what they are in Oklahoma. I don't know what they are in New Mexico, but they're close to Texas. And so Texans, we keep hearing it. Texans go over there. You hear the story, you always hear these stories. You know, Louisiana, you go to the parking lots and there are all these Texas plates. And we have had controllers of the state of Texas do studies, very thorough studies. Mr. Shaheen might want to read them, that say, that speak to that, how much money we are losing, Texans going to other states. But I really believe this, Mr. Bood, that but for what the Indians have done in giving people a sort of exposure to it and all, we wouldn't be sitting here contemplating giving you a chance to make billions of dollars, okay? And so I know I mean, you're a smart guy, man. That was obvious when we sat down and visited. And I know it's not your job to look out for the Kickapoos, where I come from, the area that I come from. That's not your job. I appreciate that you're trying to work with us. You got to understand, there are going to be some of us that are going to help the little guy. And that's about as little a guy as you get. That is the poverty that was there before this, I hope is something you haven't experienced. I know you and I talked, you came from Omaha, Nebraska. You had Indian tribes not far from Omaha.
Right.
Right? But I don't know if you would ever go out to the reservations and see that, right? I've seen that. So, you know, and I talked to Mr. Kemple this morning. He's a good buddy of mine, and I'm very sorry that his mom got ill and he had to go. But those of us, there are going to be some of us that are going to try to help him. And in the end, if this thing passes, in whatever form it passes, I promise you this, you're probably going to make a hell of a lot of money. And I hope that if it passes, that the state of Texas benefits from it in the end, right? I hope Mr. Shaheen is overall wrong. I hope that overall we benefit from it and all. But I, to the extent that you got room to work with us on it, man, and maybe you don't have a lot of room to work on it because you got to look out for your clients or your company or the people that you work for, and I get that. But to the extent that you can, understand why some of us are going to try to help them. Because you take that away from them, and you haven't, I'm guessing you haven't been to Eagle Pass. I'm guessing you haven't been to places like Cotula, Encinal, Colonias Olvidadas, you know, my district. And so, you know, just understand, we gotta try to help them, man. And to the extent we can make that happen, and to the extent that you and the folks that you've hired can work with us on that, we sure appreciate it. And we're trying to help folks that in the end, I really believe, but for them and what they've done all these years, you wouldn't have the chance that you have right now to have a real chance at passing this thing. So I hope somewhere back there, and I read about Sheldon Adelson, right? He's a good guy, you know, he's a good guy, except, you know, supporting Trump, but, you know.
Well, I'm going to not only agree with what you say, but I would put an exclamation point on, agree with you 110%. You all have had a very long day. The last thing you need is a bunch of people that are all in favor of a concept disagreeing with each other. And so the reason we're a little bit later into this is we've been working very diligently with everybody to try to get everybody rowing in the same direction. We have spent a lot of money polling on this. We wouldn't come here if we didn't know that the people wanted it, and we wouldn't put anything forward to you that you wouldn't be proud of to let the voters vote for. And that is why we put so much detail in the joint resolution and eventually in the enabling legislation. We've also seen in that polling data that this bill, if it goes to the vote of the people, increases significantly in its odds of passing if the existing tribes within Texas are included. There is tremendous amount of support for what they've done. Your point is absolutely right, Representative Raymond, that people do respect what has been here existing. They do want to be supportive of the tribes. And I'm going to tell you that I'm going to leave here today. We're never going to leave unless we can get everybody happy as much as humanly possible, and that includes the tribes. So we are 110% committed to your sentiment and agree with you 100%. And the people of Texas agree with you, and that's why they want the right to vote on this, and will probably vote for it overwhelmingly if it's done on the right way.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Abu. So at the end of the day, do you see this joint resolution as the legislature legalizing gaming in Texas, or do you see it as us allowing our constituents to make that decision?
I view that 90% of the people want the right to vote on it. You are going to give the people of Texas the right to vote on it. But we gave in our joint resolution and things that we've outlined in working with our colleagues is we know that if you're going to give the people of Texas something to vote on, it's got to be something you can be proud of, and it needs to make sense. And that is why we are so focused on a strict regulatory environment. We are focused on maximizing the investment and putting forward something that the people of Texas will be proud of. So yes, you are giving it, the people of Texas are going to decide it, but you are going to regulate it. You are going to hold us accountable. And it is going to be something that you will be comfortable putting forward to the people of Texas to vote on.
That was my next question, why there was so much detail in the resolution.
Right. Well, listen, look, all of these concerns today, there's a lot of, very legitimate concerns. Those things have to be properly vetted. We are fully aware. We've done these things all across the country. This is a big issue. Yes, people are comfortable with gaming across the country. Yes, it is everywhere. Yes, you can do it on your phone. Yes, you can do it in Texas. That doesn't mean that there aren't a lot of very difficult questions that need to be answered, detailed questions. That is why we spend a lot of time putting in as much detail as possible so we can answer almost any question that you can have. And if there's something in that you don't like or you're uncomfortable with, then we can adjust it accordingly. But we cannot just throw something out that it is a blank slate for the people to vote on and hope that it turns out okay. We've done as much detail as we can to make it a perfect proposition.
So we see that there's going to be a huge influx of jobs because of this if it were to pass.
Yes, sir.
But wouldn't there also be a huge influx in support services around it? Other hotels, gas stations?
You bet.
Restaurants?
Thank you. Great question. And Michael Soul will be able to touch on this. But when you build destination resorts and you make multi-billion-dollar investments like this, we are very dependent upon the existing infrastructure of hotels, of restaurants. People will come. This will increase visitation to Texas, for example. We have massive procurement departments in everywhere where we operate. We hire locally, we source locally. The economic benefits of this, beyond just the tax revenue to the state of Texas, are in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and over years, billions of dollars of economic development, just in our procurement needs. So there is a tremendous ancillary multiple effect that will be the result of this passage.
Well, thank you for bringing this.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
Let me make some clarifications so we're all clear, everybody listening, for and against. First, this is not legalizing casino gambling every place, correct?
Correct.
And I want to make sure we're clear, this is destination resorts.
Correct.
So when everybody's reviewing this, make sure you look at the definition. These are mixed-use developments. And this involves like movie theaters. It involves like skating rinks. This involves casino areas, but it's a multi-use area, correct? Let's talk about travel tourism. One thing I'd like your economic folks to look at is conventions in Texas impact. You've talked about travel tourism, you've talked about, but a direct, not an indirect, is bringing convention travel tourism to Texas. I think that would be helpful for this committee. Another is you have 2 million population up and 2 million population down, regulated permits, licenses, correct?
Repeat that one more time.
You have it broken down into licenses. Some go to areas that are 2 million population.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, correct, yes.
Then there's some limited areas of 2 million population and below, correct?
Well, the bill is outlined, there would be for the 4 MSAs. So how we looked at it is we didn't just pick a city, we looked at MSAs so that you could have, so you take Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio. So within those things, many people want the opportunity to do it. We're not designating Dallas or Fort Worth or any of the other communities. The way we have designed this bill is that you can have multiple people bidding within multiple municipalities within each MSA. So the MSA has a large footprint for each of the 4 destination resorts.
Where I'm getting is don't forget, outside Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, and Houston, you do have a provision in here for good coastal areas.
Correct.
Under the class 3 type.
Correct.
So we're talking about impacts in all those areas of Texas.
You're correct.
And what I'd like your data folks to do is a factor you haven't talked about, or I haven't heard anybody talk about tonight. And that is the impact on airport and air travel to these regions, an area that has been impacted by coronavirus.
Well,
and if there's one group that can tell us that is you and your organization on the impact of air travel to some of these airports where licenses are qualified.
Well, the impact obviously is tremendous. I mean, as our economy, you can see it in Las Vegas today, as the pandemic is winding down and demand to travel is increasing, our biggest challenge is lift. We are waiting for the airlines to catch up with the demand because they had to lay back. So they're waiting for lift to come back. But obviously, if you look at the traffic flow into the Las Vegas airport, for example, it outperforms much more than what the population of the city is. But airlift will increase. It will be significantly impacted. You will find that as we have been working on COVID legislation in the country and working with our colleagues, our greatest concern from the pandemic has been the impact on the convention and trade show industry. You will not find us worrying about what happened to our casino floor, but the convention and trade show industry shutdown has taken $1 trillion out of our economy because they have not been able to have function in Dallas or Orlando or Las Vegas. $1 trillion out of our economy that we need coming again. When those opportunities open up again, we did everything in our power to make our convention trade show guests in Las Vegas happy. We have 2.25 million square feet of meeting convention space in Las Vegas. Starting in September through all of next year, it is impossible to get 1 square foot of meeting rooms or convention trade show space in Las Vegas because the demand to return to the marketplace for people to sell their goods, to sell their wares, to display their products is overwhelmingly strong. And so that is a lot of pent-up demand, and that is really our major focus and why we think we can add added value to the state of Texas is there are tremendous opportunities to grow the convention and trade show industry. And in each of these jurisdictions, all of our competitors along with us would bid. And part of that component would be how are you going to increase visitation and tourism? And much of it is the convention and trade show industry. You'll find us very rarely talking about the amenities that we bring that deal with the casinos. People understand casinos. It's very clear people here have an idea of what casinos are. They may be right, they may be wrong. What we want to do is make people understand what conventions and trade shows mean and all those amenities you talked about, Representative Hunter, can bring to added value to Texas, make another destination within a must-see destination.
Chair, can I ask Mr. Smithy?
You know, you mentioned that the constitutional amendment, the HJR, is very specific. It's very long. All of that text is going to be added into our Constitution. And I know that is of some protection to you all, assuming that you all would be investors eventually, because the legislature can't, for instance, raise the revenue rate after you build a resort, for example. I mean, would you agree with that?
Are you talking about the length of the Constitution, or are you talking about the tax rate?
I'm talking about the specificity of the language, because, you know, you put in there, the way it's worded right now, the actual tax rate is written into the Constitution. So in order to raise that rate or reduce that rate, it would have to be done with a constitutional amendment. I mean,
the provisions of how that can be done, I'm not to punt, but I have Mr. Hughes answer that. It is in the joint resolution. It's something we're willing to continue to discuss as we go forward.
Well, what I wanted to talk about is the tax rate that is in the resolution is 10% of gross gaming revenue from table games and 25% of gross gaming revenue from machines.
Correct.
Okay. Now, how does that compare with other states? Are there any states that you all operate in that have a higher rate, for example?
No.
Are there any states that have a lower rate?
Nevada.
What's the rate in Nevada?
6 3/4.
On across
everything,
the board?
correct.
Across the board on
correct
table. Okay. So, is there any other? And how I don't see that gross gaming revenue is defined in the resolution. Is there a definition, recognized definition for gross gaming revenue?
Well, I believe there is some of that language in it. If it is not in there, we can make that very clear. Yeah, but I think all of those provisions are perfectly defined and will be perfectly defined through the course of this process.
What's your understanding of gross gaming revenue?
Right, exactly what it says. It's your gross gaming revenue. It's 10% off your revenues.
Okay, it's the dollars that are taken in, for instance, at the table, less the dollars that go out to the game.
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, is there anything that is taken out of gross gaming revenue other than the bet less the winnings?
I'm sorry, not following your question.
Well, I didn't ask. I'm not a gambler, so I don't really understand the terminology, I suppose. But I'm trying to get what gross gaming revenue represents. Or, for instance, the salaries that are paid to the dealer, are those taken out?
Okay, when Mr. Sowell comes up, I'm going to have him walk you through exactly how that modeling works, because it can be complex.
Well, that's fair enough. Okay. I think that's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Abu, just a couple of questions. You're feeling the wrath of going first. You get all the questions, and the others will get off a little lighter here. So, congratulations. And I'm not going to touch back over because you touched on and I brought this up on the previous discussion on consumer protections, which I think are just critically important. And you laid out very well some of the responsible gaming programs and training and human trafficking, money laundering, all those things. And you have as you stated, the history of doing that, as should anyone else who would seek to participate in this market. But I want to talk to you a little bit as someone who lives just across the border from Louisiana. I stated earlier that, there are casinos over in the Shreveport-Bossier area that, 35, 40 minutes, I could be at one of those if I chose to. But if you could kind of speak a little bit too, and this also gets to this idea, I think sometimes people have this concept of gaming, and particularly even Las Vegas, of decades ago when it was all about gaming, right?
Correct.
And for anyone who might have gone out there in recent years, they might be surprised to see folks pushing around strollers with babies in them, and families there who have actually chosen those places to be their vacation spot. And in some cases, or in many cases, maybe they never place a single bet. They're there for all these other reasons. So I'll come to my question now, which is, can you kind of speak to what that mix looks like now, as far as even when you talk about your business stance, as far as what I'll just call gaming versus, whether it's shopping or shows or entertainment, whatever it is, as far as the breakdown of what you see the revenues are in this type of market.
Great question. I can speak specifically to our company. Pre-COVID, before the pandemic, before everything shut down, we had evolved to the point, because Las Vegas is now a world-class destination. So our largest source of revenue is rooms. And after that, is our rooms. At one point, I think the gaming revenue is about 30% of our profit, 70% of our profit coming from all the other amenities within it. That's the vision we see for destination resorts for Texas, is moving away from the casino-centric model. The casino does allow you to generate the revenue to build all of those other wonderful amenities. But Las Vegas has evolved. It's one of the reasons, and we wanted Las Vegas to become a world-class destination where it could attract people from all over the world. It's the reason why my company led the charge and brought the rest of the industry along to build this stadium for the Raiders, because we're going to welcome Cowboys fans and Texans fans for an NFL experience in Las Vegas. We wanted a stadium so there would be another reason to come to Las Vegas to see world-class concerts, to see soccer, to see all these other reasons to come to Las Vegas. People come to Las Vegas now as much for food, like I'm getting ready to do in Austin tonight, because I like to come to Austin and eat and have barbecue. They come for world-class shows. They come for spas. They come for golf. It's become everything outside of what the casino-centric model used to be. In the old days, they liked to drive people into the casino, and they were really focused on that. My boss was, as everyone will attest in the world today, along with many other great people and a lot of our colleagues, had Las Vegas evolve and moved away from that. And now when you go up and down the Strip and you go to different resorts, there are many other things to do besides the casino. Many of the guests that come through our building don't gamble at all.
Well, and my wife is a great example. You couldn't make my wife place a bet at all. She hates it. But she go to Las Vegas tomorrow if I said, you want to go to Las Vegas tomorrow?
Right.
Because she likes to go shop, and she likes to go to nice restaurants, and particularly if George Strait was maybe in concert or something, she would be all about it, right? But I think that's an example of what you're talking about, right? When you talk about the experience and the fact this is just not a place where gamblers go. This is a place where people go to experience all those other things, spas, whatever those things.
Anecdotally, I'll just tell you that the number one question I get from all of my friends all across the country, because when you're born and raised in Omaha, Nebraska, and you move to Las Vegas, you end up with a lot of new friends. And the number one question they have is, when do the shows start? And what are the pools like? And when are the nightclubs open? And but when is Las Vegas going to be Las Vegas? Can I get a reservation at a restaurant? I don't know if anybody asked me if the casino's open, and that's the way the world is today.
Right. Well, and lastly, I'll let you go because I know there's another person who's going to come up and kind of talk about the economic impacts, and I want to spend a little bit of time talking about that as well. But I know because I've read also a little bit about the Adelsons, and I know that they have some real passion from a charity standpoint and other things that they like to support, and they have a pretty clear record of doing those type of things. Those are the types of things that there's definitely a commitment of those type of things as well. So when you come into a community, you invest in that community, you invest in in organizations in those communities.
And before anyone can be granted a license, I think one of the requirements should be that any company that's bidding has to show their history, what their corporate social responsibility programs are. What are your diversity hiring practices? What are your minority purchasing practices? What is your history of giving back to the community? What do you do charitably? We're very proud of all that. But it should not just be a bid where someone comes in and says, okay, we're going to pay $5 billion. Anybody can say that. Everybody thinks they can run a casino when it's legalized. What is your regulatory background? What do you do charitably? What do you do for minority hiring? What do you do for purchasing? What are your programs? Those all need to be part of the criteria. And if I could touch on the previous bill, I'm not going to perfect any of the great testimony that some of my other colleagues had. But for example, the issue of if there is a minor that gambles. Now, we're not in the online business, but the burden there is on us. So if a minor breaks through the system and does it, the burden, we have to live every day in respect and fear of our regulators. We have to know that if we make a mistake, we lose a brick and mortar operation. You will have the ability, if we are a bad performer, if any of these, we are never going to try and change the mind of anybody that's opposed to gaming. But if any gaming operator is as bad as the other side would like to say, you will revoke our license. We will lose our brick and mortar operation. We will lose everything if we are a bad operator. Our bill gives you the power, or a gaming commission, to yank that from us. So if a minor gambles on a casino floor, we pay the price, we pay the fine, and we're accountable for it.
Mr. Sheen, you have another question? No? You do or do you do not? You're more than welcome to have one.
I
do. You or do you not?
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Mr. Aboud. Thanks for being here.
You bet.
So the bill author isn't available, and I actually have questions about the actual legislation proposal. Are you familiar enough where I can ask you questions?
Are you going to? Well, I will try, but then I'm going to also defer to Mr. Hughes because he has a lot of the details.
If I ask you a question, you want to defer to somebody else, that's perfectly fine. So on page 5, it talks about that the Texas Gaming Commission would determine which applicants will be issued a license. And item 3 says each applicant's experience in the resort development and casino operations. And then page 6, it's been referenced several times that they're going to make investments of at least $2 billion, one destination, $1 billion, another. This seems to be geared a lot towards Las Vegas. Is that fair?
Yeah, are you referring to Las Vegas operators or?
Yeah, this piece of legislation seems like it's very favorable towards Las Vegas. And like, for example, if I'm a very large multi-billion-dollar hotel company in the state of Texas, I'm not going to compete. So this legislation, when I read it, really favors you and doesn't favor a lot of.
Well, it's a very fair question. So one, part of that investment is one part of it. There will be people from all over there will be companies from all over the country that will bid on this. That nothing in here prevents us from partnering with fellow Texans. That does not disallow anybody from having a Texas partnership. Part of that also is, besides just the company that makes the bid on this, is can you demonstrate ahead of time as part of your license, which we like to do, is your commitment to hire locally, to have local vendors, and to have other people that are going to be the economic beneficiary of you. Are you going to partner with other Texas company, a hotel operator? Will there be other Texas investors partnering with you? That's all part of the bidding process. If you are uncomfortable with a solely Las Vegas-based company bidding on it, then the Gaming Commission will have criteria that they can make a judgment as to whether they think that is right or not. Clearly, coming to a state like Texas from outside, you would be a fool if you do not embrace as many Texans as partners, whether they are vendors or investors. It would probably disadvantage you significantly.
But the way this is written, they don't have to do that, though.
Well, but your gaming commission, the way it's propagated, the way we have it populated, is that the quality of your bid will be based on how much you embrace your local economy and culture and plan on doing local hiring and purchasing.
The Gaming Commission can't override law, let alone the Constitution. So this is embedded into the Constitution.
But the Gaming Commission would be able to make the judgment as to who's going to be the best operator for the greatest benefit of the people of Texas.
No, sir. With all due respect, in this, what this is a proposal in the Texas Constitution that says each applicant's experience in resort development, and then it talks about massive dollar thresholds. So it eliminates a lot of Texas companies that, quite frankly, would want to open up a casino operation, and this would preclude them from doing that. And the Gaming Commission can't override the Constitution.
A fair question, but I think that not knowing everybody in the hospitality industry, and Mr. Soul could address this, as or Mr. Hughes, there are many people within Texas that could be involved in this operation. You have a very well-suited hospitality industry here, plenty of people with a lot of opportunity and money, but I think that with all due respect, there are plenty of opportunities for Texans to be a part of this.
But it says each applicant experience in resort development and casino. So again, I go back to the scenario where I have a big, let's say, hotel company. Instead, this would preclude them. It just seems to be very favored towards the.
I respectfully just disagree. I think that the language, you're reading that the wrong way. It's not to favor Las Vegas, is that particularly on the gaming portion, to be really direct, is that you want seasoned operators with a long history. There are some good players in the industry, some bad players in the industry. So the reason why we're saying you have to have a history is you want to have a regulatory background. You want to be able to prove to them that they're good operators. Pardon me?
If I'm a multi-billion-dollar hotel company located in Texas, I can hire the experience. I can hire you.
You absolutely can.
But this would preclude that from happening.
I don't think it does.
It specifically says, Texas Gaming Commission, in determining which applicants will be issued a license to consider. Item number 3 says each applicant's experience in resort development and casino operations. And then you lay out specific dollar thresholds. So that does preclude a lot of Texas companies that if this wasn't in there, they would be able to compete.
Well, we're working very closely with Tillman Fertitta. We're working very closely with a lot of Texans here. I would just say that I think you're with all due respect, reading that the wrong way. That what we're trying to do is, if it is going to be Texas, you want the best and the brightest companies operating. That does not preclude any Texan from partnering with a gaming company and being part of the partnership.
We got some smart companies in Texas, right?
You have plenty of them.
All right. So, Mr. Smithy was asking you questions about the tax rates in here, and I think the point there was, again, for the Texas Legislature to make changes to the Constitution, the thresholds are really high, and so you're putting tax rates in here. And so what this would end up doing is it would make it hard for the state legislature to change these tax rates. And during your conversation, so I Googled the tax rates of other states, and you have states that have significantly higher tax rates. So where this says 25% of gross gaming revenues from slot machines, Delaware is twice as much, New Mexico's is 46%, Maryland's 40%, this is only 25%. Gross gaming revenues for table games, Delaware is twice as much. So why are these rates so low? And why is it in the Constitution to make it harder for the legislature to change?
Great. I'm going to have Mr. Hughes specifically address the constitutionality of the tax rate. I'm going to tell you that the number one reason why those tax rates are low is I don't see a lot of people leaving on the weekends to go to Delaware. Because if you have an incredibly high tax rate, you significantly diminish the investment. So the reason why people go to Las Vegas at a 6 3/4 tax rate is because that allows us to spend billions of dollars to build must-see destinations. The higher the tax rate, the lower the amenities. If you jack the tax rate up, say goodbye to the shows, say goodbye to all the other amenities, and you'll have big boxes. You'll have big slot boxes.
I think the question will be then is the increase that's going to be required to Medicaid, welfare, all those types of things. Do these tax rates going to increase the increases in expenses to the state budget?
Well, we could walk you through the economic modeling, but we feel that the economic benefit that we would create in the ancillary revenues and the jobs and the taxes and the healthcare benefits that we provide far outweigh any negative impacts that could be there. And with complete respect to you, the difference between Texas and Colorado is clearly you are better stewards of your money than those other states are.
I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
I wanted to yell it from the back of the room, but I thought I'd wait till I got up here.
Never seen any other questions. All right. Mr. Harless.
So my question is, the way I read it is you want the applicants to be experienced in resort and casino gaming, right?
Yes, sir.
The way I read it is so we don't get bad players in here and they leave us with a big hole like they did up in Atlantic City and stuff like that. That was the way I read it.
That is the intent.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Abood. Appreciate your testimony.
All right, thank you.
All right. Chair calls Michael Soul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Michael Saul. I'm the president of the Innovation Group, and I'm here representing Las Vegas Sands, as well as our company, the Innovation Group.
All right. Mr. Saul, I have you registered as representing the Innovation Group for the bill, so is that okay, or do we need to?
That's okay.
Okay, it's okay. Okay.
So the Innovation Group, our company, is primarily engaged in feasibility and economic impact analysis in gaming. And over the years, that's become gaming plus all of the different amenities, convention, meeting space, food and beverage. So essentially, we forecast revenue. We look at what the distribution could be or should be over a state to reach the state's goals. We've done this for about 30 years. My first trip to Texas to work on gaming legislation was 25 years ago. So I've been working on this, you could say, half my life. In that period of time, the industry has changed, it's matured, and I think as I get into the numbers, the opportunity is to really leverage all of the lessons that have been learned in the US, North America, all over the world, and you do have an opportunity to shape the industry that's really the best of the best. Our work is not only for the industry, including most of the companies that have presented to you today, but also government. So we've represented Pennsylvania, Virginia, Ohio, countries like Japan, Greece, Mexico, and also investors in about 100 Indian tribes, Native American Indian tribes. We've worked for the tribes, all 3 tribes that are in play in Texas, and about 30 of the 33 tribes in Oklahoma who run 130 casinos. Just to reflect on some of the numbers we were trying to conjure up earlier. New Mexico, to clarify, has tracks and Native American casino gaming. Louisiana also has tracks and Native American casino gaming, straight commercial licenses, and video lottery terminals all over the state. But as it relates to Texas, our primary job in this round was to look at the draft legislation or what would become the draft legislation upon a positive vote, and look at what the revenue potential is, what the economic impacts could be. We looked at a lot of different scenarios, but the primary driver of the discussion today is around what you've been presented, and I think you all have or should have a one-page summary of some of the economic results. It looks something like this. Before I go into that, and not to bore you, our primary deliverables here are the revenue side of the equation, down to EBITDA, down to profit, and the economic impacts. We use and developed, and all of our competitors now as well use a gravity model, which is the retail model you see with rings around the destinations that deliver local players to casinos and people eating in restaurants and shopping who are not playing, and also take into account your competition. So any individual living anywhere in Texas, we are modeling what their decisions will be around gaming based on what's available now and what will be available post-legislation. Our economic impact model is based on the IMPLAN model. Your analysts and staff can spend as much time as they want after today going into any of those details, going into the models and working through assumptions with us. So we'll be available for that. But to go through some of the numbers, and then I'll hit some of the key points and some of what I heard today. The model generates in rough numbers about $10 billion of gross gaming revenue. And to answer the question, that is what the casino holds or maintains net of all of the handle or the investment or the wagering that players have made. So if a player wagers $100, that is the handle, or there are other terms as well for it, for slots versus tables. And the $10, that would be a 10% hold, that's what the casino keeps. And this number varies between slot machines and table games and from market to market. So when we talk about revenue, we're talking about what the casino keeps at its top line revenue. It would be gross receipts in a grocery store before you take out any expenses or taxes. So at $10 billion, and I know it's been a long day, so I'll try and be brief and let you follow up with us after this evening. But that would put you in third behind Nevada and California as the largest gaming markets in the country. And that's with a pretty limited distribution, frankly. Because of the way that the bill is crafted, it's a reasoned number of casinos that maximize the quality of the property. It's a tax rate that allows investment to exceed what you see in any of your surrounding states, to Mr. Aboud's point. And immediately after a ramp up places you behind just 2 states in the country, in most countries of the world, outside of Macau probably, and Singapore. So if you look at the sheet that we have delivered, the first category of impacts is the construction phase. And I know you guys are used to looking at these for all kinds of different industries, so I think you'll be familiar with the terms. But for this phase of construction, this is representing up to 3 years of construction. So this is not an annualized number. 185,000 jobs, 12 to 13 billion in labor income, so salaries and wages to construction workers and related workers, and 13 to 15 billion dollars of capital spending. That's probably conservative, but we're really trying to use conservative assumptions when we get into these exercises. And we've also been asked to focus on direct impacts versus, in this case, the spin-off, the multiplier effect. You've seen this before. You can multiply by 2 and 3 and see where these numbers go, and we have all that backup. But I'm talking about direct impacts today. For ongoing operations, and this is every year, year after year, we're looking at about 70,000 jobs in round numbers, about 4 to 5 billion in direct labor income. And in this case, the 12 to 13 billion that you see in value added, that's the induced effect. It's what making those salaries available does in the general economy. That is a multiplier effect. And it's an important one because it's essentially adding to your GDP, which is already pretty high. And the third category is tax revenue. So what's unique about this industry is that the taxes are coming right off of the top line. And whether you're talking about 10% on tables, 25% on slots, 7% in aggregate, or 8% in places like Nevada and New Jersey, or 25 to 30% over the years in Louisiana, the goal here is to balance tax level and capital expense. So if we're going to develop excellent resort properties that are competitive and bring tourists and new dollars into the economy, and importantly, recapture dollars from Oklahoma and Louisiana and other places, Las Vegas and New Mexico and Mexico, you have to have a best-of-class facility. The higher the tax rate, the more difficult it is for that investment to take place. So it's balanced. It is not lowballed. So in the tax category at the bottom of the one-pager, we're looking at 2 to 2.5 billion in direct gaming tax revenue. That's a weighted average of about 20%, but that is the combination of the tax on slots and table games combined. And we can go through all that math with you. There's also about 100 to 500 million in state tax revenue outside of gaming. So this excludes local taxes, it excludes real estate taxes, property taxes, and it excludes, it includes what the state actually takes. We also have calculations for each of the potential localities. The ratio, so this 100 to 500 million compared to the 2 to 2.5 billion does not reflect the ratio of gaming to non-gaming revenue. We talked a little bit about that, Mr. Aboud did. Really, about 30% of the revenue is expected to be non-gaming. In Las Vegas, it is now 60% on average. Las Vegas Sands happens to be a little bit higher because of the robust convention business. So the tax rate's just lower on all those other things. So the tax revenue from non-gaming revenue is proportionally lower. Happy to go through all of that. But in aggregate, that's 2.1 to 3.0 billion in new tax revenue. Just a couple of other notes, and I don't need to belabor any of the points I've already made, but the income that's being recaptured, which is about 28% of the income, is going across the border right now. Of course, that does have an impact on how you subsidize treatment of people who are already playing. That's not my department, but that is an important reason to reinvest in your own economy as it relates to taking care of those issues. But if you're looking at bringing new tourists, new dollars from people who will fly in, new conventions, new meetings, those dollars are just as important as the dollars that you recapture. It's all new money that's not in the economy now. So again, about 28% of that revenue comes back to the state that's leaving it now. And then on top of that, we have the induced tourist effect. So you asked a little bit about that. And essentially, these properties that can be built at a high caliber in a limited number of large properties are much more effective at attracting tourists, where it's very difficult to attract a tourist to a state where you've got 20 casinos that are on riverboats that have been, pulled onto the dockside, or tribal casinos that may be in very remote areas where people can't get there. So that's why the emphasis is on a small number of high-quality properties. And I think the only other point to make today in terms of my initial presentation is that the states over the years, since Texas first started looking at gaming, that have added gaming, have been, had mixed results. Some of them have done a better job than others. And in putting the legislation together and looking at the impacts, the economic impacts, we also do look at community impacts, and we look at the ability of these properties to enhance and be value added. And this bill is custom made for that effect, if it's not diluted. Those are my prepared remarks.
Any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Shaheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for being here. So the Choctaw Casino just north of here, I'm sure you're really familiar with that. They've invested over $1 billion. In fact, they're putting another $500 million into it. And there's nothing around there. I mean, there's gas stations and all that kind of stuff. But all the talk about more restaurants and other ancillary things around there, that hasn't happened up there. Do you know why it's not working up there and you're making assumptions that it will down here? What's the difference?
So there's a couple of layers there. First of all, we are familiar. We've worked on the two major border
there's fields.
properties.
I mean, you go like a mile north,
right?
It's all fields.
So the question we usually get is, if we're going to generate all of this non-gaming revenue, if we're selling diversity in revenue streams, where's that revenue coming from? So it's generally been additive. Okay, in a place like in a major MSA in Texas, you've got a lot of infrastructure to support what's happening, and you can inspire more development. But one of the key benefits is increased occupancy in existing hotels, because you're building rooms to serve your guests directly, and you're filling rooms around. And yes, in most cases, you will see small hotels develop around the site. Third parties have come in. You don't see as much of that in remote places where there's not anything to do outside of the core property itself.
You specifically said that you build one of these resorts and more businesses move around. In fact, there was a comment about that was pretty substantial, and none of that's happened up there. I don't understand why.
Well, there's no critical mass other than the property itself. First of all, there is some development around those properties. You'll see smaller 200 to 300 room, 100 to 200 room hotels, Hampton Inns, Holiday Inns, Expresses.
I drive by there all the time.
I don't know which specific property or which area you've gone in, but
you've communicated, and others have communicated this glorious picture that you pop a casino down and all this other development's going to happen, construction, all that kind of stuff. And what I'm trying to understand is, I drive by a place that's been around there since 2006. They've invested over $1 billion, and again, they're doing another $500 million. But it seems like all that ancillary development, for whatever reason, is not happening there. So I'm concerned you've got a bunch of assumptions, your model, that aren't going to be Right. Quite frankly, we get forecasts all the time that are woefully inaccurate. So I'm sure somebody built them a model and said all this wonderful development is going to happen. It's been there since 2006, and there's fields like half a mile north of it.
All right, so I would point out Foxwoods and Mohegan as better examples in Connecticut, where there's been tremendous amount of development outside of the properties. Every market is not the same. Particularly tribal casinos in rural areas have a difficult time stimulating and catalyzing development because there's not a critical mass of things to build on. So there probably are many casinos, particularly in Oklahoma, that don't have, in fact, with 130 casinos, the other casinos are the other development.
It sounded like you were saying the casino is that critical mass to build on, so that's not the case now?
Well, I mean, in Connecticut, there was no legislation that required that other parties come in and develop secondary hotels and properties. It happened naturally because of the overflow.
Yeah, but you just presented a model that had you're saying it's going to have a significant impact, and you made comments about a bunch of ancillary development around there.
I didn't make that. I would have made those comments, but I haven't made those tonight. So I think you're hearing different things from a lot of different people.
It could be.
But I agree with it.
I did hear you. I thought you said that some of your revenue to the state was projected on that and the job creation. So the 70,000 is just going to be the casinos?
To be specific, yes. So those jobs are directly within the casino.
The casinos.
The non-gaming tax revenue I talked about today is within the casino footprint. I haven't talked about, but we do have information.
Like the revenue, like the restaurant in the casino.
In the casino.
It's not, they're not gaming.
Correct. But the comptroller's office really didn't want to hear about the overwhelming impacts over time outside for the same reasons I think your point you're making, to focus on the core deliverable. But different markets inspire different amounts of ancillary development. And we can walk through all the different examples.
So can you guarantee that that's not going to happen down in Texas?
So I think if you take them one by one, I think the 4 core resorts are likely to have ancillary development and, as importantly, help lift businesses that already exist in those areas. So none of those are going into areas that are particularly underserved already. They're major MSAs. Mm-hmm. So for the 3 tribal casinos in the bill, I would take them one by one, but each of them have their own story and ability to leverage the existing infrastructure. They have less around them, less critical mass. They may behave more like properties that you see in northern Oklahoma in terms of ancillary. The pari-mutuels are generally in urban areas, the 3 horse tracks. I think they will, like the resorts, stimulate development and also...
We're subsidizing horse tracks in Texas now. So.
I can get to that in a second. And then thirdly, the 2 resorts that can leverage tourist activity on the coast are really unique animals in and of themselves. They have the ability to create something that's additive to the tourist market on a smaller scale, most likely. But I think they'll be successful, but they're not going to have the engine that an MSA like a Dallas or Houston.
So your analysis is all revenue-based. Like, do you do impacts to the state budget? Like, I keep bringing up the impact of increased people on welfare, homelessness, or Medicaid population growth.
We do.
Would you be able to send that to me? I would love to see what your assumptions are.
Yep, and it spans community impacts at the community level. It spans public health impacts and costs. The industry has to calculate that because they generally end up helping subsidize it. Mm-hmm. And we can also give you examples of markets that have been successful and unsuccessful in stimulating extra, other growth.
Okay. Because one of the things that I heard was we legalized gambling in the state of Texas. I think what I was hearing is that gives the tribes a lot more flexibility with respect to where they can open up casinos. So my understanding is that could...
I'll let Chris talk to it specific to Texas, but I heard that comment today related to sports betting, not related to this bill, and I don't know if it's acceptable for me.
And I need more guidance on that to understand. The impression that I was left with, and if there's somebody that can testify, that would be great. Yeah. The impression I was left with is Texas heads down this road, and it triggers the scenario where the Indian tribes now have a lot more flexibility as far as where they can place their casinos. But if there's somebody here that can...
Oh, I can tell you that. Locationally, no, because land has to be put into trust, and trust land has to be approved by the BIA. It has to be tied to ancestral lands and a whole host of other things.
It has to be tied to what?
Ancestral lands. So, but
Definition
on the face, tribal casinos are located on tribal land.
Right.
That is trust land, so held in trust by the federal government and deemed gameable by the BIA. There are tribes that have.
Can't they have a trust? So they limited that trust has to be on tribal land? So they
Tribal
can't get
gaming facilities have to be on land that is approved for that use in Class 3 gaming, which is what we're talking about today.
Well, that's different than tribal land. So again, can they not get a trust anywhere in the state of Texas where they can do what they want with that land? Or does it have to be on tribal land?
So I'll give you an example. Massachusetts, a well-known bona fide tribe in Massachusetts that's been trying to participate along with 3 commercial licenses in the state has for 20 years been trying to get land designated as appropriate in trust to open its first property, and that hasn't happened yet. So the focus is on the current lands that the tribe controls, them being deemed gameable, which isn't hasn't
Is
even.
there a federal state statute that says it has to be on their on the ancestral lands, or is it just for whatever reasons, which I don't know, they're
It
just
actually
getting
does.
denied?
It does. Some tribes are luckier than others in terms of where their land is relative to populations.
So your testimony is when the references to the land and trust, that has to be on an ancestral location. It cannot be outside.
There are criteria that define relevant history besides being ancestral, but yes, there has to be relevance, and then it has to go through a very arduous approval process.
Those are two. I'm asking you, if this piece of legislation were to pass, would it give an opportunity for the Indian tribes to expand the locations of their casinos? And I'm getting.
This legislation would not do that.
Okay, it doesn't? Do you have a copy of the bill in front of you?
I don't.
So page 4, lines 8 through 11 read, allow an Indian tribe recognized by the United States government under federal law to operate slot machines or casino gaming on Indian land within the state and held in trust.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm asking you the questions about in trust. And I think I heard you earlier say it would have to be ancestral land. And then you remarked about another state that they were applying for a place outside of
No,
that
it's
land,
on their
or-
ancestral land, but they didn't have
Okay,
federal they weren't recognized as trust
So my
land.
question remains then, so the held in trust comment, it's got to be on ancestral land.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Just one, are you very familiar with the JR, the joint resolution that we're debating?
Not from a legal standpoint, but from a commercial standpoint.
If you don't know then that's fine.
I'll tell you.
But as I read it, I can't determine how the state would, if and how the state could terminate a license or franchise once it had been granted. Is it a perpetual license, or how does that work?
So, and I'll let Chris talk. I should just let Chris talk to that. I can tell you how it works in other states, but I can't talk as well as he can to this particular legislation.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a legal resource that's going to be up. I think that's going to be able to
Thank you.
speak to a lot of this.
Oh, and I got one more question. Do you live in Las Vegas?
No, we have offices in, I live in Orlando. Our office is in Orlando. We have offices in Las Vegas, Orlando, New Orleans, and Denver.
Well, have you spent much time in Las Vegas?
I lived there for 5 years when I was.
So I want to ask you this to settle this once and for all. Is it Nevada or Nevada?
Actually, when I lived there, it was Nevada, but now that I left, it's Nevada.
All right.
That's how you know if they live there or not, all right?
Okay. Well, that's right. A person that lived there told me it was Nevada. So I started saying Nevada, and I noticed you say Nevada.
I'm not a native. I'm a native of New Orleans, if that helps.
Okay. Well, you didn't settle anything. I'm
sorry. It's late.
So it's New Orleans or it's New Orleans. Yeah. So, yeah. All right. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Gary Zimmerman. Next up will be Will Martin, followed by Tom Stewart, and then Steve Bresnan.
My name is Gary Zimmerman. I'm against this, and I'm representing myself. I will start off and say that I have no objections to commercialized Vegas resorts coming to Texas. That's not what I'm here to testify on this particular bill. I'm concerned about the employee side of it, because like I said earlier, I worked at WinStar which is on the I-35 border between Oklahoma and Texas. They're claiming to be the largest casino in the nation. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But anyway, when I was there, I was a chef. I cooked for the celebrities, such as Pitbull, Willie Nelson, John Cougar Mellencamp. I was there a year and a half, worked with about 21 others. And at the end of the year and a half, 21 of us quit, mainly because WinStar, who was run by the Chickasaw Nation, had major OSHA violations, major problems with sexual harassment, major problems with discrimination, unless you were a Native American. The 21 of us tried to file suit against the Chickasaw Nation and against WinStar, but they're a sovereign nation. And so several attorneys said it would take multiple years and multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight them because they have millions of dollars to just drag cases out. So I am concerned that at that time that I was working there, this was back in the early 2010, 2011, they probably have corrected their issues. And I know nothing about the Kickapoo Nation. I don't know how they operate their business. So what I'm saying today isn't reflective of the Kickapoo Nation because I know nothing about them. All I can speak of is what went on at the Indian Nation of the Chickasaw at WinStar. And it concerns me a great deal and why I'm opposed to Indian gaming coming here because of their sovereignty of being on their own tribal lands, using their own police forces, and being exempt, as they wanted to say, that they were exempt from following policies from the EEOC, from the OSHA people. And even when we went to try to go to the news, they have the millions of dollars to influence the news in Oklahoma City and stuff like that. So even our story couldn't get into the news because of the power and the money they had. So I am not concerned so much about the other issues I spoke of earlier with casino gambling coming here with the whole resort, because WinStar has a whole resort type scenario up there. You can go up there and watch concerts, fabulous concerts, watch many other things, do many other things up there. I am concerned about the employees because if casino gambling comes here, they build those resorts, they're going to hire Texans. And how are they going to treat those Texans? And if we have issues, where are we going to go? Are they going to follow Texas law? Or are they going to follow federal law? Because they want to call themselves a sovereign nation and kind of do what they want to do. And they just kind of pushed us out the door. So when you look at if this bill passes, we do vote to have casino gambling come in, when you start making the rules and regulations, look at them to make sure that they're going to follow all of OSHA's laws, all of Texas laws, all the Texas employment laws, all the safety laws, and that we as employees, we as Texas citizens are going to have some type of protection. Because when I was working in Oklahoma, we had no protection unless you were a Native American. So I just want to bring that to your attention that if you do this, when you start making those rules, think about us, the employees, the ones that they're saying you're going to have 185,000 just for construction, who knows how many others. Think about us, the employees, and how they may treat us. Because if they treat us bad, it doesn't help Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Will Martin.
If it's okay with y'all, I'll stand because rolling chairs and disabled people don't get along too good. My name is Will Martin, and I'm the legislative rep of District 9, American Legion Department of Texas. And I'm here, we're neutral on this House Joint Resolution 133. I'm also co-executive director of Conservative Texans for Charitable Bingo. And I want to thank Chair Patty and Vice Chair Hernandez for allowing me to testify on this. I'm here to testify that without House Joint Resolution 133 receiving language that includes Charitable Bingo's concerns, Charitable Bingo that has done so many great things for veterans and other nonprofit organizations in the state of Texas will die. Without Charitable Bingo, Veterans Post will disappear. The funds that we use for PTSD therapy, wheelchair ramps, bus tickets so veterans without cars can get to out-of-town doctor's appointments, and the feeding and clothing of our homeless veterans will come to an end. The author of this bill, Representative John Kemple, has always been there for our veterans organizations and Charitable Bingo, and he is highly respected by our organizations. He has already reached out to our group so that we may be included in any future enabling language to be inserted in House Joint Resolution 133. Are we in favor of expanded gaming in Texas? We say yes, as long as Charitable Bingo's concerns are addressed. I want to thank this committee for your time, and again, I thank Representative Kemple and his staff for working closely with us to make sure Charitable Bingo is always here for our future veterans organizations.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. And again, for the record, you're representing the American Legion.
Yes, sir.
And yourself as the co-executive director of Conservative Texans for Charitable Bingo.
Yes, sir.
And you're on the resolution. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
For service.
Yes, sir.
Chair calls Tom Stewart.
Chairman Patty, Vice Chair Hernandez, members, particularly my representative from South Austin, Ms. Howard, and my old friend, Mr. Raymond. I'm Tom Stewart. I serve as Executive Director of Texas Charity Advocates. I'm testifying today on the bill on behalf of the TCA members. TCA is a trade association made up of charities, lessors, distributors, manufacturers, and others who are licensed and active in charitable bingo in Texas. We have roughly 350 members from all across the state. Almost 90% of them are nonprofits licensed to conduct bingo. And our purpose is simple. We engage in activities designed to promote and grow the game to the benefit of our charity members. And first, let me say that besides Ms. Thompson, there's been no greater champion of charitable bingo in Texas than Representative Kemple. Over the past several sessions, he's successfully authored and supported legislation that's helped the game in many, many ways, and we're grateful for his leadership and support. As currently written, however, HJR 133 does not include charity conductors of bingo here in Texas. Working with other bingo-related groups, we've shared language with Representative Kemple and his staff. We delivered a position paper earlier in the session to members of this committee. We've got some tweaks that we hope we can make with to that, and we hope to continue to work with Representative Kemple, the co-sponsors, their staff, and the proponents of this legislation to ensure there's a place for charitable bingo and expanded gaming environment in Texas. If you look at the key metrics by which charitable bingo is measured, gross receipts, prizes awarded, net proceeds to charities, all those measures are steady or growing. However, attendance, even pre-pandemic, is in decline. We believe this legislation has the potential to provide charities with not a certainty, but a chance to stem that decline, but only if we're included. If we're not, as Mr. Martin just suggested, charitable bingo will die. Charitable bingo is the only privately run game in Texas that has now or will in the future a constitutional mandate to benefit local nonprofits. Including them in this measure will give about 1,000 charities here in Texas, all across the state, an opportunity to survive and hopefully thrive. And with that, I'll conclude and happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Steve Bresnan. Next up, we'll have Rob Kohler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Steve Bresnan. I'm here tonight on the bill for the Bingo Interest Group. Just to give you an idea of what the stakes are, let me pass this out. You can see from my handout that we operate on a shoestring. If you don't get the color you like, I'd appreciate it if y'all would swap amongst yourselves. The stakes are really high for charitable bingo. What's being offered in this bill would be a tremendous thing for Texas, and nobody doubts that. On the other hand, if you are a charitable bingo location and you're within 75 miles of a major casino or a place with thousands of slot machines, your bingo is going to go down the tubes. And so we have asked Chairman Kemple to include in the bill authorization for small numbers of machines to be at charitable bingo locations that were operating under licenses issued before January 1st of this year. So you can't have a run on creating a whole bunch of new bingo halls. In the 4 MSAs that would have major casinos, half of the charitable bingo locations in the state reside. Those counties, any of the charitable bingos located in those counties would be wiped out without some opportunity to participate. We know this from the experience in other states. If you think about it, if you've been to Vegas or if you some places in Louisiana, for example, there are small game offerings in places that are not in casinos, and it generally serves the locals, what are known in the parlance as the locals crowd. They're not the people that are necessarily going to go down to the major casino. They can offer better prizes than you can in charitable bingo, but nothing by way of competing with the major prize offerings that could be done in a casino. So we've given Mr. Kemple, Representative Kemple, some language that would include us in, that would, again, have small numbers depending on the size of the location. And that's based, again, on their revenues before January 1. And it would have a tax rate of 20% to the state and 10% to the charities. That would be based on gross gaming revenue, which is defined in the trade as the amount wagered minus prizes. So that 30% would come off the top. In many cases, the charities would be the retailers under our proposal, and they would earn additional money based on that. We need to tweak our language a little bit that we've given to Representative Kemple to implement the 75-mile from a casino limit. And we very much appreciate your support for that. And I've said this several times because I've been late night with you recently, Representative Howard. Thank you all for your service. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Steve?
Thank you.
You bet. Chair calls Rob Kohler. Next up will be Roger Weems.
For the record, my name is Rob Kohler. I'm here representing the Christian Life Commission of the Baptist General Convention of Texas, and here testifying against the bill. What I want to do is not go through, a lot's been covered. I will tell you the question on Indian gaming, it is very real, and it's something that I encourage members to know the answer to. Don't guess. In Florida in 2005, the horse guys there were finally successful in getting VLTs at horse tracks. But they did county by county referendum in only 2 counties in Florida. The tribe there at the time was the Seminole tribe, which wasn't unlike our Kickapoo tribe now, doing Class II bingo games. In Florida, when the voters in Broward County voted for to have the VLTs at the horse track, that allowed the Seminole tribe then to go to the governor, try to negotiate a compact. Actually, the governor back then was Jeb Bush, and he refused to negotiate with them. And then finally, the next governor, Chris, did negotiate with them. And the Seminole tribe now, in a very short period of time, has become one of the largest gaming corporations in the world. They bought Hard Rock Cafe. So the message of all this long day, that it really is a subject that everybody, if you're for it, that's fine. But no, and don't be surprised, because in the state of Florida, they were tremendously surprised. There's been a lot of questions about this. Some people I call it net terminal income. Mr. Bruston was right when he said.
Rob, make sure you stay on that mic, Rob.
Mr. Bruston was right. What it is what's taken in, $1 taken in, and the balance paid out in prizes. Luckily, in their proposal, the 25% tax rate, what's real important when you talk to people or people talk to you about it is that you recognize what's taxed in $1 wagered. So in this diagram, what we illustrate is that's $1 wagered. In this particular model for a slot machine, the prize pool is 93%, and that leaves 7%, which is net terminal income. They call it gross gaming revenue, even though it's not completely defined in their bill yet. But what they will have with certainty is prize pool. So what you're able to figure out mathematically is that what is $1 wagered at that tax rate would bring in less than 2 cents for every $1 wagered. And members, we put the formula there at the bottom. This is something that we've testified through the years. It truly is math. So what's taxed is a very small percentage of the dollar. What you're able to do then is real quick, is you're able to compare it as a revenue generator. And we tell you, don't look at it any different than you would any other revenue generator. It's an ineffective tax. And one thing that we're able to do is compare it to the lottery. In 2020, the Texas Lottery did $6.7 billion in sales. That generated $1.6 billion to the state in education. To generate that same amount, $1.6 billion at the tax rate and the standard price pool that you would expect through slot machines, close to $95 billion would have to be put in the machines. Again, we put the formula there, and you can figure it out, how much has to be wagered. It's been a long night. I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Rob? Thank you, Rob. Chair calls Roger Weems.
My name is Roger Weems. I am the state chairman of Texans Against Gambling. That's a volunteer position. And I'm here to testify against HJR 133. And before I go any farther, don't let the opportunity pass to thank you for your service. over the past 40 years that our organization has been beating back the expansion of gambling in Texas, there has been a very clear and consistent pattern. Every major proposed expansion of gambling in Texas has been closely associated with the dire warning that only through gambling, particularly casino gambling, can Texas find its way out of an economic crisis. Every time that has been a false promise. And now here we are again. The plain reality is that Texas is not now in a financial crisis and does not need expanded gambling in the new taxes authorized by this HJR. And we'll talk about those in a minute. The Texas economy remains strong on the tail end of this pandemic, and just last week, the Senate passed a budget of $118 billion, which was roughly $5 billion above the amount that Comptroller Hagar projected that lawmakers would have to work with. Of course, that doesn't even factor in the $16.8 billion in COVID relief federal funds coming to the state. And we won't even mention because the $10 billion in the rainy day fund, because that's sacrosanct, untouchable. Texas is not in a financial crisis and is not in need of the financial revenue, which is largely imaginary, this constitutional amendment promises. Rob Kohler just showed it. The revenues, tax revenues are not there. This is a consistent pattern. Whenever it comes to gambling proposals, casino proposals, the income estimates are inflated, often wildly inflated, and the social costs are downplayed. If you don't believe that, may I refer you to the Federal Gambling Impact Study. Smarter people than I've ever promised to be put that together, and it's about the same conclusion. Is that me?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Also, promises of economic development are grossly overstated. Communities like Corpus Christi, Beaumont, Laredo, and Brownsville won't see any economic benefit from this HGR, not any lasting economic development. I could give you some proof from other states if you wanted it, but as has been said before, it's been a long day. And communities that depend on tourism could very well see a decline if this HJR is passed by the legislature and approved by the voters. Another blunt reality is that the late Sheldon Adelson, who was mentioned previously tonight, founder of the Sands Casino, and by all accounts, he was a very successful investor. Here is what Mr. Adelson said. This is a quote. These are his words after he has spearheaded and convinced the state of Pennsylvania to build a casino there. Quote, "If it were today, we probably wouldn't have started it." He said this after he realized that revenues associated with the casino were dramatically lower than his organization promised Pennsylvania voters. We're all for economic expansion. When it comes to casinos, economic expansion does occur to some extent, but it's a cost of cannibalization of legitimate non-casino businesses. It is not a revenue plus, it's a revenue swap. I'd like to close with this. There's been a poll that was given earlier by the esteemed state representative. Wanted to know how many of you gamble on sports gambling. I'm not going to ask you to raise your hands on this, but I'd like to ask you two things. How many of you placed a bet for Gonzaga to be the national basketball championship over Baylor? And my second question is, how's that working out for you? Blunt reality is we can laugh about it, but for a lot of people, it's nothing to joke about. Some people lost their rent money, their grocery money. Some of those people came home and beat up their wives, beat up their kids. Social consequences are very, very real. I thank you for your patience, and I'll be glad to take some questions if you have them.
Any questions, members? Thank you, Mr. Weems.
Thank you, sir.
Chair calls Jennifer Hughes. There she is. Mitch Fuller will be up next.
Mr. Chairman and committee, my name is Jennifer Hughes. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas. The tribe respectfully opposes HJR 133. HJR 133 would allow full-scale casinos in various parts of the state, as well as at horse and dog tracks, and for the other two federally recognized tribes in Texas. It would be a major expansion of gambling. Unfortunately, while the bills would benefit others in the state, it would actually devastate the tribe if it was passed as currently drafted. The tribe has unique circumstances that must be accounted for in the legislation to save it from this economic hardship and, frankly, ruin. First, the tribe is subject to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, which we talked about earlier. But under IGRA, the tribe currently operates its Class 2 gaming facility. That's the bingo-based games and the now non-house banked poker games. This is on its reservation, and it generates government revenue for the tribe to provide for its members. Again, tribal gaming revenue is different than a private business running a casino. Tribal gaming revenues are tribal governmental revenues, which per IGRA must be used for specific purposes such as community development and providing for tribal members. The tribe has been able to provide for its tribal members through several programs using the governmental gaming revenues from its facility. These are in education, healthcare, housing, social services, as discussed earlier today. But the tribe still has many unmet needs. The tribe is a large employer. It's the second largest employer in Maverick County due to its facility. Maverick County is one of the poorest counties in Texas. And so while HJR 133 purports to, or tries to, we think, include the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas, unfortunately, the language just doesn't get there. It may work for the other two tribes, but the language as drafted right now just doesn't work to meet the requirements of the IGRA. We have an amendment to that effect, and we ask that you include it in the legislation. It would meet the requirements of IGRA, and it's in the package that I am handing to the clerk, if I'm allowed to do that right now.
Sure.
However, HJR 133 also needs to accommodate the tribe due to its other unique circumstance. And I think some of this was discussed earlier as well in this hearing. But this circumstance is the remote geographic location of the tribe. It's the most inferior gaming location in the state of Texas. So even if the tribe could do the Class 3 games, the casino-style games on its reservation, meeting the requirements of IGRA using this First Amendment that I talked about, really, HJR 133 would subject the tribe to economic ruin due to this inferior geographic location. The Kickapoo's reservation is located outside of Eagle Pass. It's approximately 2.5 hours from San Antonio. Approximately 75% of the tribe's customer base comes from the San Antonio area. So if a casino if casino gaming is allowed in San Antonio as contemplated under HJR 133, the tribe's gaming facility will suffer an enormous economic hit. Players just simply aren't going to drive 2.5 hours to play the same games they can play much closer to home. So the tribe's gaming facility will essentially be forced out of business. At best, it'll be significantly, dramatically reduced. More than 1,000 jobs will be put at risk, and the tribe will not be able to provide for its members as it does now, and it will not be an economic engine for the region down in Eagle Pass in Maverick County. So the legislation, in our view, must address the tribe's remote geographic location to avoid this damage. We have an amendment to that effect as well. It would be to provide a site off of the tribe's reservation where the tribe could, under state law, offer the same games as others can under HJR 133. This amendment is mindful not to be near horse or dog track races, horse or dog racing tracks. It wouldn't be, this location would not be within 30 miles of those. The off-reservation site would be subject to state regulation significantly. Because it would not be on Indian lands, IGRA would not apply, and those requirements would not apply. And the state could share in the revenue from the tribe's facility there, as it does under HJR for the other casino sites. So the tribe asks that these amendments are included in HJR 133 to make sure it aligns with federal law and to avoid the grave financial hardship that HJR 133 would inflict upon the Kickapoo tribe. We hope to work with the committee and the author to include these amendments.
Members, any questions? I have a couple. Ms. Hughes, thank you for being here today, and I'm glad that you're working with folks, and it sounds like others are trying to work with you as well, and I don't know where they are on your amendments or anything like that, but I'm confident that Mr. Kemple will certainly listen to you. Just for a little bit of history, how long has y'all's facility, how's it been open? When did it start?
I think it opened in 1994, actually. Mid-90s for sure.
Okay. That may be right. I don't know. I was thinking like 1999 or towards the end of the 90s, but that does not matter. 20 plus years.
20 plus years.
Yeah, something like
I
that.
should try not to be so specific.
Yeah. And how many machines are in the facility?
There are almost, there are about approximately 3,000 machines, and these are the Class 2 bingo-based gaming machines. And then some poker positions as well. Again, non-house banked, so player banked.
Right. Do you have any idea what the daily take is on those machines?
I don't, no.
How many members are in the tribe that are served by?
There are approximately 1,150, maybe 1,200 members.
Okay. So about 3,000 machines. We don't know what the take is, but probably a pretty decent amount of money for 1,100 members for 20 plus years. Obviously, I don't doubt at all that that's been a tremendous benefit, for those members who have done that. During any of that time, do you recall any time where there's been anything that tribe has done to assist the other tribes who don't have gaming?
I am not aware of any arrangements to that effect or discussions to that effect. I do know that the tribe has made contributions to the local region, Maverick County, infrastructure-wise, recently just contributed some trucks to the Maverick County Sheriff. But to answer your question, I'm not aware.
Yeah, and I guess really what I'm trying to kind of get at here, and I don't, this is not gotcha stuff here, is that, and I hear you saying how devastating this would be to the tribe, and I'm just trying to equate that to maybe what they might term the devastation that they may have experienced over 20 plus years that they didn't have this opportunity. I mean, is that fair? That could you see where maybe they might feel that way?
For the other two tribes?
Sure.
Oh, yes, I can see that. However,
so don't you think that their tribes would love to enjoy some of the same benefits that your tribe enjoys, its members enjoy?
I could see that they would want to have the same benefits. However, I don't think the Kickapoo tribe can support HJR 133 given its economic impact on itself. I'm not sure.
And I hear you, because
Yeah.
I mean, I get those of us in business, we understand competition. We understand that when folks have other options, they may go somewhere else. I just, I'm a little bit interested in the fact that you do have a couple other tribes who would benefit for something like this, but you're opposed to that, at least in part because it would take away from. I mean, I don't fault you for looking out for your own interest or your members' interest, but I bet that there's some of those other folks, those other two tribes, probably would really like to enjoy some of those benefits as well.
When I think in this bill, Chairman, they would. I think I can't speak for them. I'm not studying the language for them.
Right.
We're opposed to it because it would put economic ruin on the Kickapoo tribe, which has a going concern. We're not opposed to it because it has language in there that seeks to allow gaming for the other two tribes.
But you said you essentially said you were opposed to expansion of gambling.
We're opposed to the expansion of gambling in our customer base, which is in San Antonio, and that's what HJR 133 contemplates. And so if there's going to be an expansion of gambling throughout the state of Texas and it's going to be within our customer base, we're happy for fair competition, but this isn't quite fair how it's going to work. This will take away 75% of our customer base. And so we're asking just for an accommodation, an acknowledgement of kind of the unique circumstances that the Kickapoo tribe is in.
Right. Sure, I understand. All right. Thank you very much for being here today. I'm sorry, just a second. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I want to ask this witness, but I wish I had brought it up sooner because I hope there's room in this legislation to maybe consider it as we move forward, and if it's something you can support. You know, we have something called 8-liners in the state of Texas. We got a bunch of them in Laredo, and our law enforcement, prosecutors and all, they get tired because they're spending so much time trying to chase illegal activity, because they're not supposed to be able to get anything worth more than $5, and yet a lot of money runs through these things and so forth. So I've tried through the years to do something about that, and I'm wondering if we move forward and you felt like you all could support it, whether it might not be a good idea to see if we could take advantage of this vehicle to maybe address the issues of all these 8-liners that are all over the state, and that clearly, if you ask anybody in law enforcement, are not following laws, right? And whether maybe this would be a good opportunity for us to try to address that issue as well. Do you feel like maybe this would be a good vehicle for that?
Yes, sir. I think that's a good idea, and we'd love to talk further with you about that. I know the 8-liners that are kind of pop up here and there, and not necessarily following actual law should be addressed, and we'd love to talk to you further about maybe some sort of amendment.
It just hit me, and it should have hit me sooner, I suppose. I mean, I have an HGR. I've done it for several sessions now. And I don't know why the Republicans don't jump on it. It does away with all of them all over the state. You'd think Shaheen would join author of the bill with me, But but I'm throwing that out seriously, Chairman, because you're our chairman. I know you're going to be involved in this. And I wish Mr. Kemper were here, but I'll tell him later to see if maybe this is something that if we're going to move forward, maybe we take advantage of this and address that. Other thing is, I have to say, I absolutely understand your position. You've been able to have what you have for the last 20 years, but for the 100 years before that, you were sleeping under bridges, right? Living in the brush.
It's true.
That's what they were doing, Mr. Chairman, there, and where the Kickapoos are now. So, you know, I respect, and I don't know how anyone wouldn't understand your position on this bill. Not that you don't want someone else to get something, but to all of a sudden take away what you have now and not remembering the 100 years before that and what that was like. I just don't think, I don't know how anyone couldn't understand your position. I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Chair calls Mitch Fuller.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members. I know it's been a long night. My name is Mitch Fuller. I'm the Director of Government and Public Affairs for the Texas VFW, the Department of Texas VFW, which turns 100 years old. I'm here to testify on HJR 133 on behalf of the Texas VFW and myself. Before I start my testimony, Representative Howard, I want to thank you in public and personally. When our posts were shuttered last summer due to emergency orders, you and I go way back. We were on opposite sides. When I was a city council member and mayor pro tem of Cedar Park, we were on opposite sides of a water issue many years ago, I think 2009 session. But I knew I could call you, and I knew the Texas VFW could call you for advice and help. So people like you and Senator Campbell were legislators that really helped us a lot. And I really want to thank you for that in public and appreciate it. I'm an Iraq War veteran. I served with the 56th Brigade Combat Team of the Texas Army National Guard. There's a lot of beautiful monuments on this Capitol grounds. My favorite is the T-Patch Monument. That's my combat patch, and the reason I say that is there are some extraordinary Texas Army and Air National Guardsmen working every day at this state capitol at the north entrance, helping administer COVID tests and working with these remarkable state troopers. And as I get older, I wonder if those Army Guard and Airmen are old enough to be in this service. But thank them. I want you to remember to thank them because it's been a seamless operation. Everybody has to get a bracelet to come in here. I finally got my COVID vaccination. But I know state affairs, you guys are responsible for running buildings, administering buildings, and I know you have a say in that. So I want to congratulate you as somebody who's been in the military and involved with logistics. It's been pretty seamless to get in and out of this building. The Texas VFW celebrates our 100th anniversary of our department charter. On April 21st, 1921 is when we were chartered. So we're 100 years old. We're going to turn 100 here shortly. We're the premier veteran service organization in Texas. We are proud of our service in our nation's wars and foreign conflicts and our 100 years of service in the communities that we serve throughout the great state of Texas. So on behalf of our more than 68,000 men and women combat veterans, men and women combat veteran members, and our more than 20,000 members of our auxiliary, which are family members of our VFW members, and our more than 290 posts throughout Texas, we thank you for your support of veterans in Texas. And again, I'm here to testify on this bill. VFW posts are 501c19 nonprofit organizations. We want to thank Representative Kemple, Representative Guerin for working with us. Obviously, Representative Kemple has a bingo extension bill. So does Representative Thompson. The VFW is the largest bingo license holder in Texas. We have 76 of our posts that have a bingo license. So we're the largest license holder in Texas. In 2019, our posts, and this is in 1 year, this is in 2019, our posts donated more than $1.86 million. That's real money, real dollars, real contributions to other nonprofit organizations in the communities that we serve. Additionally, 8,925 middle school and high school students participated in one of the oldest VFW programs, the Patriots Pen for grades 6 through 8, and the Voice of Democracy essay contest for the high school students that awarded more than $318,000 in college scholarships to middle school and high school students. We're concerned about the impact of casino gaming on the ability of the Texas VFW to make the aforementioned real charitable contributions in the communities that we serve. And we would like to work with this group. We actually wish this big phalanx of lobbyists and others from out of state had contacted us before they came into Texas. and talk to us about this, because casino gaming is going to be, would be a game changer, would affect our communities, obviously would raise revenue, there's no question about that, but it would impact a 100-year-old organization with posts all over the state. Every one of you in your House district has a VFW post and an American Legion post. So we're proud to stand with our brothers and sisters from the American Legion as well. Again, I'm testifying on the bill, and I'll stand ready for any questions that you might have.
Members, any questions? Thanks.
I just really a comment. Looking at your hat, VFW, my grandfather and grandmother were very involved in the VFW, and coming from a very large family, which I come from, they were involved in raising all the grandkids. I spent a lot of time in the VFW.
Austin Post?
Well, in Brownsville.
In Brownsville, fantastic.
A ton of time. And all those men being very patient as I ran around, and it was just, it brings back very fond memories. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Representative Lucio. I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Chair calls Stephen Finoglio. Stephen? Will Arkham testified on the bill, but not testifying, showing on the bill. Chair calls Jerry Del Pret. Probably not right. It's late.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. Members of the committee, I'll keep my remarks brief. It's late, and I know we've all been here all day long, so I appreciate what you do. My name is Jerry Del Pret. I'm the Senior Vice President of Gaming for Fertitta Entertainment. We own and operate the Golden Nugget casinos. There's 5 of them in 4 different jurisdictions. So I'm here to represent Mr. Fertitta in support of HJR 133. And again, he apologizes that he could not be here this evening with you. I can tell you that I've seen firsthand what these resorts can do for the communities that they operate in and the benefits that they create for the jurisdictions that govern those casinos. I've heard a lot of testimony today, a lot of it very interesting. I would say, particularly in fact that I think is interesting to you, Chairman Patty, is that we own and operate a casino in Lake Charles, Louisiana, so right across the border. I saw these storyboards earlier today, and it seems to be a big question about tax revenue. So I thought I'd put it maybe in perspective in just one casino on that. So we do $300 million in gross gaming revenue in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and we paid the state of Louisiana in 2019, I think it'd be fair because of COVID, $76 million in gaming tax. One casino. So there's other taxes, hotel tax, luxury tax, sales tax, property taxes that are generated that aren't included in that. It's a strictly gaming tax. The gaming tax in Louisiana is 25.58%. So it's comparable to what we would like to do here in this joint resolution. So it's kind of a comparison I thought it would be helpful in that regard. I know there's been some conversation about economic impacts and sort of other things that sort of have developed outside and around the casinos. We opened that casino in December of 2014. From 2014 to 2018, we increased the number of hotel rooms in the city of Lake Charles by 25%. So limited service hotels came into the market because we were attracting visitors. 80% of our customers are from Texas. So we've heard the stories about the license plates in the parking lots. It's true. So the hotel rooms increased by 25%. These were all limited service hotels that moved into the market. The hotel tax went from $1 million to $1.75 million. What happens with this money is it goes into the Convention and Visitors Bureau in that community, and then what they do is build ball fields, so they diversify, right? They want to attract non-gaming customers to the city. So we host baseball teams, softball teams, we built museums. Ironically, and we've talked about our partners in Vegas here, the business has shifted to where it's really not predominantly gaming anymore. It's really about non-gaming. And it's easy in Vegas to speak of non-gaming because of the massive properties, the hotel rooms, the first-class shows, and those things. And we do, in our property there, about 50% of our revenue comes from non-gaming revenue. It can be duplicated in these regional markets, and I think this is not a regional market, by the way, but 35% of our revenue in Lake Charles comes from non-gaming revenue. So it's, if you're not familiar with it, it's an $800 million property, sits on 170 acres. It's got a golf course, resort pool. The emphasis was to create a resort destination, and they were very calculating by doing so. I mean, that was the only way we could get the license. We have procurement numbers we have to meet, and this is all spelled out by the Gaming Commission on that. So you really, 70% of our employees are local. I think last year we spent $30 million with local vendors, so there's a precedent you have to meet. There are goals to meet, and this is pretty common in the industry. So there's a lot of opportunity besides just gaming revenue when you think about these casinos. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Members, any questions? Chair recognizes Mr. Deschanel.
I've always been curious. I've been there several times and have gone through the gaming portion of it. We go there for other reasons, but is it true that that whole area is floating on water?
It's a Type 2 boat, it's called. So it's really not a boat. It's not fair. We wouldn't be able to sail this thing. You know, if we had dynamite, it wouldn't move really. So it sits on a concrete basin.
Yeah.
And it has water underneath it. We used to have a paddle wheel in a 10-by-10 room that once a year they would come and inspect and make us just turn it on with a 5-horsepower motor, but it wouldn't go anywhere. They have since evolved and changed their laws. They now do allow land-based gaming in Louisiana. And so you'll see the new casinos, they're all moving to land. But as far as the eye can tell, it looks just like a land-based casino. But you're correct, sir, that there's water under the barge part of the casino.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for being here. I was glad you brought up the baseball thing. Is two boys, and I've spent a lot of time over a lot of years traveling around playing select baseball, and facilities that are being built in some of these places, and there specifically, you get a lot of folks just coming for that. I know how much money we spend going to non-resort places to play baseball, and when they come there, I know that's a big thing. So just one of those things I don't think people think about, the type of things that will be attracted to these communities. So,
thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Chair calls Steve Schinthal. Steve, was that anywhere close on your last name?
Pretty close. Scheinthal.
Scheinthal.
Yes. I'm Executive Vice President and General Counsel with Fertitta Entertainment. As Tad Brown stated, and Jerry as well, Tillman would have loved to have been here at 10:30 at night with you and see how hardworking the chair and the committee is, but unfortunately, he had an overseas commitment, so he couldn't be here.
So if you would start stating your name, who you represent, and your position.
Sure. So my name is Steve Scheinthal, and I am Executive Vice President and General Counsel for Fertitta Entertainment.
Also representing yourself.
I am representing myself. I'm representing Fertitta Entertainment, and we are in support of the legislation. What's important to understand, and people ask us, you have a facility in Lake Charles, why would you want Texas to have gaming? And Tillman and our organization has made it clear abundantly, and for the reasons that Mr. Abood had talked about and Jerry as well. But we are in favor of destination resort casinos. That is what we support. Destination resort casinos, as we've talked about, that is where you have the biggest trickle-down effect for an economy. Tourism. People get on an airplane,
and they come visit all of our airports, they then have to take transportation to get to the facility. They have to stay in a hotel. They have to eat in restaurants. And the trickle-down effect for a destination casino resort is tremendous, not just for the operator, but for a community in and of itself. If you just had gambling in a facility, locals are going to it. And then that's where you're really dealing with competition from other businesses and locals deciding, where do I want to spend my entertainment dollar? But a true casino destination resort property will spur business activity to our great state of Texas. And so when you look at the legislation, what the legislation does is it proposes 4 destination resorts, which we support: Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, and Austin. It requires $2 billion with respect to Houston and Dallas, $1 billion investment with respect to Austin and San Antonio. Now, let's talk about tax rate for 1 second. So Jerry was saying that in Louisiana, it's a 25% tax rate. But, and what we're proposing here is 25 and 10. However, slot machines are approximately 75% of the revenue. And the reason why the proposal is for a slightly reduced tax rate on table games is when you think about a slot machine, you don't have the labor and expense associated with a slot machine that you do for table games. So table games are not very profitable. 75% of your revenue that's made in a casino from the gaming side is from slot machines, and 25% is made from the tables. And that's why the reduced tax rate is what's proposed. To go spend $2 billion on a facility, or at least $1 billion, is an enormous investment. And so you have to be able to generate a return. Most people are not going to be in a position to just go write a check. I mean, Tillman's a billionaire. If he wanted to go write a check, he could go write a check. But that's not how we would operate. You go to a bank, you borrow the money, and you have to pay it back. And so if your taxes are taking away your profits, then you don't have that much money in order to pay back your loan, in order to make that significant capital investment. And so that's why when they've talked about having a lower tax rate, it's so you can put more money into the asset. And the more money that goes into the asset, the more economic growth that you will spur in the communities. And so that's why we support it. That's one of the reasons why we've supported destination resort properties, because they're a true enhancement to every community where they go to. Clearly, we're Texas-based, we're a gaming company, and we would apply for a license. What the legislation proposes is that there will be a selection committee, and the selection committee will determine who should get a license. We think that it's important for anybody who applies for a license, and you're going to have gaming companies, as Mr. Aboud said, come from all over the country that are going to try and get these 4 gems. Because make no mistake about it, there is no state like Texas, not New York, not California, not any place. Texas is the crown jewel state in the country for casino gambling, bar none. And so we believe that Texans should have the opportunity to benefit from this boon that would be created. That's not to say that others shouldn't be able to come in from outside the state and invest their money. However, it shouldn't be based on who writes the biggest check. It should be who has the biggest heart. Who's been doing business in the state? Who are the people that are the participants in the proposal? What is your track record? What have you done for your community? What have you done for Texas? If you have Texas participants, what you will ensure is that people that are a part of the proposal continue to care about Texas because they're Texans. If you just give it to somebody who doesn't have Texas participants, how do you know in 2 years they don't flip the location and make a bunch of money off the asset? The way to guarantee that everybody is taken care of, the way to guarantee that your heart is into it, is to make sure that when the selection committee reviews the applications, that they consider who is part of the proposal. And not just who is a part of it, but what's their history? What's their history of doing business in the state of Texas? What's their history for charity? What's their history for assisting the minority communities? What is the history for charity? What is the history for giving back to the state? We believe this legislation does just that. We believe that it allows for the selection committee, when they make a decision on who is awarded one of these destination resorts, that they have to take those factors into account, and the best possible candidates that apply will be rewarded with a license. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Members, any questions?
And I realize it's late, so.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Have you seen the committee substitute?
Pardon me?
Have you seen the committee substitute, the bill that's in front of us, the actual?
Yeah.
I bet you read it closer than I have. So can you help me, because you just got me to thinking of something I just don't remember seeing. Who's gonna, I know it's the gaming commission, right, in the bill? Who decides? Who decides who gets the contract? You remember?
So there's going to be a selection committee, and my understanding would be that the governor would appoint the gaming commission, and there would be a selection committee, and the selection committee would ultimately make the determination on these submittals. And there's a criteria in the bill, or actually in the constitutional amendment, that spells out the different elements and criteria that the committee should look to in order to make its determination.
So it says the legislature by general law shall establish the Texas Gaming Commission with broad authority to adopt rules the commission considers necessary or desirable for the strict regulation of casino gaming as authorized by this section. And we also give them the authority to issue. So I guess that's the language where it says legislature shall authorize the Texas Gaming Commission to, 1, issue not more than 4 Class 1 casino owner licenses, and so forth. Yeah, I was just wondering who it was going to be, and like, does it say on here? I'm sorry I missed it, but do you remember how many were going to be on that gaming commission?
No, I don't think those details are there.
So although, to Mr. Smithy's point, this is the longest constitutional amendment I've seen in 27 years.
Yes.
But we'll still have to do the enabling legislation to address those other things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Although I have seen a couple of constitutional bills that are pretty long.
Here in Texas?
Yeah, in Texas, on the criminal side. On the criminal side, there are some that are really long.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Would it surprise you that I go to the Golden Nugget quite a bit as a destination resort and not gamble, just to play golf or go to concerts or lay by the pool?
That would not surprise me at all, because I have a bunch of friends that do not gamble, but they go there. But if it wasn't a casino, they probably wouldn't, because it's the whole idea, the vibe, it's the ability to do it. And even people that don't necessarily like to gamble might say, hey, for an hour, I'm going to go spend $100. And there are a lot of people that might think of spending $50 or $100 and putting in a slot machine is not really gambling per se, when they spend, hours at the pool or go golfing, et cetera.
Restaurants.
Or the restaurants itself. It's just fun. It's a fun environment. It's got an electricity, a vibe that you just don't see at a lot of facilities. You certainly don't see it at a racino. You certainly don't see it at just a regular hotel, except for maybe the Post Oak. If you haven't seen the Post Oak Hotel, that's another one that Tillman owns in Houston. That's 5-star, only 5-star in Texas.
All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right. Chair calls Chris Hughes. Chris is our last registered.
Mr. Chairman.
We like to say that when we say the best for last, but Chris, we all know that's
That's not true. Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee.
That's right.
I'll make this as brief as I possibly can. I'm really just I've tried to make some notes for some questions that occurred that I guess that were thrown to me anyway. So with regards to Chairman Hunter, you had a discussion earlier about the licenses that were not the destination resorts. Yes, the tracks that are, the horse tracks that are in the major metropolitan areas, the Class 1 horse tracks, they would have to remain horse tracks, and it's for the support of horse racing. Those Greyhound tracks that are in Corpus Christi and in Harlingen, the design there is to allow those licenses to be used anywhere in that MSA so that they could build a small regional resort or something that would be probably provide greater economic impact to the local community. So you're correct about that.
Hey, Chris, state your name, who you represent, your position, please.
Chris Hughes. I represent Las Vegas Sands and myself, and I've been working on the legislation with other stakeholders for quite a while.
All right.
So
for the HJR.
For the HJR.
Okay.
The next issue I was going to go to is with regards to Representative Shaheen, your question on, and I think Mr. Scheinkoff discussed it a little bit, with regards to who could participate for these. There is a requirement in here that the applicants show that they've got the gaming and resort development experience. But I don't know if you were looking at the committee sub earlier, but it also, number 5 of those factors is the extent to which an applicant intends to utilize individuals or entities who operate or reside in this state as project vendors or as owners of the proposed resort. So that's one consideration. And then in subsection M, it specifically allows the legislature to add considerations or to add extra regulation to gaming as they see fit. So, and that we do have an enabling bill. It's been filed. Obviously, we're not hearing it. We're not pressing on it. But a lot of these questions, I know Representative Smithy had some questions with regards to enforcement and licensing. Those would be taken care of in the enabling legislation as well. And then the tax rates have been put in here primarily because of the length of the investment, the fact that it is a $2 to $4 billion investment for some folks. The continuity and the stability is necessary. I think when you look in the enabling legislation, the licenses are contemplated to be between 30 and 50 years, assuming they're not revoked or assuming something doesn't happen or there's not disciplinary action taken against the folks who are actually given one of these licenses. And with that, I'll answer any other questions you have.
Members, any questions? All right.
Great.
Get off easy.
Thanks.
All right. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on for or against the HJR 133? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Guerin to close on the resolution.
If I can get this mask off around my hearing aids, it's a little difficult. Members, this is an HJR. The enabling legislation will get into the details. This is an HJR that allows the citizens of the state of Texas to vote and decide if they want destination resorts. We're not trying to be Louisiana and put a slot machine in every filling station between here and El Paso. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to build destination resorts that bring people to the state of Texas. There are two places right now you can have a huge convention: Orlando, Las Vegas. We want those people to come to Texas. And those conventions rotate between those two cities because they're the only two that can handle it. We want somebody in Texas, whether it's DFW, Houston, Austin, San Antonio. We don't care, but we want those people to come to Texas. And I really appreciate your time today, and I know Mr. Kemple does. It's not a new one. I mean, this is not a new discussion 20 years or 17 years ago. When I carried this legislation, we were talking about just casinos. We're not talking about that now. We're talking about resorts. We're talking about restaurants. I mean, Mindy doesn't want me sitting at home betting on a football game on my phone when I can take her to Las Vegas and she can go shopping. She can go to a spa. She doesn't want, I mean, that's not what this is about. This is about building resort destinations. And Donna, quit laughing. When I think about the millions of dollars over these 20 years that people are spending in Oklahoma, and they are, I live an hour and 20 minutes from WinStar. I drive by it every time I go to the College World Series, and it's packed with Texas people. Some of them do have gambling addictions, but they come back to Texas and we have to pay for it. Let's at least generate the dollars in Texas to help those people. Let's don't generate them in Oklahoma and let Oklahoma spend it. And with that, I close. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take this opportunity, Charlie, Chairman, for you to take back to Chairman Kemple, because when you said a minute ago, we're not talking about putting slot machines in every corner store and all. I'm telling you, I brought up a while ago, I don't know if you were in here, but 8-liners are a big deal. And if you check with the control...
Richard, I totally agree with you. And this is a way to get rid of them.
Well, I'm telling you that if you want to move forward with this, you really should take a look at that. I'm sorry I didn't think of it sooner, but I thought of it in time.
Yes,
and if you check with the controller's office and you find out how many of these little slot machines there are all over the state, there are a bunch. And most of them many of them are being run illegally. So just, please take that back to the chairman and mention.
I'm more than happy to. But one thing I will tell you is I've run as a Republican the entire time. I am a Republican and I stand for those priorities. I have not hidden my propensity for gambling. It's an important revenue. I mean, it really is. It's another leg on the stool. It's a revenue producer for us. It will not get you beat in the primary. If you think it will, you're wrong. It polls well. It polls well with Republicans and Democrats. This is a way for the state to increase their revenue, and I'm dead serious about this. These are destination resorts, and yes, there will be some smaller casinos, but these are destination resorts that will bring people to Texas that are right now flying to DFW and driving to Oklahoma. And what the heck do you want to go to Oklahoma for? And and with that, I close, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lucio. You're not quite done.
I'm not quite done. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lucio. And those of y'all that know me a little bit better, heck is a really soft word.
Mindy wants me to just shut up and get you home. But let me say two things. One, I absolutely agree with you that it polls well. I have some friends, like we all do in our districts. We have Democrat, Republican friends, and some of the most conservative Republican business owners frequently ask me, when are we going to do the right thing and let people decide whether or not to bring gaming to Texas? I hear that every time I get together with them to talk about business issues. And then one more question. It may be my age, Chairman, but what's a fill-in station? Not tracking that.
Eddie, let me tell you something. It's where you get gas, okay?
Got it. Yeah, all right.
But, I mean, this is let the people vote. but that's where you fill your car up. And if you'll ask your father, he's been to a lot of filling stations. and in Louisiana, they got a lot of filling stations, but they have slot machines. We're not going to have that in Texas.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodness, that's a good one to end on.
I'll close, Mr. Chairman, if you'll let me.
Yeah, we're gonna close you for sure. All right. Thank you, Chairman Guerin. The committee substitutes withdrawn if there's no objection. The resolution will be left pending. It's their objection. The chair hears none. The resolution is left pending. All right, members, as we stated way earlier in the day, we're just real quick, a couple of pieces of pending business, and then we will let you get out of here. And so the relevant documents related to the bills are about to vote, including committee substitute language and summary of change documents, were distributed to you and via your staff via Dropbox, and so you should have all had an opportunity to look at that. So let me first lay this out. Chair lays out House Bill 4492 as pending business. House Bill 4492 is my bill relating to securitizing costs associated with electric markets, granting authority to issue bonds. Chair offers up committee substitute to House Bill 4492. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? There being no objection, substitute is adopted. Before I do here, let me just go ahead and do just kind of a formal layout here, and I'd be happy to answer any questions here and to clear up any questions. So HB 4492, of course, we all know ERCOT receives and issues payments to market participants. If a market participant is unable to pay for the transaction, there remains a short paid invoice. There's a market uplift mechanism that allows for market participants to pay off those debts, but is limited to $2.5 million per month. After February's winter storm, the amount of short paying invoice recipients and estimated cumulative aggregate short pay amount grew to an amount that would not allow ERCOT to uplift these costs to the market in a reasonable amount of time. HB 4492 would create the Texas Electric Securitization Corporation to provide a lower cost financing mechanism for securitizing unpaid and short paid invoices to ERCOT. The bill would allow the Securitization Corporation to issue bonds to pay for those unpaid invoices. The corporation would be incorporated as a nonprofit corporation of the state, and its duties would be limited to financing costs associated with unpaid invoices to ERCOT. The corporation would be self-funded, and the state would not appropriate any funds to pay for it. The financing corporation would be governed by a board of directors consisting of 5 members appointed by the Public Utility Commission. The issuance of the bonds must be used solely for the purpose of financing default balances that would otherwise be uplifted to the ERCOT wholesale market, and the Public Utility Commission would ensure that securitization provides financial benefits to wholesale market participants greater than would have been otherwise achieved without this financing mechanism. This does not change the payment structure of how these payments would be made amongst market participants. It simply provides a more affordable financing method. This sub is identical, and this is important, members, the sub is identical to what passed out of the Senate Business and Commerce this week. We continue to work with our Senate colleagues and market participants to finalize this legislation, but today we vote on this version, realizing that time is at a premium as we move into the final part of the session. And so, again, we've often talked about the need for speed and a lot of this stuff, particularly given the condensed timeline here, because we had this sub language, because again, this is what just passed out of Senate B&C. We could do this quickly to, again, move on in the process. And this does not mean that this has to be the finished product. As we are with other stuff, going to keep working. But if we did not do this the way I'm proposing to do it here today, we would have to continue to have conversations and figure out what we want a sub to look like. And then we all are, I'm sure, personally experiencing those delays in getting subs and drafted. And so, frankly, members, we just not have the time to do that. And so we will continue to work. I'm asking to do this here tonight, and then we'll continue to work on what that ultimately needs to look like as we head to the floor, and then, of course, continue our conversations with our Senate colleagues as well. With that, members, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Mr. Raymond?
Really, I thought Hunter was going to ask some questions. I want to ask at least a little bit. My sense of this, Chairman, and you've made some reference to it, is that this bill still's got a ways to go, right? Or maybe it's,
That's a question for the entire body, Mr. Raymond.
Okay, would you like to see the bill like this, pass like this, final passage like this off the floor?
I'm not suggesting that at all.
Well, I'd like.
I think
okay.
there are a
All right.
number of other proposals that are out there.
So ERCOT, so the PUC is going to appoint the board or whatever we call it. I forget what we call it in the bill. But did you say that the
It'll be
PUC
called
commissioners?
Texas Electric Securitization Corporation is the entity that would be created.
And it's going to be,
basically be the flow through for that.
and the PUC commissioners are going to appoint them?
They would, yes, it'd be 5 board members appointed by the PUC.
So they're not even appointed by the governor, they're appointed just by the PUC commissioners?
By the PUC.
Okay, commissioners?
Those are the folks that lead the PUC. Yeah.
And second thing is, did I read in there that the terms cannot exceed 15 years? Was that right, or did I misread that?
You're asking me a question I don't have.
Okay, that's fine. I thought it said 15 years, and I know in the testimony and all, we'd
I don't think
contemplated
that's
20 or, you know.
Yeah, I think in generally the other securitization things that we've talked about numbers that were greater than that, you know, whether it was the co-op securitization or the non-ERCOT bills that we passed as well. So we're setting up those longer, more flexible terms to do it.
One of the things I asked, Chairman, and I think you did too, I'm not sure, but at some point I asked from the witnesses if we could hear from them who they were representing different groups, who they thought would probably want to come and participate, because obviously when we had the earlier hearings and testimony, we were getting people asking us to do this. They really wanted us, said it would help a lot and prevent a lot of things from happening. So someone had some idea how many entities we're talking about and how much money, at least a range, we're talking about. So do you at least have some range for us, Chairman? Like 5 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion?
I think that's, I don't have a good number for you right now because it depends on who all you're talking about as well, because the co-ops, I'm sure most of them have a pretty good idea of what they are looking for, what they're dealing with, and there's others. It's going to vary a little bit. Ultimately, what we're doing is we're coming up, obviously with that number, but we're not yet to a point where we know exactly what all is going to be in there to calculate the number. There are a number of different options that are out there.
I understand, Chairman. I'm asking.
And to answer your question earlier, it is 30 years. So
It does say 30? No
years.
more than 30?
30 years.
But again, I would just, look, man, I assume we're going to vote for this stuff, but this is big stuff, and I'm guessing that when we get to the floor, members are going to, a lot more of our colleagues are having counted on us, are going to ask questions about how much we're talking about,
Sure.
Which companies, what they need it for, et cetera, et cetera. And so I know we're trying to sort of move this process, but, I assume they're listening. Hell, they ought to be. Daniel, are some people out there listening? Then they need to tell us, man, hey, look, we think we're going to need 50 million, 100 million, 200 million, and give us some idea. I mean, I don't see how.
Well,
I'll just put it to you this way, Chairman. I'm going to vote for this today, like you've asked before at times. Let's help move this process along. I've certainly done that at times. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to commit to voting for this on the floor unless there are more details. And I'm willing to bet there are going to be a lot of other members that feel that way. This is a big, big deal. And we want to try to do something to help, our whole infrastructure and prevent bankruptcies and so on and so forth. And I get that. But I'm going to vote for it tonight, Chairman, but I'm just, with all due respect, I'm thinking that we're going to have some more detail by the time we get to the floor.
Sure,
Maybe I'm the only one here that feels that way. I don't know.
Now, and I maybe should do a little bit better job of explaining here. When you look at what came out of the Senate, B and C, that we're using as a sub for speed here, to be able to use an existing sub to be able to do that. Their bill just included, again, what would be a part of the short pay that would otherwise be uplifted. And so that we're only talking about $2 to $2.5 billion. Okay. So that's somewhere, that's your range. And I know those are big numbers, but as this is being proposed to you tonight, that is basically what that is. This is $2 to $2.5 billion. However, there are other considerations that are being talked about. I would expect that folks, if they have not already, that in doing their job, they're going to be about to visit with you about things that they may think ought to be in there. And so if they've not already done that, I would expect them to do that, as they will with other members as well. And we will determine between now and the time we get on the floor whether or not we feel that this bill ultimately ought to include things in addition to what this uplift amount would be.
I know in the Senate, there have been public comments by elected officials over there, I'll leave it at that, that they felt that, there was still a $10 to $15 billion problem to be solved here. So I just say that, Chairman, because, again, I think that that members, once we get to the floor, will want to have a more solid idea what they're voting on.
Right. And I also point out that this is not necessarily in lieu of some other efforts that are running through the process now, the non-ERCOT bill that we passed, for example, even the co-op securitization bill. This is not in lieu of those things.
I'm sorry, because I know we're going to aren't we also going to do the co-op? Or we're not going to do that one tonight? Yeah, so I'm talking about both things. I'm talking about the whole number.
I understand.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Members, any other questions? If not, the chair moves to House Bill 4492 as substitute to be reported to the full House with a recommendation that due pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Patty.
Aye.
Hernandez. Aye. Smithy. Aye. Destel. Aye. King. Raymond.
Aye.
Hunter.
Yes.
Howard. Aye. Lucio. Metcalf. Shaheen. Aye. Arliss. Clausen.
11-2 absent.
There being 11 ayes, 0 nays, 2 absent. The motion prevails. Thank you, members. Chair lays out House Bill 2000 as pending business. House Bill 2000 is Representative Huberty's bill relating to the funding of utility reliability projects by the Texas Water Development Board and other entities, authorizing the issuance of revenue bonds, granting rulemaking authority, and making an appropriation. The chair offers up a committee substitute to House Bill 2000. Is there any objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? There being no objection, substitute's adopted. Chair moves that House Bill 2000 substitute be reported to the full House with a recommendation that due pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Patty.
Aye.
Hernandez. Smithy. Destel. King. Raymond.
Aye.
Hunter. Howard. Lucio. Metcalf. Sheen. Arliss. Clausen.
10-1.
There being 10 ayes, 1 no, 2 absent, the motion prevails. Chair lays out. Chair lays out HJR 2 as pending business. HJR 2 is Representative Huberty's resolution proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the State Utilities Reliability Fund, the State Utilities Reliability Revenue Fund, to provide financial support for projects that enhance the reliability of water, electricity, natural gas, and broadband utilities in the state. Chair offers up a committee substitute to HJR 2. Is there any objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? There being no objection, the substitute's adopted. The chair moves that HJR 2 as substitute to be reported to the full House for recommendation that due pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Patty.
Aye.
Hernandez. Smithy. Destel. King. Raymond.
Aye.
Hunter. Howard. Lucio. Metcalf. Shaheen. Arliss. Clausen.
There being 10 ayes, 1 nay, 2 absent, the motion prevails. All right. Thanks again to everyone for their participation in today's hearings. Particularly members, thank you once again for a very long day. I appreciate your work. Is there any business left to be discussed? If nothing further, that concludes our business for today. If there are no objection, the Committee on State Affairs will stand adjourned, subject to the call of chair. The chair hears no objection. The Committee on State Affairs is now adjourned.